Hey, I'm just checking in with another video after a little bit of a hiatus, and I just want to start this video out by saying that we need to cancel internet porn and actually Hollywood today. No, I'm just kidding. I think crazy stuff. That's not my position, but I was just thinking like, if I actually made a video talking about cancel porn today, and it actually got traction, and they're near about to turn it off the internet, I might have the first all-American suicide bomber show up at my door. But I don't mean to be light about that, but I'm just saying that that's an example. I was saying is that in this on this channel, I've been trying to make some some daring and like nuanced statements, but in good faith. But you can imagine like what that'd be like if I was like the leader of a movement to cancel porn, and then like what kind of smoke you be having with that. But that's just an example about how like I made another video like a few back about talking about like stepping back from content. And it's just because I think that if you think about all the things that all the blessings and opportunities that come with like the World Wide Web that we have, one of the worst parts about it, like you may think that clout would be cool, but clout may be one of the worst things that can happen on something like the World Wide Web, because a lot of the things that you would need fame for in the past, you actually can enjoy a lot of that without the fanfare and like the ratchet stuff that comes with fame. And like, if you meet like really famous people, if you hear really famous people what they have to say, like some of the dopest people, the coolest people, they're not they're not in love with the fame at a certain point. And it's like if they could have all the cool experiences, the relationships, the fun, the success, the income, without the clout, or at least the because one thing I want to make with this video is that I think that you take the good and the bad, and that's with anything has good and bad. So clout, the good part of the clout is actually part of the bad part of the clout, and the bad part of the clout is actually part of the good part of the clout. So clout is clout, and it probably comes with some like some things you could call rock and roll, and it also comes with some things that you could call less than rock and roll, actually less worthwhile than just like a regular, decent, clean, straight shooting life. So I was thinking on this channel is that when I made that video a couple ones back about wanting to bring in the channel, I was thinking that I don't want or need like the whack stuff that could come with like an internet beef, or like even just like mean spirited comments. Like a lot of people, we don't need that. I've made other videos saying that I think you can get better at whatever you do from like criticism, but just nobody, we're all having smoke as soon as we walk out of our door for whatever we just simply to make an income in life. Is like they say, more money, more problems. So we all got enough of problems in the first place. So like I was thinking that like making like videos, like introducing ideas to a public platform, could potentially bring more difficulty or smoke than it would be worth. Then I was thinking that like a lot of the cooler things about like the internet are funner without would probably be funner without clout. And you could probably have more fun on the internet and off the internet without clout, is what I was thinking. But then I was thinking that that's true, but so the if you're making like public statements or just offering anything online, anything publicly, the the clout likely is not worth whatever it takes to do your craft, or whatever comes with offering something publicly. A lot of the clout is likely not worth whatever trouble you went through, because even if you got something cool, like I met some beautiful people in public doing like YouTube, and I had a quicker introduction, and I was able to share social media contacts with them quicker because I have a YouTube. But a lot of that didn't necessarily go anywhere. It didn't necessarily get me any dates or anything like that. It just got me a certain look or a certain energy or a certain dynamic when I met someone and they're seeing you're having a YouTube platform or whatever. But even if I got all the way on up to next to dating them or having something to do with them or having them in my life, I wouldn't have needed the clout to do that, and I could have and likely would have done it better if I was going to do it at all without going by way of like oh yeah, check out this and that I do. So normally when I share things like when I share this, I've shared this content, this channel with probably between like maybe 50 and 100 people at least, like in my community or in my family. Also, just let people know about it. But I more so do it for inspiration and learning. But I was just saying that I was thinking about stepping back with the content just before I get a chance to get into something stupid going on for me based on like statements I'm making on the internet, because we see so many like internet beefs and stuff, and it's really kind of whack, and it's costly too for all people involved. It's just a costly mess. But one thing too is that there's a certain skill that anything that you do consistently that takes effort and creativity and insight and the best of you for effort, it amounts to a skill. And then when you're having a skill that is valuable, you could almost say a skill would probably be more valuable than even a channel, even a body of work, a channel, an album, a body of work, a career, a title, a license, a property. The actual skill is probably what's more than any of that, because a lot of that can and likely may be lost at a certain point. According to the author Robert Greene, most of what we have that to enjoy in this life will be confiscated from us in one way or another, directly or indirectly at one point. But probably and likely the least of which, or the last of which, would be skill first, but then ultimately the lesson, because our lessons are the hardest and probably the last things that can be stripped from us. I think next to near about anything can be stripped from us. Our lessons, our love, our relationships, a lot of that, it can be stripped and or compromised to different degrees in different ways. But the least of which and the last of which and the most difficult which and the most arduous of which to achieve, but also to be dispossessed of, that means like confiscated, would be like your love, the people you actually love, howsoever they behave towards you, or even maybe think and feel about you, just the fact that you love someone. I said I've had the insight before in life that my appreciation of love is that it's to regard the best interests of another person with your heart. You don't have to be in a relationship with someone for that. You don't have to be in proximity for someone like that. You can near about say that someone doesn't even necessarily have to be living for you to feel that way. But to me, that's what the sensation and the experience of love is just that standpoint, is that you regard and wish and would have the best for a person. Not that you understand their best, or that maybe even they completely do, because none of us know all of this life, but just that you would be inclined towards what is appropriate and joy and healthy for another person, is I think that's my appreciation of love. My but then some people have said that there's different kinds of love, and I can't argue that. But um but dang, I a little bit digress with that one. But like a lot of people who pursue education, like in my time, like my father's time, my father was born like in the 50s, but then like all the way from my father's time to when I was coming of age, I was coming of age in the early 2000s, like the first 5 years of the 2000s, to that point, and then to maybe about 15 to 10 years back from now, that the prevailing appreciation was that education is very important and is one of the real things to strive for. My time coming up, a lot of people, the sense was strive for education. All other things can be added or subtracted, but education is first and foremost. That might actually be a little bit of a working class proletariat standpoint, because within societies that have like malleable class, like the United States is appreciated, whether true or not, it's appreciated as being a place that the idea of the American dream, the American pie, is that you can ostensibly, conceivably, potentially, theoretically build yourself up or mess yourself out of just about any position or standing based on effort, creativity, talent, inspiration, drive, relationship. You can build yourself up to or out of anything based on your own merit. That's the standpoint of American society as it's celebrated. That might not have always entirely been the case, and also people come into different undertakings and challenges and competitions and tournaments on different footing, socioeconomically, and just different. We all have different blessings and strengths in this life. So you could say whether or not we're on an entirely even field, even if an even field is viable or realistic or valuable, that some of that can be a little bit reasoned in different directions, but that hadn't been the case in a lot of other society. But people do have different standpoints of coming into things and blessings, and so you could say that you cannot likely entirely isolate or take away different forms of advantage in a contest of some kind. There'd likely be different advantages coming into it. What you do with and without different advantages, that might actually be what the real test is and what the real achievement is. But it can be reasoned whether or not we ever had an even, authentic playing field. But you can reason that we have had more so in a lot of a playing field compared to other iterations of human social arrangements, um, uh, uh, currently, presently, and going back. Likely we haven't had the best of it, but we likely also haven't had the worst of it. At least I'm speaking as a modern American male, with different graces and blessings. And to be frank, I probably been privileged and entitled compared to different people in the current times and going past. I'm not wealthy by any means and didn't come from wealth, but I came from my father was highly intelligent, and he made a lot of himself out of himself in Africa, and then also in the United States. And then my mother came from like a sturdy middle class background in the Midwest, where her father was like white collar professional in the like the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. He was like he had a strong job like in a downtown area back in the day, and he also he enjoyed like I think he enjoyed like nearly 30 years of retirement, sturdy retirement, like a home like on a modest home on a very nice near lake. And then he didn't want for anything in his life. With a family of seven, they didn't want for anything. They weren't lavish, but they had what they needed, and they went to strong schools, all my mother's family, or they at least had the opportunity. And then my grandfather and grandmother, they enjoyed like near about 30 years of retirement, and they had what they needed. They were like that. Like they would. It was actually kind of beautiful to watch them eat meals, because they had discipline in how, because they came through the depression, both of them. I think my grandfather was in college during the depression, but my grandmother was like on a farm during the depression, and so they knew what hard times were and also what work was growing up on a farm. But they didn't have like lavish meals. Like even when I would visit them, like into like the 90s and the 2000s, and even the second decade of the 2000s, they'd always have like, sometimes they make food for us, but it was always like it almost kind of felt like rations. It felt, anytime I went to my grandparents' house at any time growing up, it felt like rations. Whatever I ate, it would be a ration of something. And that's how they had that. A friend of mine when I went to a training program, he was watching me. We had it was like a lunchroom, and when I would pick out my different times in my life, people have been impressed with how I eat. I got that from my grandparents and one of my friends who was in fitness, but I've usually made pretty strong choices around food, and just decent. Like I've made sensible choices around food, conscious choices, but also I had some degree of discipline from observing my grandparents limit their portions at all time. Anytime they would sit down and eat something, and so they were like that in life, where they had what they needed, but they didn't waste nothing, and they weren't lavish with nothing, but they just simply had what they needed, but they could also support themselves and their family. And different times, until very recently, my mother has supported me in different ways, and it's been harder for her, especially lately, because a lot of her health is, she's been working past the point where a lot of people would retire, but she's been having more health difficulties, so it's harder for her to do things. But she's always been able to get me out of. I've been in situations that other people would likely be damned in, and I would be damned in if I didn't have my mother's support. But I think it comes from her education and her kindness from some of the schools that in the training that my grandparents gave her, but also some of their lessons in being frugal and thrifty. So so I can't say that. So I would say that just as an American citizen, we have more of opportunities. But even just from that background that I explained right there, that I come from, I might have had a footing and that could be appreciated as privilege and entitlement, if I'm being honest. But in the past, in other situations, in other societies, you just simply had class for the sake of class and pedigree. The pedigree is like your heritage and your where your stock, your in other places, your stock that you come from genetically, but also like socially. And I think the genetic part would that probably be maybe the most arrogant part, but just the social background and the cultural standing, that the social standing that you had, the class that you had, was that, and it was respected for that. And so one person's coming from a background with entitlement, with privilege, a class. Another person is having to work themselves up to the same point. In other iterations of society, the one that's working themselves up might be looked at as a try hard or like new money, and the person of inherited privileged standing is actually the preferable and the more esteemed in a lot of societies. And I think that's actually the attitude now, even in the United States. If you look at a lot of prevailing ideas about like social etiquette now that prevail, a lot of, and this is part of where I want to go with this video, a lot of our standards of what is appropriate, both in terms of etiquette, but also like conduct in transacting, which can amount to crime. That it's changing. It has been changing drastically in the like with the as we've been calibrating and adjusting to the iteration and the capacity and capability of the digital of the World Wide Web. The different ways of existing, the what I've iterated in other videos, the nepotism, the privilege, which I'm referring to as what's the word I'm looking for? Imperialism. I can extrapolate imperialism as a way of life, a mode of life overlain upon the earth and its resources and its people, which are itself and its resources, for the last at least 400 or 500 years. Probably more, actually, probably closer to at least 1 to 2,000 years. Because I think so long as we've had the church, the official church, we've had feudalism. But then feudalism didn't start with the last two. So when you say this is the year 2025, what you're near about saying is this is 2025 years of the church state. That's what you're saying, because the church as we have it, the prevailing church, the Christian faith, is influential and powerful, and was an iteration of what's the word for that? It was what's that? Crusading. So the Christian church has been almost, you could appreciate it socially, culturally, and then at different times politically and physically and militarily as what's the word for that? As a crusade. So the author Mickey Royal, who he was a former street he was a man of leisure. That refers to what you would call pimp. But his standpoint is a little bit more. He appreciated himself as more so being refined, in that was a if you look back, I can't exactly quote the source. This isn't an original idea, but if you look at the experience of African American males, men this is actually playing into my the where I wanted to go with this video. So this concept is lending itself to this video. But if you appreciate the experience of black males, African males in the slavery system, which you can extrapolate that we're still in the slavery system for intensive purposes by and large, notwithstanding the different leisure and amenities and comforts and conveniences, we're still by and large, as power goes, as my relationship, as one person's relationship to another person goes, we're still largely within slavery, and we're not free to walk the earth as we as we would choose, as we would in nature. But and maybe when I and also according to there's another book I was reading that said that when you say something is natural, that doesn't necessarily mean good, because nature has things that are heinous and deadly too. That's not my original thought. That was who said that? There's I think it might have been Nassim Nicholas Taleb that explained that when you say something is natural, that doesn't necessarily in itself mean that it's good or better than what's like contemporary or like was been affected by the reasoning of men, humans. A lot of our ability to fashion shelter and conveyances, that means like transportation and services and amenities and shelter and fun and blessings, that capacity of humans to reason that, even the device I'm recording this upon, the smartphone, that's an oxymoron, probably, likely, smart and phone, but that you can't say that's necessarily not natural, because that's been fashioned and reared and wrought. Wrought means like when you like when you twist metal, like when you're forging something, it's been wrought with human reasoning, and human reasoning is yet a part of nature. So even the things that we have that would be considered modern, you could also say that they're natural, because they extend from the human capacity and reasoning and ingenuity, which is itself a part of nature and some of the bounties of nature. I want to do another video where I think that that's actually part of our history from trees. The fact that we were existing on and around trees as human beings, and a lot of how we still exist. Trees are deeply endemic to the earth. You can't go very far without seeing a tree, likely. But just the fact that our bodies correspond with trees, and then trees correspond with earth, a lot of the things that we're able to do upon the earth, not necessarily with trees. I think that the reason that we're able to do a lot of cool things, run, hike, jog, work, the different things we're able to do, it's because our bodies conceptually correspond with trees, which correspond with the earth. So we're actually fitted and outfitted to exist upon and enjoy the earth in the second place, trees in the first place, which are also part of the earth, so you could say the second place, but then the earth in the second place. In that, because we are reciprocal with trees, we are reciprocal with the earth, because the earth is reciprocal with trees, and trees are reciprocal with the earth. That's my position, and that I think I'm going to extrapolate upon that. But in the exact what we exist within contemporary, just the fact that we still need the resources of the earth, but the earth has been overlaid with private interest. You could reason the earth is so that I saw I see different advertisement for like someone there, like sometimes every once in a while, like people will boast their military background. So they'll be like a lot of people will boast their military background as though their military background is righteous and outstanding and moral and ethical and upright and valorous. I think that you could have that fancy that in past iterations of conflict, such as like especially like World War II, because in World War II, I wasn't there, so I don't have an exact standpoint on the history. My people that I come from in Africa share a history and a similar history, but also a direct lineage with some of the suffering of some of the European people that were affected in World War II, in terms of heinous, outright, intentional genocide. My people experienced a similar, not similar in terms of the experience or the expression, but just an actual intention to genocide a people. My people and a neighboring people where I come from suffered the same order, suffered or I don't know if there was if in World War II, I don't know if there had been declared a genocide order that was sanctioned, or if it was just if that was I don't know if that was a policy or an order or a protocol. I'm not sure what that experience was in World War II, but the people I come from in Southwest Africa, which was called German Southwest Africa at the time, a later younger colony of the Africas, it had been an order at that point, but it was also an intention to genocide people. And a lot of the actual the perpetrators against the people that I come from in that war, who did not take prisoners at some points, and also ran men, women, and children into the desert, where they could not survive. That they actually, some, you could say that potentially some of that cadre may have trained or been close to training some of the actual cadre involved in the latter genocides in World War II. But then also just their descendants, so they're maybe their one or two generate son, grandson could have been involved in in the uh the experience in World War II. But so in that iteration, when the entire American industrial complex, American industry engineered itself and vamped itself for war, that the entire I think my brother one time referred to it as there's a word for that, where it's like a full effort, like a full, they mobilized, it was a full scale mobilization or nearby. I can't speak as a military expert, but I think that when my brother watches a lot about like history and like military. He one time he said that what happened in World War II could be appreciated as a full or near about full scale mobilization of an entire nation for the purpose of war, world war. So you had many nations maybe doing that. That is, i.e., juxtapose vis-a-vis the axes and the allied powers of World War II. Just the sensation of that, the esteem of that, the spirit of that, it largely, I think it plays into the military professionals, and also attitudes around the military and within the military. It somewhat stems from that experience of World War II, I think, in modern times, where if you appreciate service members now, like, 'cause I've seen different like prestigious legal people and political people, which that might not be entirely different. A lot of our political people have a legal background. A lot of them, they'll boast a military background, and they may actually go into the military with the latter intention of parlaying that and pairing that into a political career. I would imagine a lot of people have that intention, or it lends itself to that, whether there had been intention. But I would say likely people would maybe have an intention, because you have ambitious people that can think 3 and 4 moves ahead, decades ahead. But they'll boast it as though this is something righteous that I did. I was part of this military effort in modern times to go up against something that was big and bad in modern times. But what you must appreciate is that, or I'm sorry, what I appreciate is that the modern iterations of conflict and war theater that have been, I think that some of them haven't actually been war theaters that were declared in recent times. They were conflict theaters. Because I don't like in Afghanistan. I don't know if they had the entire time, if Afghanistan had been had been designated as a war. I think it had been maybe a conflict, but I think Iraq might have been a war. But either, whether you appreciate Iraq or Afghanistan, the pretext could have been a little bit shady going into those, because you had the pretext of weapons of mass destruction in going into Iraq. And so it's almost like we get sold these wars. I remember when the Iraq war was just beginning, the first exchanges of military weaponry that were publicized of the Iraq war happened when I was in Tennessee. I was in high school in Memphis around 2003. I think that would have been the spring of 2003. I had been a junior in high school, and I knew nothing about what it is to be adult, what it means to be adult, how short a year is, because when you're still in school, a child, a year is a long time. So like, even though I was I was an upperclassman the latter part of my junior year, that was still a good amount of time before I'd be a senior in my eyes. But I could at least appreciate that that's significant, that they're talking about war, and I'm getting next to ready to be a grown ass man at that point. But they would show like these missiles, and I don't think they were hitting anything, but it's just like all the TVs would just show like a random scene in Baghdad, and then you just see these missiles like that. And so it's like they're selling it. They're like, yeah, this shit is about to be real, and this is but it's more so. It's still a little bit like an advertisement at that time because there's nothing necessarily profound about some missiles flying in the air, except that they're flying in the air, and we want you to see. We want all y'all to see right now that this is flying in the air right now. So, but then that actually did get into be a nitty gritty, horrible experience of war. Whether it had been conflict or war, it was still war, as it was felt by Americans and Iraqis, and as we took losses, Americans and Iraqis. I think the numbers of Iraq, and also in war, the civilians, the men, women, and children who are civilians, but especially women and children who are civilians, may take the heavier casualties and losses. If you think about it, I've heard, I think it might have been Hillary Clinton that said that women are the ones who really suffer in war, but she wasn't lying about that because yes, men lose their lives, but if you just look at the staggering numbers of losses of casualties, I would imagine that in a lot of wars, it had been the women and children were the casualties, the bystanders, the non-combatants, non-participants took losses. So I think if you the Iraq war, I think if you and it's not just the actual combat. Like a lot of people they fixate and they get off on the word combat, but the actual violence, the deprivation, the starvation, the displacement, the suffering, it's actually the economics is what the real suffering amounts to, and it extends from more so than the actual the actual combat theater. That's almost that's just like you imagine, like, so you have a household, right? The man goes to work and then brings back the bacon, and the energy that he spends at work, and then the status that they extend back to him with the paycheck, that makes the lights go on in the house, the home. But the living goes on in the home based on the exchange that the man is doing. But a lot of the living, maybe more of the living, the better of the living, the worst of the living, goes on in the home as an extension of that. And I think war might be like that, where these men they're getting off to doing crazy stuff, exchanging crazy energy, crazy experiences, horrible experiences, traumatic experiences, maybe also beautiful experiences, dangerous experiences, sexy experiences, thrilling experiences, all that. That's a lot of energy, but that's actually like sustaining this whole thing, the whole show, the whole debacle, the whole madness. The fighting is sustaining that, and it's giving the pretext and the pretension and the boundaries and the lines. It's carving out the lines of what the experience is. The fighting is doing that, but the real experience of war, it might and likely still be with the civilians, the men, women, and children who are non-combatants, maybe doing a lot of the warring, the dying, the suffering, maybe the sacrifices also, maybe the valor also, maybe the heroism also, if we're being honest. But it's similar like that with in a street context, where I think that if you take the streets, like a lot of times they don't tell you exactly what happened in the media. Like they'll say like, oh, a small child was killed by a stray bullet. If you were to take all the children who were appreciated as being caught by a stray bullet in a street conflict, which is still war, maybe that author Mickey Royal has said that the things that he knows of and has seen in the street would make some people who have actually been to war or appreciated as veterans squeamish if they knew what can transpire on the streets, how heavy the streets can be, how wicked and horrible the streets can be. But if you take all the people who were appreciated as stray bullet casualties, likely some of those were not what you would appreciate as a stray bullet. When it gets dog eat dog like that, real dog eat dog, when men go to doing the worst that is possible inclined towards doing the worst that's possible towards one another, according to different people have said, I think the YouTuber, the Game Spitter, has said that men, women, and children, civilians, are not outside of the the targeting of combat. So if a person is experiencing a street life, they're living a street life, when the actual authorities engage that person, a person who is associated with them or deriving benefit from them can still suffer consequences from a legal body going all the way back. The YouTuber, the Game Spitter, pointed that out. Like, for example, if you had like in the 30s, the 50s, the 70s, the 90s, present day, if you have someone in a street life and then they have a person who is with them, like a romantic partner, a spouse, maybe even a sibling, a child, a parent who is responsible for themselves legally, they can draw and suffer consequences, penalties by just being in that person's life. The legal, recognized official state sanctioned authorities can put those penalties on someone that's in the life of someone who's living a street background. How much more so would that be for the streets, where it's anything goes and no holds barred, and crazy money, fast money is on the table? That and so much more. So these different stray, when you hear different children being taken in by stray bullets, some of those may have been reckless stray bullets, but a lot of them were, and likely were, intentional, I would imagine. And then even some of the ones that might come through a home and hit someone, if someone's firing an automatic weapon at a home, and an innocent person is taking in those bullets, it probably factored into the calculus of someone that would point a weapon at a home, that there could be that there could be an innocent person there. So all the times you hear about a innocent bystander, or especially like a child was hit by a stray bullet, that's the media. That's the media taking it down a step for you, so that you can still think that things are okay, that you can be okay with your life and with life where you live, because you had it adulterated for you, like tamed down. But part of what was significant about the Vietnam War is that they were showing footage of what was happening. They were showing dead bodies being taken back from the battlefield daily. Like when my mom was growing up, they're showing that daily on the news. And those had actually been my mother's friends, neighbors, loved ones, people she looked up to, people she couldn't stand, people in her life were being taken off the battlefield in body bags, mass numbers daily, matter of fact. So that changed a lot of people's appreciation of war, I would imagine. War has always been war, but the publicity of war was at a peak, most prominent and accurate, I think, and vivid and graphic during the Vietnam War. I think that's probably from how media existed, and how what the protocol, capacity, and habit of media agencies, news, around the time of the Vietnam War. It was such that a lot of the real story came across more than it maybe has at other times in human life, for people who are not actually on the battlefield, the war zone. So, but I think that when I hear, but all I meant to say is that, so all I meant to say with the street stuff, and is just that likely in Iraq you had, it's been reason, I think it was Chris Hedges that said that you had an order of maybe 1 million lives that were lost, at least, in the war in Iraq. Not necessarily only from the fighting, likely the fighting, the numbers of losses of poor, marginalized Iraqi men and women and children, but more so men as combat goes. Likely there would have been, you actually can't capture that type of statistic with that type of chaos and madness and mayhem that's going on. But then what my father has shown me is that the military has always had more sophisticated technology than we know of. Obviously, what advantage would that be for if we actually had public knowledge of the real capacity and practices and protocol of the military at our disposal? That would not be difficult for their opposition to get their hands on, but also it wouldn't be viable for us to continue to support this apparatus and structure if we really knew the real mayhem. We know bad stuff goes on in war, but we do not know that bad stuff goes on in war as civilians. But what my father has shown me is that the technology has always been more sophisticated, more deadly than we know of. So also the experiences, the atrocities, the losses, the suffering, the trauma of people that would be up against something as broad, sophisticated, deadly, and serious as the Western military apparatus, they've probably had much more losses, but also mayhem and terror and suffering than we can appreciate as ordinary people, just simply because we don't know what the hell technology was used about them. So we know some of it, like, you have, so an example would be Agent Orange. How horrible is Agent Orange, for anyone that knows what Agent Orange is? If anyone is watching this video and you don't know what Agent Orange is, good for you. I hope you never find out what the hell it is or have a reason but Agent Orange was deadly in the Vietnam War, and such that it was so deadly that, see, the deadliest thing, and this is another thing I want to say in this video, fire doesn't care who it burns. A lot of people are fixated with guns until their own gun is pointed at them and used against them, is when your own gun would not be cool anymore, because fire doesn't care who it burns. Also, Agent Orange doesn't care which way it blows. So some of the Agent Orange blew back on American service members, as likely would have been appreciated or anticipated by anyone that was giving orders to employ Agent Orange, but it did blow back. But that's an example of how stuff. So Agent Orange, we know of Agent Orange because we would have to know of enough rank and file members experienced it or were around it, and then also some of the repercussions and the atrocities and backlash. You can't conceal that, like with Agent Orange. But that's if you just appreciate how terrible Agent Orange is. Do you think really Agent Orange is actually the worst thing that military minds have ever thought of? Do you think that? I don't think that. Then or now or before or now and in the future, there had been and will be and is likely way wickeder, colder, deadly, lethal, effective stuff existing and being employed than we can appreciate. Another one would be like the drones. So we probably the drones may have been employed in Vietnam and before Vietnam. Is if you think about what a remote control airplane is, if you got some military type wicked minds thinking about hurting people. When I was a kid, I grew up in I was around the city of Albuquerque when I was a little kid. This was in the 90s. So in the 90s, you would have like different remote control stuff, like remote control cars. I loved remote control cars, and I had my hands on any ones that I could get. My family would a lot of times they'd give me like money around my birthday, like 10 from this one, 20 from this one, 15 from this one, and I'd save it up and exactly buy a remote control car. But my mom never let me. My mom never let me purchase a remote control airplane in the 90s because they had remote control airplanes way before that when she was young, like in the 60s, in the 70s, at least the 80s and 70s, probably the 60s and 50s, at least they had remote control airplanes. But she actually knew someone that like they flew their own airplane into their face. And so she never let me have them as a kid. But when I was a kid, they would have this thing called the Beach Water Park in Albuquerque. So it's like a water park in Albuquerque. And water parks are a bigger deal and cooler when you're in a desert area, like or a desolate area like Albuquerque. Kids love swimming, but kids in the deserts, like I was, hell of love swimming. So the water park was really cool. It's probably like maybe 5 miles from where I live, but it's far as hell when you don't have a car and you're a little kid and you can't go outside the gates where you live. That's like far away. So I would always have in my mind, dang, so if I had a remote control airplane, I'd find a way to put a little camera on it, and then I'd fly it exactly over the beach, and I'd take a picture of all the people at the beach, especially like the beautiful girls at the beach, and I'd look at it. That's what was going through my mind as a kid in the 90s. We didn't hear a lot about drones in the 90s when I was growing up. I didn't know what the hell a military drone would be in the 90s, but it wouldn't be hard to imagine it then. But do you think that I was the first one to ever have that thought in the 90s? Probably likely not. Probably in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 60s, in the 50s. Do you think it never occurred to someone to outfit and fashion something like a drone? Now, I'm not saying that they had necessarily had the technology back then, but it wouldn't be hard to conceive of something like a drone or even make it. If you look at what they could do with military before the 50s, right? So like the B-52 bombers, radar evasion tactics, different stuff like that. We had music on the radio back then, or radio communication, all kinds of sophisticated stuff way back in the 50s and before that. So do you really think that they got all the way around to inventing and conceiving drones in the 2000s with the war in Afghanistan? I don't think so, but that's just an example of how they've had more technology and probably more cold stuff was happening that we don't know about. But if you appreciate service members that boast their military background, the spirit that they're doing it is kind of like as though we're going up against the Axis powers. We're the allies going up against the Axis, and that's what I've been about for the last 5, 10, or 15 years. But I think that the earth and its resources and its people, which are also itself and its resources, and the access to which and the sharing of which that makes life possible and viable and is demanded of all people and beings upon the earth, has been overlain with private interest in the last. That's how we'd appreciate it now. Private, corporate. According to Taj Tariq Bey, when you say corporate, you're referring to a structure, a group structure, cohort, similar and a part of piracy, like on the high seas. I think back in in the movie The Pirates of the Caribbean, they had something called the Dutch East India Trading Company, and the Dutch East India Trading Company, something along that lines existed, that formidable and well organized upon the high seas, according to Taj Tariq Bey. And that model is what is being replicated and existing and experienced whenever you experience anything to do with something corporate currently. Corporate is still corporate, and it's still horrible if you ever have a problem that gets it all the way up to corporate or just has any type of corporate technicality to it. I experienced that getting access back to my phone when I was recently experiencing some medical services, is that it was very difficult to get access to my own phone and my own service if there had been a problem that has to go through corporate. But it's like the experience of walking up to some pirates, well-dressed pirates with fancy devices that they're selling all day long. They want the booty, right? So if someone walks in the store, what do pirates want? They want the booty. They want the pretty girls, and they want the money, and they want whoever's having money and the pretty girls, and also the pretty girls' money. That's what pirates want as soon as you walk through something corporate, like even to get your phone turned back on. You might find some real, I would imagine on the different pirates over time, you might actually have some real honest people mixed up in pirates, about pirates, because they maybe didn't have a choice where they're coming from. Same with the military. You likely had people, honest people mixed up in and with military. And as you would experience something like a military or a corporation or a group of pirates, it's about the booty. It's about anyone having booty, and booty having booty is what they're about and are still about. Corporations, pirates, military. But you actually have some real people mixed up in there, and those are going to be your blessings and your mercies that you get. The ones you're not getting a lot, but you may likely get some mercy that'll make your life at least possible and viable. Those are the real, honest, decent, at least fair people within this horrible stuff. Is what has been my experience. But it's based on anything corporate to do with corporate. My understanding is that it's based on pirates, according to Todd Street Bay. The practices and the structure of a pirate outfit is what a corporation is. The structure, the power structure, but that's actually overlaid on all of life now. So but that's as long as we've been on the high seas, ostensibly. According to Todd Bay, also some of seafaring capacity, it might come from the Moors, because we understand that a lot of colonialism began with Christopher Columbus, but Christopher Columbus was chartered out of Spain, and Spain is exactly what was landed upon by the Moors, who were seafaring. So it's not actually a broad extrapolation to conceive that perhaps Spain got some of its capacity, knowledge, and know-how around. We're not actually taught how seafaring came to be in school. Like a lot of times we say, oh yeah, this was the Dark Ages. This was the bubonic plague. This was the Renaissance, and then now we have ships and boats, and now we're good to go all the way across the ocean. We actually don't get it clearly how that got routed. Now, I didn't look into that in school, and maybe they would have some explanation for that. But what it appears to me is that you had Europe being Europe, and then from the popular history, Europe is being Europe, and then they're contacted by the Moors. Like maybe I think maybe in school we're taught roughly 13, 14, 1500s contact with the Moors. I can't. That might be fake news. That's just my concept of coming through school, is that you have the Moors in Spain, 13, 14, 1500s, maybe 1200s, but my estimation is somewhere around there from what I really remember at school. Then we're all the way in America with Christopher Columbus. But I think it's likely that some of the seafaring came from the Moors. That'd be my estimation. But as the earth and its resources go, is that it's been overlain with private interest. That another way of saying that is that the earth is ran by pirates. Now, the earth and all of its resources are overrun with pirates. But the only person who can displace a pirate, who can tell a pirate what the hell to do, is a bigger pirate. So who would be the bigger pirate? Who actually has state-sanctioned power the world over that is obeyed, or at least calculated and adjusted for by all people the world over, pirates included, gangsters, everyone included. Everyone at least factors. Everyone doesn't necessarily fear or bow down to, or run away from state power, but everyone must take state power into account before the feds kick the door and run in on them. The feds, that is the pirates, the well organized of the pirates, or the uniquely organized of the pirates would be the feds. It had actually been the state before that, and then before that had been the church. Did we ever get separation of church and state? Really? Did we ever really truly get separation of church and state? We did. Okay, so who? So you go somewhere, right? You go like to. Sometimes I'll visit my mom at work, and there's a lot of important people where my mom worked. I'll go up there. I got a real reason to talk to security. I'm not dressed bad, but I'm just a regular guy. I have a real actual need to talk to security. So just because I'm simply trying to reach my mom and I might not have my phone with me, but I have an authentic reason to talk to security. I got to the desk first. I'm a grown man. I'm about 6'4". It's how tall I stand. I am 6'4". With my shoes on, I'm 6'4", talking to security. A little old lady that has an important title walks in behind me. That you don't know who she is or what she does, but you can tell she has some kind of job that would make her feel important, and she acts like that, and she looks like that, and she can make that kind of complaint about another person somewhere, about someone using a business or someone working at a business. She can make a little old complaint that'll F someone right up over out of their livelihood if she needed to. That person, and that can be felt off of her when she walks in there. So I got to the desk first, but like, oh yeah, man, here this goes. So what can I do for you? Hi, ma'am. How you doing? Okay, yeah, okay, yep. No, it's right over that way. It's okay. Yeah, what can I do for you? Yeah, that's the sensation. So that person that's having that kind of, because we had separation of church and state like that, right? So that person, they're having that kind of, now that's not a religious clergy necessarily that was way in the hell more important than just a simple man and a citizen that engaged a service. But she's having state power, that person. Likely, in order for her to attain that rank of state power and also have the graces and the standing to operate at that role and stay within the circles that she would need to participate in to be comfortable and secure in that role in the state, she would likely participate in some form of religion, I would imagine. You're not getting to like those really high or just solid posts, I don't think, without some kind of association or recognition or familiarity or comfort around faith circles and also around relationships. It's been said that you can't, some of the really high seats, you have to be married because it's like a form of like collateral or or social proof, is that just to be, you don't necessarily have to be faithful to your partner, but you have to have an official partner. It's because back in like in India, they don't recognize a man as truly viable and capable and activated without the female counterpart. That's the standpoint of certain Indian backgrounds, according to Arthur Avalon, and I'm not saying that's wrong. It's also true. Even children are like that. Like, because I worked as a school bus driver, and very very small children, they want to know, are you married? Do you have kids? It might seem like just like a benign question, but it's actually kind of serious. It's like, are you really married? Do you have someone that respects you enough to love you and stand by with you in life and choose your presence, company, and decision-making capacity over other similar and qualified, over, under, and less qualified men? Do you have a woman who actually stamps you like that, who validates you like that? Do you? A very small child can sense that and ask that question. So can a older child, so can a young adult, so can a regular adult, so can an older adult. Maybe a really old person wouldn't give a damn and they know that's about some bull crap. But most people, they can appreciate, are you validated by a partner that's sanctioned? If you want to have a real state, a real role, having power where people smile at you naturally while they say F off to someone else. Like, just to have that kind of pull of that important. So, but those people that actually do, so we can say that likely they would be married, and if they're married, it'd have to be sanctified. If it was sanctified, it would likely be from a church. So therefore, at some point before they got around to having a state office, title, professional role, they got around to a faith religious service, I would imagine, and they would have had to, in one way or another, to support that type of role. When they're at that faith service, did they not bow their head down before, for its intents and purposes, a king? We're told it's the best king, the most beautiful king, the greatest thing that ever happened, that ever made this whole life that we've never seen before. In one way or another, that's what we're all paying homage to when we go to a service. The greatest, the best that we don't know a damn thing about, but it's the best, and we're gonna bow our head before it. That's actually a way colder, more efficient king. Because even if you had any king, like I don't, I'm not the best looking person. I'm not the worst looking person. If you put me up there as the king, that wouldn't be as viable as an invisible king, because the invisible king, it can't have any problems because it's so perfect that it's invisible and we never seen it before. But some people did see it, but we actually didn't know what it looked. We don't have a picture of it, so it's more perfect like that. See, things are more, your imagination is more beautiful than reality. It can be appreciated. So whatever you imagine of a king, of a prince, of a throne, of a deity, of anything, whatever you imagine of it is actually more, can be potentially more beautiful than reality. Osho said that that's true with, like, if you look at like things like nudity, stuff like that. A little bit of concealment is more compelling than outright nudity because it leaves room to the imagination, and the imagination is more profound. It's the same with the king. An invisible king is more perfect and beautiful and potent than an actual living man, woman, or child that you can see in front of you, because you can't perceive the flaws in something that you can't perceive. So all I meant to say is that, so we do still have like we still do have, so you have, so all people the world over, regular people, pirates, which more so most people are some form of pirate if you really break down the dynamics of what they live, or how they live, or where they go to get a paycheck, that they're therefore a part, that's therefore corporate, that's therefore based on pirate practices in the past, or at least power relationships. It can be appreciated that you got a lot of pirates, and always have, because wherever, I said in another video, wherever there's value exchanged, like conveyed, waterway, walkway, airway, expressway, whatnot, you'll have some form of piracy going on there. So you got, the earth has its resources, it's overran by pirates. The pirates have to check in with, or at least adjust for, be aware of, calibrate for, get over on, but also get under on, and get by with the state power. The state yet organized, so therefore the state is the bigger pirate, or at least the more heavy pirate, the one with the heavy, the first pirate had been the state, is what I'm saying. That must be the experience is that the number one pirate spot, as it's not necessarily the most deadly or most lucrative or the best, but at least as the rank goes, the state has the number one rank for the pirate spot, but the state came from, is still under, I think, the church had been, so therefore the church would be the bigger pirate. And so we've had and then also, so the earth and its resources are compromised by pirates. The pirates check in with the state is ran by the church. So from that standpoint, what I'm saying is that these different people that are like into this military stuff and whatnot, and there, so you have this big, so I just came from this theater, or this part of operations of the world for the military. You're saying that now in the second, the complete first quarter, the end of the completion of the first quarter of the 21st century, you're saying that you just came from this big theater of operations, as though you were part of this big apparatus that went up against the Axis powers. But really, likely, you had people, marginalized, poor people the world over, compromised, effed out of their opportunity to exist by the implications and the privileges and entitlements and incongruencies and inequities of the actual power structure, nepotism structure, gentrification structure, imperialist structure, that their life wasn't viable, comfortable, sustainable, or ethical under that. They find a way to organize themselves and advocate for themselves and present and stand up for themselves, with and without arms, because all people that have been attacked by the apparatus of the military system, which is not limited to the actual authentic recognized divisions of the military. You also have the more sophisticated law enforcement, regular law enforcement, but then your high tier law enforcement, national and abroad, and then you go all the way up into espionage, different forms of social control, social engineering, all the way up and down through that whole thing. So the military might be just the most obvious blunt in your face thing. That's also a little bit of a job, like a job structure for to get to incorporate people that don't have something better to do. If we're being honest, it serves that structure. There's also an economic component of the military that's not actually part of any military. Is not some of the military is not actually to achieve a military objective. I think some of it's actually an economic objective. Just it's actually a form of socialism if you think about it. Healthcare and the military both. Healthcare might be the soft version of that, like for women and people that are not into combat or not into military. But then also that does play into the military. Is this the soft aspect of that, of a jobs program, of a socialism to keep capitalism viable and afloat for the system broadly, but also for family members who are related to people who may be more comfortably in the system, but they're still family members and they still got to eat and they still need a job. So let's get them in medicine, or let's get them in the military. But then you have the military might be the hard aspect of that. So you have medicine and military and medicine, because if you go to a hospital, you have different lower degrees of military there, security, armed guards, whatnot, but it's still serious and it's still actually a military presence. So you have military presence in medicine and military presence, and both medicine and military can be appreciated as a weapon. The author, I had a conversation in privacy with an eminent scholar, and he told me that medicine as it exists as a structure now, and as it's experienced by citizens in a society like in the West, it can be appreciated as a weapon to heal something. So healing and hurting is not entirely different, and actually sometimes to heal something you have to hurt it a little bit to heal it. Just like to exercise, you have to break something down to make it stronger. So medicine really is a weapon, whether or not it's working in the best interest of someone. Even if medicine is working in the best interest of someone, collectively, and also as the expression of an iteration of healing, it's somewhat of a weapon, medicine is. But then if you take it into the broader political framework and structures, machinations, intentions, and the advantages that it's intended to sustain, and the outcomes that it mets out to, that it deals out to people who are not at the favorable end of it, like marginalized people with stigmatizing diagnosis, people who are pandered to with medicine that may be detrimental, medicine that's conceived and profited from that may be detrimental. That big, broad apparatus, beast, lucrative money maker that is medicine is actually a weapon, in fact. And the military is also like that. But the actual the blunt military that's in your face that you can see that's accounted for, because I think that a lot of real military objectives, you actually can't entirely account for it, because if you could account for it, it could be scrutinized by civilians that would cause a problem, and opposition that would cause a problem. If you actually accounted for the real booking of real military objectives. So a real military objective is going to be black book, like it's not accounted for. It's provisions that are set aside that are intended not to be accounted for, but it makes some of that viable. But then also, I listened to a testimony of a former agent of one of your more high tier, sophisticated, near about espionage type of law enforcement, and he was saying that a lot of these law enforcements, they receive nominal subsidies from a tax base or from the state, but then they refurbish and refashion and repurpose those dividends, they reinvest that, so such that they can exist on and operate on their own investments. It may have came from state sanctioned, but somehow it's almost like a more sophisticated form of money laundering. So the state affords the provisions. The provisions are invested in legit, congruent things that actually bring back capital, but then that secondary capital is not subject to the same scrutiny as the original provisions, and that might actually be just a dynamic that can't be avoided for the type of objectives that they achieve. And I'm not saying anything is entirely good or bad, but that's how that exists, I think, according to the testimony of at least one former espionage type person that has public testimony on YouTube. But But the actual the military in your face that you can see that's recognized, that has more purposes than just a military objective. Because if you think about it, so you got like you're up against this army, right? And they got a leader of that army. Now, does it make sense to get the most baddest commando of your entire fleet and go make and get a bunch of them and have them upscale a whole bunch of buildings and like do crazy stuff and blow up stuff and do and then barely get the person that you're trying to take out? Or does it make more sense to like the coldest way? If you really wanted the easiest way, I'm gonna give some game. So according to Nassim Nicholas Taleb, the actual legal way to kill someone, if you wanted to kill someone legally, is that you would hire a personal doctor for them and let them have their own doctor. That doctor is likely going to get around to over helping them and injure them at some point, because there's something called iatrogenics, that's damage caused by a healer. So I actually heard a story about that recently. I was receiving medical treatment, and the person who was healing me said that they had a they told me a story of someone that lost the sensation of feeling in their body because of a medical service they were receiving. Like, that I'm not going to say what, but like different stuff that's like that makes sounds that has to do with your back, like those different type. Apparently you can actually become you can become paralyzed with like certain medical services that have to do with your back. If the person just made a mistake, or maybe you didn't trust them, you can get hurt like that. So I found out that I don't know the real story, but I just know that apparently people have gotten hurt before, by like to the point where they're actually losing sensation in their body by different things that are supposed to help your back. Um, so um, uh, what so but what I meant to say is that um, the um, but so if the legal way to kill somebody is likely to hire a personal doctor. For me, some of the worst injuries that I sustained to my self-esteem, but also to some of my potential to be to enjoy the sensation of being an adult, has come from different medical people that would have a personal interest, that actually took great lengths and invested themselves and their family, likely in terms of finance, but also their time and effort, to have a preconceived training about what a human being is and will be and can be before ever having met me and experienced nothing of me. Then they come across me and they overlay their preconceived training, which they are invested in. They invested in to get the training, and they also derive a livelihood with the training that involves my participation, to some of which to my detriment, insert themselves in my life and attend me my life over multiple decades. Who I am now and who I was when I tripped the wire to be recognized by a medical professional. It, what I am now that's different than that, better and worse, but for my taste better, or even what was good about me then that wasn't appreciated about me then, but is still good about me now, and I recognize now, embrace now. That doesn't matter, because you actually were recognized by that training, and that training was invested in. That your participation, willing or consent, willing or not, is lucrative, and in the expression of their profession and their training is lucrative to them. So there's a lot of interest in what's your best interest, and is that really your best interest? Is my experience of medicine, but that's called iatrogenics. But if you just simply wanted to assassinate someone, like that'd be that'd be just like a mistake. So iatrogenics is not necessarily intentional. You could say some of it might be subconsciously, consciously, and unconsciously detrimental, but in some combination of that, it amounts to iatrogenics, and it can. But if you just have someone if you're in a hospital, right? You're in a hospital for a week. How many people serve you medication and food and clean and have something to do with you, talk to you in a hospital that you don't know, but they're actually preparing something for you and giving it to you and ingesting to you. A lot of times, sometimes you'll see, like, you go to a restaurant and you see police ordering at a restaurant. You're at kind of like a nice upscale restaurant, and you're like, why would a police officer like wear their uniform into a restaurant? Like, are they trying to show off? Are they slipping? in a restaurant? Are they just showing their presence? Why is a police officer all up in a restaurant trying to enjoy a restaurant like they're on a date or like they're having a good time? Like, aren't they supposed to be like fighting bad guys and off in the cut and popping out when they need to save somebody and when the bad guy didn't see him coming? Why are they all up in the restaurant like that? They're there because they can see what's being prepared. So likely, if you never saw a police officer in a sit down restaurant, when you saw a police officer, they were in an a la carte, pick your food, have it made in front of your face, a sandwich shop or burrito shop, something where you Asian food, something cool where you can see exactly what's being prepared in front of you. That's what a police officer does, because I guess they've learned enough lessons that you can get hurt bad if you don't see what's getting made up for you. But for someone in a hospital, whether you're on the hook, like you have a diagnosis and you have to always, so even if you didn't get into a hospital, you're just having pharmaceutical medications put in your face, but you didn't know where the hell they came from or how they got prepared or what they can do to you. Just like a police officer wouldn't want that to eat that. A police officer wouldn't want to eat something that they didn't see prepared. They wouldn't want to eat a pill that they didn't see prepared, a burrito that they didn't see prepared, a sandwich that they didn't see prepared. A police officer wouldn't want nothing to do with that. But here you go, a civilian, and that's supposed to be good for you, something that you don't know nothing about that you're consuming. But even if you're in a hospital, whether you choose to be there or not, you're having a lot of stuff prepared for you that you don't know what the hell that is or where that came from. That'd be probably the soonest way to assassinate someone, anyone, would be in a hospital, someone, or just food, just something being prepared that you didn't see how it got prepared. That'd be the neatest, cleanest, lethalest way to complete something. But that's not the only way to complete something. They say there's at least like 6 million ways to die. So all I meant to say is that if you actually had like a military objective, like they want to actually kill someone that's having rank and say so, or just strategy, they want to kill someone, this big old commando stuff that might actually just be more so for show and for political purposes. That might actually be political theater. As strange as it might say, some of combat and military and fighting might actually be political theater. The real baseball, the real killing, the real living, the real dying, that might go way more sophisticated off the books to get something like that done. So all I'm saying is that a lot of the military apparatus, that is not the real military apparatus. But then likely in the Iraq war, there were much more and worse of casualties, largely on the Iraqi side, but maybe also on the American side or the Western side, that we don't know about, and it would upset political sensibilities and purposes if we actually knew what had happened, and it would upset our understanding of what is ethical and right and wrong to do for ourselves, with ourselves, for other people, with other people, to other people. It would confound that, and we might not actually be able to cope if we knew what really is existing around some of this type of dynamics that is actually still state sanctioned, a lot of it, or whether that's officially state sanctioned or off the books state sanctioned. It's still state sanctioned, and the state is still kowtows to the church, I would imagine. But so the the earth has been overlaid by private interests, that's corporate interests, that's pirates. But beyond, but that's still imperialism. But then going back before that, all the way to 2025 years ago, that above ground officially, that's the church. That, so you have 2025 years of crusading, whether it's outright bloody or it's just cultural, it's still imperialism, because it's prevailing in its hegemony. Hegemony means like overwhelmingly respected. It's still its hegemony, and it's still experienced as imperialism, which to my taste is nepotism in the first place, and then gentrification in the second place, and then every manner of privilege, entitlement, and paternalism, and inequity of standing from that point. But so that's, but then before that you had at least the Roman Empire, for probably a few thousands of years before that, that had a lot of prevailing influence upon the earth. And then that would be still feudalism. So we've had a lot of feudalism upon the earth. But sometimes I think that when people are are in the military, what are we actually fighting in the military? I think we are fighting people trying to survive. So you have you take like a lot of your like these different like services that we have, like phone service, internet service, different licenses, identification. What is this preoccupation with identification and transacting online? This cybersecurity nightmare apparatus mess. What is it? It's not always just entirely to get away from criminals. And what are criminals? Maybe criminals are people who are estranged from the status quo system, trying to survive. Can that employ violence? Yes. Can that employ a different understanding of right and wrong that's different than the state sanctioned rules, that is man-made laws that are constantly changing to overcome people trying to survive, whether those people are appreciated as criminals or not? Yes, but there's still people trying to survive. So I think that like sometimes you, so if you were to really solve a crime, right? Like, so, and I actually want to do this about crime a little bit, this video. If you were to solve a crime, you would solve all. If you, I think if you could solve one crime, you solve all crime. If you understood one sin, you understand all sins, and that they're all connected. All crimes are connected, and all sin is connected in my to my taste. So therefore, you're not getting to the bottom of any crime anytime soon. But you can express politics. So if something has happened that's wrong, like, and I wanted to talk a little bit about Jeffrey Dahmer and P Diddy in this one, because I this is actually a follow up to my previous video called Viday, where I alluded to discussing the significance of the series about Jeffrey Dahmer's the P Diddy trial, and I'm going to try to touch on that now. But I'm not saying that I know what they did that was right and wrong, and how much and what of they did that was right and wrong, or if I think Jeffrey Dahmer actually confessed to a lot of what he did, but as P Diddy goes, I can't speak to what he did or didn't do. But all I know is that it's in question what they did do, and it's potentially they did things that were not was appreciated as ethical, such as to injure another person, whether physically, emotionally, their livelihood, their actual experience of living. They both may have done that, but or at least are in question. But actually, if you got to the bottom of what they did, who they did it to, how they were able to do it, when they were able to do it, where they were able to do it, what they did, that would speak to a deeper crime and incongruence, a lot of which I alluded to in this video. That is, um, uh, um, uh, crusading, uh, imperialism, nepotism, gentrification, paternalism, inequity. What they did or are accused of doing, and that they got away with it, you could extrapolate in both those senses, both those men, all the way back to the original that line. And so, but you wouldn't actually be able to stop, because if they, because likely if they really did do a crime, if Jeffrey Dahmer really did do a crime, and P Diddy really did do a crime, you actually, some things you can't do it without being initiated into it. So you, like when I was a little kid, one day these kids came up to my door. They knocked on my door, like for the hell of it, in the middle of the day. Who's there, mom? No one's there. A couple minutes later, knock knock. Who's there? Who's there, mom? No one's there. Then about like 20 minutes later, I open the door and all these older kids, because my door, you had a whole bunch of doors, like apartment doors, but mine, it had like a little corridor. So like you'd have like a little straight walk, and then mine had like, you had a wall on this side, and then our patio on this side. So you had to come down like a little hallway. So these kids, they're playing ding dong ditch. They were like 4, 5, 6 grades older than me, but they were cool to me. They're knocking on all these doors and then running away in this thing called ding dong ditch. Now, they were at like a student living place where these were all like student families. But had you done that in the broader community, like nowadays, they could have got their little asses blown off. I don't mean to be disrespectful for kids, because they were bigger than me, but they were still kids then. But whoever was playing Ding Dong Ditch or would play Ding Dong Ditch then and now, if you tried that now in a certain place, you could get your ass blown off day or night. But and meet a warrior. But they actually did, because I was dressed up like Shaka Zulu, because at that time my dad had let me watch some Shaka Zulu like at one of his friends' parties. And so I had thought I had been a warrior, and so they were like knocking like that, and I opened the door. Who are you guys? Or I don't know. I said something like a little kid would say, but I was dressed up like Shaka, and I had thought I was Shaka, and I damn it would have fought their ass like Shaka if it came down to it at that point, even as they were bigger than me, because that's how I was. That's how the movie Shaka moved me. But what are you guys doing? Oh, you're knocking on the doors and run away. Can I come with you? So I don't remember ding dong ditching with them, but I remember that I got to hang out with them a little bit. and then they got their ass in worse of trouble. And then one of like the cooler ones, she actually ended up showing me love like later, and like she was like a friend of mine because she was like draw. Back then they used to have these thing called like gangster Looney Tunes. They'd be like on these different like shopping bags and stuff. The '90s was really kind of like a gangster time, and they even the Looney Tunes had gangster themes. So she would draw these gangster Looney Tunes for me that I liked a lot. But when that first day I met her, they had been playing Ding Dong Ditch, and then they let me tag along as a little idiot, a little kid. And then when they finally got their ass in trouble, they're like, "Yeah, but you're guilty too. You're guilty. You were with us. You're guilty." No, you're. And I was like, "What does guilty mean? What's guilty?" So that's the first time I kind of learned a kind of wicked word. But a lot of like crime, it's about guilt. So if you actually could trace the guilt, likely something would if P Diddy did what he's accused of, and if and that Jeffrey Dahmer did what he's accused of, likely something was perpetrated around them or to them or for them or with them when they were impressionable and naive and still learning what it is to be a human and to exist, that let them know that that's possible, that that can be done, how that can be done, where that can be done, that can be done, and their understanding of why they would do that, they would actually have to be initiated into that and brought on board with that. And that's the same with like a lot of like crime, is that if someone's like, a lot of people say like if two people walk out like dressed like a tough person or like a street person, one person might say, "Man, that person's a goofy, man. That fool look goofy." And one person, they might shut the hell up talking about that person. They wouldn't have nothing to say. Now, those people might be the same trained, and they might be more or less capable in different circumstances of standing up for themselves or fucking over someone that would call them goofy. But the difference is that one who's considered goofy and one that's considered official. The one that's considered official was brought into that. So like they were recruited, courted, trained, and participate in something that came before them, likely, or they just might be that wicked that they don't need to be part of anything and they're just respected as being wicked, but they still would have had to learn. Like if you get someone who's like really like a wicked type person, but they're not part of nothing directly, they likely grew up around it, and they grew up like they had family members that did that and they saw that done. So likely if somebody is capable of doing something incredible but also like heinous, they would have had to somehow see that that can be done, or they discovered it for themselves, but they had the conditions that would have them doing stuff like that and trying stuff like that. So in one way or another, there had been some kind of crime that is inequity that pushes a person into the lifestyle and the capacity and the habit and the understanding of perpetrating wrong. So it goes deeper. So all I meant to say is that there's a limitation to how far and how you can persecute crime, because the crime comes to a deeper crime. And I think that sometimes you see like a lot of the film Training Day is a good example of that. The film Training Day it's deep, but some people might not know how deep the movie Training Day is. What the film Training Day is showing you with Denzel Washington, and I think it's Ethan Hawke. I'm not sure the other man's name, but he's also a famous actor. What they're showing you is actually the limitation of the law, because the older person, Denzel Washington, he actually knows how the law works and doesn't. What are the limitations of the law? What are the dynamics of the law? What is the game of the law? What is the politics of the law? But so much so that he's so jaded, he's so experienced, he's so comfortable with the incongruencies in the law and the leniencies in the law and the gray area of the law, that he actually fucked himself over, because he bit off more than he can chew, because he got too comfortable with his own corruption. But you could say that he maybe could have never got outside of corruption. That film is actually based off of a real man. There's a real man in Los Angeles, or was in Los Angeles, who was like, I listened to a video by it was on the Star Report, a media personality named the Star, with the Star Report, and he had some like recurring guests on there that are interesting people. A lot of his recurring guests are actually outstanding on there, because they're brave for the type of comments they enter, but they're also very enlightening. And they had a young man, I think he's like a Hispanic man from California. He's my favorite participant on that show, and he always says really insightful, cold things that you can't say things like that without really experiencing things or just knowing how things move. And what he was saying is that as you get to the higher tiers of like street life, there's a little bit of a hand in glove relationship that's necessitated, where sometimes people that are very street, have been in the streets a long time, around the streets a long time, they're actually more comfortable with law enforcement than you would think, just because they know how to deal with law enforcement and they're not intimidated, and they might actually, you spend enough time working around someone, you become their friend a little bit, or you might like, you're not their friend, but you like them a little bit. People you work with, so you could say cops and robbers, they might like each other a little bit because they're still human at the end of the day. We're all on different sides of this wicked, mean game of money, but you spend enough time around someone, you might get to like them a little bit. Now, just because someone's your friend doesn't mean you can't still kill them or mess them over. And a lot of the worst things that have probably been said about me, or just the worst sabotage I've ever experienced in my life, which is not incredible compared to other people, had actually been people close to me, like friends and family. So just because just someone's your friend doesn't mean that they're still not deadly to you. But you spend enough time around someone and you get to know them a little bit. You get to know what they do. You might do a couple business if you're being honest. So according to this man that called in the Star Report, as you get to higher tiers of both streets and law enforcement, they actually overlap and converge, just like a spectrum, like a full scale spectrum. So you're more naive of which, you're more gullible of which. Now I don't mean to say that disrespectfully, but just the people that really believe in the cause and the mission, that might actually be at the earlier stage. So you're actually more deadly people, serious people, sincere people, might be people with less experience. That's actually what you saw on training day on the benign side of that. So he was very sincere and staunch and sturdy as upstart. I think he was a narcotics officer, but very rookie and green. But he believed in the mission and he believed in right and wrong for the sake of right and wrong. That'd be that standpoint. That's actually somewhat formidable for a law enforcement to have that position, but it may not be viable over the long point. The opposite of that would be like a young criminal, a new criminal, impressionable criminal, where they believe in the mission, point blank, um, no gray area. That might actually be your more so realer, sturdier one. But if they start having rank and experience, you have to play the game at a certain point because you won't be smooth enough to stay free if you don't play the game. So from that standpoint, people with more experience, so maybe you could say the middle of something would be the realer. So a little baby might not be the realest thing because they're naive and they don't have experience. But then someone right in the middle of something, they don't it's more real at that point. But then you get to the latter point, it's so sophisticated that there's a little bit of it actually like dovetails. So right and wrong, I think they dovetail at the ladder, the beginning and the ladder. So a baby doesn't know much about right and wrong, and a baby isn't entirely good or bad. A baby is pure, but it's not good or bad. It's just like a blank slate. But then the middle, you might have more of your idealism, your zeal, your effort, the sincerity of what you stand for and how you stand for it. That might be like a little bit like the middle or the beginning. Then as you get experience towards the end, it dovetails and it overlaps and it solves. So right and wrong, they kind of converge at the end. That might also be similar like with military, like where you become a lot of what you go up against. So like a lot of people, like I would imagine like a lot of I watched a video about some service members in Afghanistan, and by the time they got done with their deployment, they were training in new service members on their side. That is the Western the Western forces in Afghanistan. But when they would be training them, they would be dressed up just like the what's called the insurgents. That might be a distasteful word for a lot of people, insurgent, because they're just human beings fighting for different things they believe in, where they're from, at the place where they're from. So you could actually say the Western might be a little bit more of insurgents just because they had to travel that many thousands of miles to be there. But and those other people might be just the locals. But but when they're training the new cadre, they're imitating and they're aping the tactics and behaviors of what's called the insurgents, who they now have some experience of, but not the experience of, but some of the experience of by going up against them. So you can imagine that the real veterans, I would imagine like the veterans of the Afghanistan war on the Western side, they would probably have a large respect and understanding and experience of feeling what the insurgents can do, can say, what they think, how they feel. An actual service member who has been fighting would actually be similar to, you become like what you're against. So you could say that something's overlap where you do much this of fighting against insurgents, and you may become something of an insurgent. You do out. So all I meant to say is that things actually they overlap and they coalesce like that. And so one thing can go right back the other. So it's like a lot of things are. All I'm saying is that a lot of things are not cut and dry. But what you do have is politics. So say you have P Diddy on the line, right? He's on the hook. He's being pressed, persecuted, whether righteously or not, persecuted for some type of equitable outcome of justice. I would go so far as to say that you cannot fully perpetrate P. Diddy or anyone to the full extent of justice, because if you were to do so, that would that would that would turn up and inculcate and implicate many different people. Like they would say that's a RICO, like what he went. If you knew how big the RICO went, the RICO would go all the way up to the judge that's looking over his case and his parents that paid for his education and their parents who had benefit from a system that was built on slavery. If a real RICO would probably involve every last one of us on this earth, if we're being honest. So from that standpoint, you can only persecute and prosecute a injustice to a limit as is politically expedient and advantageous and worthwhile the resources you are putting in for this spectacle you're creating. You could say that a court proceeding, a court hearing, a court sentencing is political theater, as is a military conflict political theater. The real, if you really wanted to appreciate and approach justice in the case of P Diddy or any other case, you would be speaking in economical terms, because the real outcome is attendant and is predicated upon, or at least attendant of economic realities. That would be the case for P Diddy's situation. If you really want to understand what he is accused of, did not do, what happened to the people in that case, what can happen for them, what kind of amends can be made there, the furthest you're getting is economics, I think, because if a person suffers in a cell, rots in a cell, I don't mean to say that disrespectful for people who are incarcerated. That doesn't actually change anything. You could maybe say it prevents people who are at liberty are sheltered from some of the potential capacity from someone who's incarcerated. So part of incarcerating a person is, one, you are putting punishment on another human being, but you actually are not righteous enough or enlightened enough to actually truly choose for another person their own experience. Even what's called the greatest of great does not choose for us our own experience, but lets us make choices. But then you have these other people like a judge, law enforcement, an agency. They actually choose for another person's experience. I am choosing for you to be in a cell for the rest of your life. I'm actually overriding your will at that point. You may have done or not done, but ostensibly you did something. So this story is overlaid on you. So now I have the political jurisdiction and justification, as it's at least viable and effective, to choose for you your experience to be in a cell. One is that I can't make right what you did wrong. I can't make that right. That you're suffering, two wrongs don't make it right. So now that you're suffering, that also you're suffering now. I made you suffer. You could say that's another crime, but that doesn't change the right and wrong of what you did. It doesn't make you a better or worse person, and it doesn't make anyone better. So I'm also part of you being incarcerated for these next 25 years is that I'm acting against your potential capacity to do that again. Now, of course, there are things called recidivism, which is the capacity and the likelihood to repeat what we've done before. That recidivism is actually what holds the caste system of the West in place, because in the West, like I said in this video, we don't have outlined, clear, defined, and settled for class structure indefinitely, permanently, as we appreciate it. Because we have ostensibly civil liberties that allow us to work and enjoy what we work for, and make prudent decisions and poor decisions, and enjoy and suffer along those lines, ostensibly with our rights. But that would be too good to be true. So what we do have is we have a system of recidivism. So you have a work history. You can, and like anything you say and do will be used against you in the court of law. Anything you say and do on a job will likely be used against you in your future jobs. And seldom, if you can hold down a job for a good amount of time, and you can be stable there, that's about the best thing you can have going for you in life, because that will parlay into another job likely. but that at some point you may and likely will encounter a a work family, a work setting, a work situation, a work dynamic, a work leadership, people that you lead that do not respect your leadership, what have you, that does not work for you and is compromising for your health and your dignity and your clarity. You will likely, even if you hold down a steady job, you're going through a lot of hell to hold down that job. If that parlays into another sturdy job or a better job, that may work that time, but likely at that next job or some point down the line, you may and likely will experience a work family setting, structure, circumstance, dynamic situation that does not work on your favor, and you must leave it expeditiously or just not smoothly. Either you stay there and you suffer, or you leave preemptively and then you further suffer, because when you go to access new opportunities, new jobs, new resources, that recidivism, the history that you have, it works exactly against you and damns you at one point somehow. I think that's as working goes. But then it's the same with the legal system, where you make a mistake, you make what's called a crime, even though our entire social paradigm, financial paradigm, economic paradigm is overlaid upon and resting upon crime, as we are existing on occupied land in the United States at least. But also many structures the world over. There's probably no country without blood on their hands, and there's not a castle that doesn't have bones under it. But I think I got that from Robert Greene. I think was that said that most castles got body. Most houses got a body in the closet, and most castles got bones underneath them, and so do countries. And most countries got castles and homes. Most countries do. So, um, um, so there's no person probably likely that has not created or been attendant, who's not known about or participated in some form of crime to some degree, if we're being honest. But once you get anything on your record and part of the actual the caste system, because we still have a caste system as far as legal, medical, and professional outcomes are available and denied, that amounts to a caste system and structure in the United States. Even though we're ostensibly a blank slate society where you can build yourself up to whatever you'd like to be, ostensibly, but we have a caste system all the way through that and beyond that, and a lot of it is probably the latter part is predicated on recidivism. You said and did this stupid thing, damn you to a lower caste for the rest of your existence upon these earths, is the standpoint, whether medically, like with a mental health diagnosis, or just any kind of physical diagnosis that's limiting to what your true capacity is, your professional background, and your legal background. It's interesting. I was watching a few clips from the film. I was watching a few clips from the film Scarface, with the real Sammy the Bull from, I think, the real mob professional. And it was really kind of brilliant to hear his take on that film, because that film, when I was a little kid, I always liked gangster films. I had a friend I mentioned at different times on this channel, like his bigger sister got me to attend church and changed my life. But him and I, like, a lot of people be like, so what did you actually have in common with this friend of yours? One was basketball at first, but then more so was just girls and mob gangster movies. We just liked any kind of gangster movie. I remember sometimes when I was a kid, I had cool ideas for movies when I was a kid. Like one time I spent the night at my friend's house, and his father lived way out. I had some different friends that had fathers that lived away from town, and I'd spend time with them at their father's house. And we always that's the coolest thing for a kid. Spend time at your best friend's dad's house that lives in the next town over, and you'll likely do some cool shit doing that. That was my experience as a kid. But it was all about movie rentals and like Blockbuster in the 90s. So different times I got to pick the movies, and me and my other friend that I mentioned sometimes, we would always be somewhere near around sneaking into movies. So we were actually movie buffs. Me and my other friend, that's what we had in common. So me and both my friends, actually, we had connected over being movie buffery. I'm just now becoming conscious of that. But they let me pick out the movie at my friend's house, and so I picked out the movie The Postman with I think it's with I forget that man's name, but it's a great movie, The Postman. It's about when society fails, and they're able to bring society back together by sharing letters, and then also some of the rank and the fighting over rank that would happen in that, and the power that would happen around that. And it's almost like a little bit similar to like smuggling, like they were smuggling letters, but they're making it similar to like running drugs or something like that. But it was like the same dynamics that you'd have around a drug operation in that movie. So I got clout with my friends for picking that movie. But then a lot of times I'd pick movies that just scare the hell out of all of us, and I had a good taste for like what would be a cool movie. Then like I had another movie, that same friend, my friend that I talk about a lot on the channel, that we would sneak into movies a lot. There would be different things that I'd be interested in that he'd call stupid, and then he'd come around to seeing how cool they were, and then later on he'd give me my props about how cool I was for bringing that up. But then but he had called me stupid and publicly and dissed me publicly. So I put him up on stuff like a lot of alternative music. I got mocked for that in high school, in middle school, because that wasn't as cool back then. But then he came to a couple of sturdy people in my community that were cool people. They came around to, later in life I talked to them, and they came around to appreciating alternative music. It might have partly be because I was rocking that when I was young, before it was kind of cool where I was at. But one of my friends like that, he said something really cool. He's like, man, if you think about it, every album, it doesn't matter what genre, every album has at least one cool track, one cool song on there. Every album. That might be one of the most brilliant musical statements you can hear, because if you appreciate what he said there, you might like different kinds of music or not. But if you appreciate that, likely every album you would pick up, any genre, any language, it likely can contain at least one song that you would like or you could feel. That can open your mind to music, because you can access and engage and enjoy a lot of different music if you appreciate that. I'm about to pick up this album or genre or this playlist. Likely a lot of it I never heard of. I don't understand, and I don't understand it literally or the feeling of it. But there may likely be one thing on there that I really do enjoy and I can feel, and that speaks to me. If you appreciate that, you could have a dope playlist, and you could actually become you could become your own full-fledged dope musician, I think. Because to me, music is about listening first and foremost. So if you can appreciate something, you can create something. So that was a deep thing he said. But then my other friend, I put him up on that movie Gladiator, because that same friend that first dissed me about alternative, he was also dissing me about the movie Gladiator. But then later he was like, damn, that's a real ass movie, man. That was dope how you were watching that. But then I would also have I would be at a sleepover before that in middle school, and like they're like, my mom's going to the store. What should I have her rent? I was like, have her rent Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because I had always seen that in the things. So they actually rented that, and that properly scared the shit out of us that night. That wasn't even one of those movies where it's like that. That wasn't a movie where it makes it hard to go to sleep. Some movies, they're so scary that it makes it hard to go to sleep. Some are so damn scary that you don't even fall asleep, and you're scared to walk out the door the next day, because you're like, damn, shit like that can happen outside, like in Texas, like on the highway. Damn. So that was the scariest shit. But then later in high school, my other friend, he came to my house, and we rented Scarface, and no less, it was about a chainsaw. It scared the shit out of us with another chainsaw. So up in Scarface, like, yeah, man, this is about to be a gangster movie, man. This is dope, man. Oh, they're winning. Oh, man, that fool is bad, man. He's from Cuba. Did they just cut that fool's leg off? Oh shit, man! That movie properly kept me the hell out of the drug game for my whole, man. I never really had too much, like a lot of people. I think maybe a lot of people might have like dreams about about drugs, like selling drugs, running drugs. That was never no kind of dream or nothing that I could think of. I could never think something cool about selling drugs without being scared as shit at the same moment as thinking that thought, since I seen that movie Scarface. So props to that movie for scaring the shit, for scaring some of us straight. But when you watch that movie with Sammy the Bull, he was breaking it down, and what he was saying is that dang, I forgot why I referenced that. But wait, what you see in that movie, I was watching, because that movie, so if you watch some old movies that you watched like when you're young, like probably some movies that you were too young to be watching, some of the ways you do things now, some of your attitudes, some of the things you do, positive and negative, they actually stem from certain attitudes and gestures that you saw in a movie. Like there was this one guy, I actually didn't realize how some of what that movie foreshadowed. So one thing, that movie of Scarface is from way back in the day, but Sammy the Bull was breaking down how that actor, sometimes when you're talking you can't draw names, as Al Pacino, he was engaging with some with some police officers that were sweating him in an interrogation room. If you've ever been in mental health, or you've actually been accosted and approached and engaged by medical professionals, doctors, especially as a young person, I have been a young person, you didn't get around to breaking any crime that they know of in their face, saying anything incoherent in their face, but somehow you draw their concern, for lack of a better word, their suspicion, that is their tripwire, that is their training. You invoke their training somehow, whether directly or indirectly. Somehow you or your reputation, it got around to invoking their training, what they're paid to, what they paid to be trained, to be paid to do for being trained, and having paid to be trained to do. You invoke that somehow. You messed up somehow like that. It doesn't have to be much. It really doesn't have to be. It doesn't take much. So you got a shotgun, right? What manner of hell can a shotgun do so someone never knew they were born, or wish they never knew they were born, or scared as hell, so scared that they wish they'd never been born? A shotgun can do that, but it doesn't take much to set off a shotgun. How much pressure does it take to set off the trigger of a shotgun, a damn double barrel shotgun? How much pressure does that really take? How much concern does it take to invoke the training of these people who paid to be trained, to get paid for doing what they're trained to do? How much of slipping does it do to invoke them? I don't think it takes a lot, but it can happen when you're young. So when I was young, I was interrogated. Nothing like Al Pacino, but if you appreciate a string, a battery, a barrage, a swarm of doctors coming in and out, visiting you, asking you questions that are designed to get you to say, because a lot of the medical stuff, they can't really, it's actually similar to legal. They can't F you over the way they'd like to until you say the wrong thing, whether on a paper questionnaire or verbally out your mouth. They set you up to say a lot of stupid stuff, especially when you're young, and then they're on you. But in that film back of Al Pacino, they're asking him about his rap sheet when he was young. I don't know if they had anything on him at that point, but they're like, where are you from? Have you ever got in trouble with the law? Have you ever been hospitalized for a mental condition? So that mental stuff was actually way back there. I was too young to appreciate that the first time I saw it. But when I was older, I was like, damn, that's an older game than I thought with the mental health stuff. And it's deeply connected to the legal system and the working system, because all that's connected to your finance, your economics, that is your health and happiness and standpoint in this life. Your healthcare, your profession, and your legal status, that is your social, personal, political status, is all deeply interwoven and connected, and is adjusted for, and is ramped up, and is set to trigger for anyone walking into that, what they got for people along those lines, these different professionals at a young age. So that was in that movie. And then another thing, Sammy the Bull, when Sammy the Bull was breaking down that movie, he was actually breaking down like dating dynamics. So in that movie, he has this friend, Al Pacino has this friend that's like, he's got like a problem around women, where he's actually like a dipshit. In the movie, because he's buff in the movie, you think that it's cool what he's doing, but he's like sticking his tongue out at girls like in a vulgar way, and you're thinking that that's cool, like, because he's so buff to do that, and a little bit handsome, the person that did that. But we all saw that movie being young, and we thought that, like, yeah, that's actually what it is about around women, is like, you go up and you entertain and you impress a woman like that. But what Sammy the Bull was saying when you watch that is like, that's nothing gangster, and that's actually nothing about dealing with women. Like, real women are choosing you, and they're more forward, if anything, than you, if they're actually wanting to do with you. And if they're not wanting to do with you, you're making an idiot of yourself, and you're compromising your stand. Like he was saying, that person, like, coming to this country could have fucked himself up bad. He could have fucked himself out of this country, like, doing stuff like that. Sammy the Bull was saying that, but it's true. Even being from this country, like, you approach women thinking that you're doing the doing, and you're gonna look like an idiot, and you're not getting anywhere. But if you do your thing, and you conserve your if you're conservative, and you're economical about what you have and can do, then you accrue personal first, and then like social and political power, and that actually is it's attractive, and then you're getting engaged like that. And so Sammy the Bull broke that down. And all I meant to reference that is that some of these gestures that we saw in these movies, they impact us deeply in some of our behavior, and they program us, for lack of a better word. But but all I meant to say is that, so with crime, is that you're never getting all the way to the bottom of a crime, because it's so sophisticated and it goes back, and you would actually upset a lot of interest if you really properly, fully persecuted a crime. You would actually upset the entire social structure if you prosecuted any one crime to its fullest extent, I think. But if you did want to, and if you actually ever did do that or wanted to do that, you'd be speaking in economical terms and redressing economical injustices to get to a point of real equity and parity and justice, that is. But I don't know if that's humanly possible at this time because of self-interest. That may not be intended for human beings, because human beings are intended of and constituted by self-interest. So it may actually not be entirely possible to dispense with inequity and injustice simply because we are based upon and exist within and are and naturally coalesce, or we naturally function within self-interest. And even the beautiful things we do, they're either a part of self-interest, or they're beautiful for overcoming self-interest, but they wouldn't be as beautiful for overcoming self-interest if there wasn't self-interest in the first place. So you could almost say that I've said in other videos that we have things about us that are good for us and bad for us, and that they're bad for us is actually good for us because that makes it good for the bigger picture. So wherever you have crime, you cannot isolate crime from politics, but you also can't isolate politics from life and death, that is the chances to eat. What it comes down to in any situation is that people got to eat. Doctors got to eat, lawyers got to eat, judges got to eat, police officers got to eat, guards got to eat, military people got to eat, insurgents got to eat, people who are incarcerated, people who are on the street, all people have to eat. Some of the people that may have it the toughest would be people who are deemed designated undesirables, criminals, insurgents, anything or one that does not neatly fit into the status quo or benefit the status quo. Just a human standpoint that does not function or factor into the interests of the status quo, that is imperialism by and large, power, organized state-sanctioned power. Anything outside of that, that's what actually that's what the cybersecurity, the law enforcement, the military, the professional cohort, the professional cahoots, the legal cahoots, the medical cahoots, the cahoots, the artistic cahoots, the personal cahoots, the social cahoots, all that is adjusting for and factored against the ordinary guy trying the undesirable. It's all, you could almost say that. I think that somehow, I don't know how it works, but I think that as much as people say they love God, I think people exactly hate God, because what is a clearer example of God than a simple living person or being? What can we perceive and understand that would be more of God than a sentient living being? That is me and you, man and woman, child, adult, adolescent, teen, a living human being, an ordinary, simple, viable, living human being. How many things are aimed against that? How many guns have they made? So how many guns have been invented, curated, improved upon, proliferated, sold, bought, traded, resold, stolen? All that is, when you create a gun, you don't know exactly who that gun is intended for. You know it's intended for a human being, likely a humble human being, a simple human being, a human being that has been overcome with someone that would have access to a gun. That's what a gun is intended for. How many things in this society are exactly predicated and aimed against a simple human being trying to live, trying to exist? The entire military, your entire objective, anything that would fight against people trying to exist on and upon the earth. I watched this video about this man, a homeless man. I think he'd been a former military member, like under a bridge, not bothering anybody. And some guy's like, "You gotta move this out of the way. You gotta move this out of your way, man. You gotta clear the way, man. People gotta go." And he's like, "Man, he was standing up for himself because he could feel that he was being disrespected by that person, that he was saying, you don't have a right to stand and exist on the earth. Now, for that person to be under a bridge, he would have been hearing that a lot. It sounded like he talked about his family in there, like he had lost his wife and his family and become homeless. So they're saying, you can't stay here, you gotta go. So you're on the earth, you're part of the earth, you are the earth, you're born of the earth, you will die unto the earth. But as you are standing on the earth, you are not okay to stand anywhere you want. and then there's actually nowhere to stand at a certain point. You can't even stand under a bridge. And if you have anything that you're keeping that like is helping you survive, whatever bare minimum thing you have to help you to survive, you messed around and set that on the sidewalk for 5 seconds while a person who's still having privilege and entitlement of the status quo had walked by. No, you got to move that, man. But and he was also recording, so what that person probably knew is that he's standing up for himself while he's being recorded. If he throws a punch at me, if he does anything, he's going to jail for that. So no, man, you got to move this right now. And then he was like, man, just go, man, just get out of here. Hey, no, this is a public place too. I can stand here too. That had been the devil that walked by him like that. That you think that the devil is this big, wicked, bad thing? Nah, man. That if you were actually that big and bad and wicked, you would have been enlightened at a certain point, and you'd probably be kind. The devil is an entitled person that has the privilege and to get over on another person, and employs that's what the devil is. So when that homeless military person was standing up for himself, he didn't know that the devil could look like that much of a pushover. But had he laid a finger on that person, he would have found out that had been the devil that was telling him to get out of his way. Because on the earth, so you can't have good without bad. As much homage and respect as we pay to the figure that our church is predicated on for these last 2025 years, would that person appear or as great or have the clout that they have if it wasn't for the presence of the suggestion of what's called the devil in that story? If he hadn't been pressed by the devil, that person, whether they existed as a living person or that's allegory, if the attendant in the presence of what's called the devil was not in that story or in that book, would that book have the same power and convincing sway that it does over humanity these 2025 years? I don't think so. So the devil had ran the whole thing. The earth and its resources are overrun by pirates. The pirates have to adjust for or look out for the state. The state at one point or another gets around to bowing down to the church, and the church gets its clout from the story of a man who once went up against the devil. So you become like what you go up against, and you get a little bit of rank and sway and the ability and the potence of what you go up against. So it had been the devil the whole time. And so when this man was on the street, or it was under a bridge, and someone told him to move out of his way, that sounded like a pushover, but was still having the standpoint and the privilege based on the system that's based on the piracy, that's based on the state, that's based on the church, that's based on the great Messiah or the great of great, that's based on the devil. It had actually been if he's having any power or sway at all or privilege, it had came from the devil. And if what you derive from is what you are, so that had been the devil that person came up against. So that's just an example of how life is impossible when life is overlaid by private interest, and that's what we're experiencing upon the earth. But as crime goes, you cannot get to the bottom of it, because if you got to the bottom of it, you would actually got to the devil. You would have actually, if you made a deal. So if you brokered or if you negotiated justice, peace, equity, happiness, but just simply justice, which you can't have any of that without justice. You would have had to break that all the way down from P. Diddy, from Jeffrey Dahmer, from yourself, from all the people you've known in your life, all the people you've heard about, all the people they've known about and have been affected by. You would have reduced the different pirates that they were and that they were against and that they were about, the different state power that those people had to check in with or adjust for, the church that they had to get around to kowtow to one way or another, the story that church derived from, the characters, but also the idea for the characters that could both be appreciated as what's called the devil. You would have got all the way back to the devil, and you'd still, if you negotiated anything, if you brokered anything, if you amended anything, you'd actually be doing a deal with the devil at that point. So we will have justice the same day that we do a sturdy deal with the devil is when we'll have justice. But you still have the need to eat, and politics is very lucrative. So persecuting crimes is still lucrative. So you still need to persecute crimes because the different people all got to eat. And the game of persecuting, the theater of persecuting is still part of eating. So there's no experience of understanding of facility around or engaging of or success around crime and justice without politics. That's like I referenced a couple different times that the person, the game spitter on this video, that has said different interesting thing about the streets, and you can learn something of like street dynamics and like mentality by watching his video. videos, but if you watch these videos, you will understand. Or if you watch a lot of these different videos that proliferate about like things that take place in the street, or even things that take place in the military, you will appreciate that it's within and it rests upon an expression of politics first and foremost. And all the players of politics got to eat. If you wanted the best way to understand politics, even better than reading like books like The Art of Power by Robert Greene, is just appreciating that people got to eat. And what is there to eat but one another? So we have to eat, and we are one another, and we are what is to be eaten. So we must eat one another and do so as smooth as we can. But it's not possible to do it entirely smooth because someone still has to get eaten and someone has to worry about eating. Both the one who eats and the one who gets eaten have to worry about eating. So, and therefore, and that's along the lines of politics. So the themes, the series about Jeffrey Dahmer's that is so compelling and overwhelming and influential, the recent series like in 2022, and the series about P. Diddy, and maybe you could extrapolate also R. Kelly. What's significant about them is that they are an appreciation they are an overture and a foray and a voyage and an adventure into refashioning and reappreciating politics. What is our standing? That is, what is our stature? Because what was in question, or at least being employed in the crimes of all three of what those men are accused of, R. Kelly, Jeffrey Dahmer, and P. Diddy, all of which had docuseries that were very influential and probably very lucrative. What they, in one way or another, employed and challenged and took advantage of was stature. So I wanted to tie in one quick point, is that when I was talking about the film Training Day, I was just saying that what Training Day shows is that if you approach justice, like you can approach justice as a stalwart, a staunch person that doesn't play politics, straight shooter down the line. You would have like maybe a sturdy, real cop like that rookie cop was, or you might have like a young criminal, a young gangster. That'd be two different ends of the spectrum. Those might be your most formidable people. Like a person that's having rank and say so and experience, they can be deadly because they can make the moves that'll get you taken care of, whether like a state person or a street person. They can make the moves that get you taken care of. But the taking care of, the in your face part, the fearless part, the formidable part, outside of like just a cold, deadly, experienced assassin, the person that would put up the biggest fight would be like a younger person. That's actually what would be like more formidable, I think, both legally and like in the street sense. But what they make real, but also may not have all the nuance of, is the fact that we exist within politics. And so that's maybe like that's the purest expression of, but also lack of understanding, or still developing point of understanding politics, is when you believe in something outright with zeal, full force, an ideal. That's actually real in itself, realer than real. But you may get in trouble like that. I was like that in a religious sense, because when I first came into the black church, I believed in it and I subscribed to it, and I subscribed to it and bought into it. And I caught a little bit of flack because I didn't understand the real nuance within the church and outside of the church of how we are to appreciate and exist around what's considered great and sublime and divine, but how that is to be experienced as a human being. Because in some of the black church, like one of the deepest things that I learned in there is like there would be a song like "I Am a Friend of God." That's actually some things that you're very accustomed to, that you've heard a lot. The first time you heard it, it was significant, and it would be significant to any human being the first time they heard that you can be a friend of God is sublime. At some points from some people's taste, that'd be blasphemy. But if that was not blasphemy to you and it was enlightening to you and you ran with it, what you could extrapolate from that, what you could do with your extrapolation of that in terms of your faith and your effort, is profound. But it would amount to zeal. So I subscribed to that and had something of zeal like that when I was young. But it'd be similar to like a young criminal or a rookie police officer, where you believe in something, you're powerful for believing, you're deriving power for believing in it, and you are influencing and potentially impacting people by believing in it to that degree. But you may get snared when you don't understand that this is still have been politics. As we're on the earth, we are, we will be, we have been, we are now, and will we yet be visited by different forms of inequity that can be called the devil, and that will be mitigated upon and experienced by, as, and through politics. So a young person may not appreciate that, may be great for not appreciating that, but will still yet likely be tripped up if not appreciating that, and then will appreciate that it had been politics. So with those series like the P Diddy and the Jeffrey Dahmer and the R-Kelly, which is a lot of where I was going in this video. When I was saying the beginning of this video is that I was saying that I was thinking of like taking a step back from videos because I don't want to blast myself, or I don't want to be associated with outlandish comments that would get me attention that's not sexy online. That's what I didn't want to do. But I think that if I look at my oldest videos to the current videos, the current videos are stronger, which would suggest that I'm developing a skill set. So it may actually be a greater tragedy or waste or cowardice to lose the momentum of training and curating and developing a capacity to express ideas spontaneously. I don't say that like I don't mean to be conceited when I say that, but extemporaneously is the word for that. To speak them off the mind, will, and emotion, the heart, to speak it at the time of thinking it, while thinking it, to express that. That's a skill set, and I think that it's a unique skill set, not because it's unique that I'm saying what I think are original ideas, but that the opportunity and the platform to do so and offer it publicly without oversight, like without religious dogma, religious doctrine, religious clergy, religious patronage, religious audience, or academic, all of those tiers academically or professionally. You've had different iterations of history where people have had a means of you have to really do a lot of things public. Like practice is practice. People would say like practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. No, perfect public practice makes perfect public performance, makes perfect practice had been public. So public is important. But in a lot of other iterations of human society and living, I think the opportunity to offer original thought, ideas publicly, and the idea of fashioning, convincing, expressing, articulating, but also landing, and then getting feedback for having landed, both criticism and I think celebration, both, and also indifference, if we're being honest, to really get the knack for it. To do so without the oversight of something political, religious, academic, professional, legal, medical, would constitute a unique opportunity. That might be one of your actual unique opportunities of the modern digital space. Not just that you can do things creatively, not just that you can do things publicly or what have you, but that you can do so without the oversight or the association of these different, very formidable and influential, but somewhat also overbearing and coloring that is like skewing and changing, coloring like in the sense of like the legal terms of like compromising, diluting. To do so of your own initiative from your own standpoint, that is unique. And so I think that's worth offering daring comments and topics, is just to for the sake of the skill. But with Jeffrey Dahmer, and I said in that video of the day that I wanted to talk about the significance of those series, but also that they would be so popular, is that with Jeffrey Dahmer and Jeffrey Dahmer, P Diddy, and R Kelly, all of them, they had a unique and formidable degree of stature that they employed. You could say it shows you something unique because. But and also similar to the film Training Day. So with Training Day is that the Denzel Washington was so comfortable he got too comfortable. It's like he got too comfortable. So he's like the foxes are guarding the hens. That's the legal system. He was telling that the rookie in there that you can't protect the sheep without becoming a wolf. You have to be a wolf to properly protect the sheep. That might be true. That might be very true. You have to be a pirate to protect people from pirates, and a sheep to protect people from sheep. So you will be, if you're going to be leading and protecting, you will likely be a pirate and or a wolf. But if you're a righteous wolf, now you're a shepherd. So he was actually he was teaching him principles or the mentality of a shepherd. And actually, if you were actually a shepherd is not like a sheepdog is not very different than a wolf. It is actually a form of a wolf, an iteration of a wolf. But you always have an overlap of light and dark, good and bad with all things. So and the beauty, the truth is actually the decisions and the accommodations and the mercies and the advantages that we seize and also lend and forgive that amount to our footing is what's right and wrong. So I would say that right and wrong can be argued as right and wrong or wrong and right, and you wouldn't be wrong for that or entirely right for that, or you would also be right for that. But what you cannot deny, I think that if you were to take, so what do you really stand for? What do you really believe in? What are you really about? Now so right now I have on a yellow shirt, right? Where I'm at, I could put on a different color shirt, and like with the length of my hair, I might be immediately scrutinized and recognized and associated with something different just based on the color of shirt that I have. It also my appearance, but the combination of my appearance and the color that I choose to put on could lend itself, it could betray who I am, what I'm about, my intentions, but it also could confuse who I am, what I'm about, what my intentions are, because I could as soon ostensibly choose another color. Now, why in that you choose to put on any outfit at a certain point in time, that's actually a deep thing. I read a book about philosophy, a dictionary about philosophy, and they're saying like, if you were to take the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, like the gun being placed to it, I don't mean to be graphic or vivid or disrespectful, but if you logically, conceptually take the incident of Abraham Lincoln being assassinated at point blank range, the actual action, the employment of that, the triggering of that trigger, the pressure to release that trigger, as that trigger, that weapon is the trigger is connected to, the weapon is loaded, the weapon is cocked and engaged, primed, aimed, and pointed at Abraham Lincoln, and in that position with while being in the control and the influence of the person who was holding that weapon and commissioned and or intending to be at that place and point that weapon for the purpose of executing Abraham Lincoln and to successfully further execute Abraham Lincoln. Also for Abraham Lincoln to be in that position at that point and that vulnerable in that position at that point. A lot of that has to do with Abraham Lincoln's own choosing and lack of choosing, and that own assassin's choosing and lack of choosing. You could actually stand to argue and reason, was any of that really conscious and intentional, or was it a sophisticated reaction? Are we acting at all in this life, or are we reacting? That is a deep question that can be reasoned one way or the other, and I don't have a solution for that at present. But what I'm saying is that you could actually extrapolate some of that into how you dress and attire yourself. I once got myself negative attention by having the wrong form of color on my body. Now, that particular article of clothing that I had on my body was the last thing that I would have ever chosen to wear. I had my family member gave me I won't say what the article of clothing was, but they gave me an article of clothing for Christmas. Now, I grew up, I said in this video that a lot of the 90s was about gangster. Like a lot of what's going on in the 90s was about gangster. So I grew up around a lot of gangster stuff and gangsters. So I didn't grow around the biggest, baddest gangsters, but I grew up around a lot of people who thought they were gangsters and might have been around people who were real gangsters. So what's real and not, you actually don't know until you experience it. So I can't say who was or was not gangster when I was growing up, but it was a lot about gangster music, gangster culture, gangster aesthetics. A lot of that was the 90s, such that I didn't think gangster stuff was cool back then. Sometimes it'd be cool to get in trouble. Like sometimes when you're in trouble as a kid, like you think you're vital, like, oh man, we're riding our bikes past where we're riding, or maybe heaven forbid you do shoplifting or something where you're actually now breaking the law. There's something that feels kind of like incredible about that for a kid, like as a very juvenile, innocent, impressionable kid. But I would imagine that experience would be similar and very much more so for someone actually breaking the laws. That it might actually be exhilarating and very identity forming for people that break the law. But when I was a kid, you also had basketball, and basketball was almost like a movement in the United States, especially like with Michael Jordan. So basketball to me was cooler than gangster stuff, and I appreciate it. I had some good seasoning where I came from in the Southwest, where we were taught in school that drugs are not cool for the sake of drugs, and gangs are not cool for the sake of gangs. Gangsters would tell you that, teachers would tell you that, cops would tell you that, friends and family would tell you that gangster is not cool for the sake of being gangster. We back then we always had appreciation for like people that were some real G's, and they had a reason to be G's, and they were from that lifestyle. But a lot of them, the ones that I ever encountered that were real G's, they respected civilians and regular people as regular people, and they didn't mess up around regular people for no reason. So that from that standpoint, they were kind of awesome, and they were awesome, and they were actually authentic, formidable members of a community. The gangsters were, according to Sammy the Bull in that same video I watched, is that as you go back in history, before the present iteration, like the slavery context of the United States has a kind of unique history. It's a horrible history in a lot of ways, but it's also kind of unique. So a lot of experiences and attitudes and dynamics of the United States are almost unique among human cultures. But some things about human cultures that are not American are very uniform and ancient. One of which is what Sammy the Bull said in his videos, that in the past, like he says in Italy, people in Italy, they did not trust authority. And if they had a real problem, like a civilian was in over their head, but they hadn't necessarily done something wrong, or you just had a real problem that you couldn't fix, that you needed help with, like a social, legal, personal matter that has to do with safety, health, and resources, you would actually have to go to a mafia for that, like a mafia family, a family that can effectively get things done socially, professionally, legally, morally, maybe for some compensation, maybe not, but you had to go for the mafia for that. So what I meant to say is that, so and so from that standpoint, what we're calling gangster, what we're preoccupied with as gangsterism nowadays in the United States, it might actually be a deeper ancient thing, and actually a vacuum that's being filled, a void, which is that you need some form of respect, power, agency that is divorced of some of the actual corruption and inequity, incompetence, and diluting of legal sanctioned authority. The authorities would always have you believe that they are the final say so, and that what they say go, and how dare you question us, our ability to help you and whatnot, and take things into your own hand. But if you have some real problem on your hand, likely and oftenly the state is incompetent to help you as you're still alive. They may persecute and follow up behind you being slain or losing something because they stand to benefit from that. But just to protect your mortal life, the state is not necessarily competent or interested in that. And that's the same. That'd be the same for a witness, but also for a civilian. Is that once they have obtained, and even the medical system too, once they have obtained what they need from you, what they want from you, they are not interested in your life for the sake of your own life. I don't think so. Legally, professionally, medically, they are not interested in you outside of your value. Even if you were to take a young person, like say, heaven forbid, something happened to the most vulnerable among us, the most inspirational among us, an innocent, like woman or child. Something horrible happened to an innocent woman or child. Horrible things happen to women and children all the time, especially like in war-torn countries, but even in our own country, some of the extravagances and the diluting and the corruption and the pollution of our very food, water, shelter, transportation, professional situations, living situations, the rotting within that causes horrible, inequitable outcomes, painful loss, suffering to women and children, such as crime cannot contend with. Is the actual the eventualities and deprivations and lacks, the incongruencies and inequities within our system of privilege and entitlement that does not serve all people. Women and children suffer that. But if something specifically, vividly, heinously happened to a woman or child, part of the persecuting of that crime is not only for the sake of the woman and child. As human beings, we have a unique interest in the welfare of women and children, because women and children are our life, are our past, our life on this earth, and our future. We all understand that on a level. I think man, woman, and child, or I'm sorry, all adults at least, can appreciate that women, and even children too, appreciate that women and children have value because they are life and they are our future, come what may. If that hadn't been our instinct, we would not be here, because we couldn't have sustained and contended with the challenges of our environment, that is other human beings and the natural environment, but also ourselves, which are part of the environment and other human beings. And another obstacle, we couldn't get past that unless we had a unique, sincere, existential value upon the life of women and children. So if something happens, heinous happens to a woman and child, that is atrocious, and that is vivid, and that is poignant, and that speaks to the human spirit and condition to observe that, or to know of that, learn of that. Though when it is publicly and forcefully and vehemently persecuted, there's also likely a political advantage and expeditious, lucrative and purpose to persecute that publicly, because when you persecute a crime justice publicly, likely you're not going to get to the bottom of that crime, because if you did, you might have to give up your profession and your lifestyle and your standard of living and your sense of your entire society may have to change if you really want to get to the bottom of an injustice, any injustice. If you were to follow it to its logical conclusion, that would be the standpoint. I've mentioned that according to Osho, the people called the Jaina people of India, they're unique people that have actually attempted and actually practiced something called ahimsa. Himsa means harm, I think, in Sanskrit, and ahimsa means non-injury to any person or being. And they actually live that out. Vegetarianism would be probably a lesser degree of that, a part of that. And it'd be interesting to understand. Now, I know that the person Swami Vivekananda, I think he's credited with National Youth Day in India. His birthday is like January 12th, but he was a lead. He has a brilliant book that I purchased and I've referenced on the channel called Yoga, Bhakti, Jnana, Kriya, and Hatha Yoga. I think he has a book just simply called Yoga, and those are the subtitles, those forms of yoga. He is and was brilliant, and he's credited with introducing Hinduism and to become respected on the world stage in the early 20th century. He did that, and we may not have some of the worldwide esteem and acclaim and respect for Hinduism, but also some of the leniencies and the tolerance and the embracing of things like Wicca and witchcraft, which you can now learn about and practice some to some degree publicly, because some of the social climate for that, not only the laws but the social climate and atmosphere that make different faith walks possible. A lot of it is because of the inroads, I think, that India made in the 20th century, where a lot of things wouldn't, like even today. I read that book by him, that's Yoga, at my first job in 22, the year that Jeffrey Dahmer series came out, on my break in a car at work, like the long breaks on a school day as a school bus driver. And some of my it's happened different times, but especially some of my Christian coworkers, they reprimanded me and warned me about my own decision as an adult to buy a book that would be called Yoga and actually read what's inside that book that I purchased. They warned me about that because I may not know what's good for me, and I may not know what's good to know about. I may not know that as an adult outside of the authority of a church. That's what they communicated to me as adults, seasoned adults, me myself being in my late 30s at that point, and them being a little bit older. These are the type of things you experience in work settings. And I wasn't blasting that book or promulgating, but people will likely, it's actually interesting what people will recognize you reading, but also tolerate you reading. And that shows that some of our old reactions are still about us, and some of our old attitudes. But you can imagine that would have been a much stronger 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 150, 200 years ago. But so that can give you an appreciation for how much courage this man, Swami Vivekananda, would have introducing some of that into the lexicon of Western understanding. Another person like that was someone named Daisetsu Suzuki. He is a scholar from Japan, and he also was in the Americas, I think, like in a lot of your high education like around Chicago, like in the I think the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and he had a tenure as a professor and a beautiful wife that supported him as an academic, and he made a lot of inroads to make some things about Japanese culture, his understanding of. So I think he may be responsible for some of the respect around things like Zen, would be Daisetsu Suzuki, because he wrote about Zen. But then he was like a little bit later. But then at the beginning of the 20th century was Swami Vivekananda, and I think that Swami Vivekananda in that book of his, he's in the preface, he's acknowledged as being responsible for making the inroad that would make Hinduism respected on a world stage. But in when I've learned of India at different times, I think he may have talked about it less, but a little bit. Arthur Avalon was another person like that. Arthur Avalon, I think he may have. I've quoted him a lot on here. His real name was Sir John Woodroffe, a justice of the High Court of India, but originally an Englishman, and an Englishman, highly educated in the early 20th century, and was able to understand and articulate and render some deep, solemn spiritual truths with exquisite English. But there's still a little bit there's something can be lost in translation with the fact that he's translating as an Englishman, but also that he's not reared and steeped and I can't say authentically, but just he himself acknowledged that he is not completely native to the Indian line and heritage and experience, because I think he migrated to India as an adult. So even were he to appreciate and study Indian thought and practice as an open-minded, humane, intelligent, brilliant, articulate man, there can still be something lost from the fact that he is not outside of his training and the influence that he had being inculcated and educated in European society and then schooling, to then migrate, and also a lot of that influenced by Christianity. He said that he was heavily influenced by, I think he may have been Christian, and he would have been an outstanding Christian the way that he approached Eastern thought. You can tell he's a man of faith in the first place, and propriety and decency. But he said that he had a professor once a person made a joke about the professor talking about a world faith, and he said, "Yeah, but you worship a God with three heads." He was referring to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. According to Islam, I think my understanding is that when you attribute anything as associated with what is profound and great, that is to make a partner or associate with what's great, that's something called shirk, and that's akin and along the lines and a part of what's called blasphemy. So that is egregious from an Islamic standpoint, and also there can be implications in expressing that type of thought, thinking that way, practicing that way, worshiping that way, that can amount to different outcomes, personally first, and then also socially second. If you are to associate anything as a partner of God, that can be reasoned. And I'm not saying that Islam is right or Christianity is right, or Islam is wrong or Christianity is wrong, but I'm just pointing out that according to my appreciation of Islam, I read a book. I've read parts of the Quran, but I've also read a book that interprets and translates and explains the Quran, and some of it breaks down the practices and the values simple and organized for a person that would be difficult to appreciate in the Arabic Quran or the English translated Quran without a background. But this other book did that. It was a book I found online, but it was explaining what shirk is. And I think that so what that man in front of Arthur Avalon was joking about, but also highlighting, is that you're mocking this other faith that has different deities, but you're also worshiping something with three heads. And even when I was in church settings, they would say that, it's Christian church settings, they'd say anything with more than one head is a monster. That's what they'd say in church settings. And I'm not also speaking out against polytheism or people that worship multiple deities or deities with multiple aspects, but I'm just simply pointing out that there can be different ways of looking at things, and some of it can be enlightening. So when Arthur Avalon heard that man make that joke like that, it opened his mind, and that's significant. That might not sound like a big deal, but that's significant if you think about how heavy a culture can be if you're steeped in it, and how hard it is to think about outside of that. Just for him to have a professor that would make that type of comment, that would amount to a man like Arthur Avalon becoming versed and learned in another culture and in also the language of Sanskrit, and then rendering that into written form to be appreciated by others and potentially make an inroad such that yoga is now appreciated. So I would say potentially perhaps some of the respect and also the understanding and esteem around Hinduism the world over can be attributed to be benefited by the contributions of Swami Vivekananda. As yoga goes, especially like Kundalini yoga, that is the serpent, what's appreciated as the living, active, viable, kinetic power that organizes and sustains and vitalizes the human being in all of its body and all of its functions, existing in the base of the spine as what's called Kendra, and then at times being traveling up the different locus of consciousness, which it can be appreciated that there may be more than one by different reasoning in the human body, all the way up to the highest of which would be like in the crown, as it's appreciated in that lineage of yoga. That what's called Kundalini, and the understanding of it, appreciation of it, and yoga, a lot of yoga itself, it may be some of that, the inroads in the understanding that are the terminology that is understood popularly. It may have been more concealed in the past because these understandings would have been known to hermits, gurus, ascetics who practiced, discovered it, and sometimes shared it, but also guru classes and bodies that would know that, curate it, develop it, train it, hand it down, but also preserve it and conceal it in these guru classes. And that had been the practice in India, according to some of Arthur Avalon's work. But he promulgated and shared some of that of his own initiative. Some of that, you could say, that may have been profane of him to do that. It may have been enlightening to do that because he, to his standpoint, the line was close. Some of those teachings and understandings were close to dying out, because different human lines die out of heritage, but also different thoughts and systems and ideas, they die out. They may be rediscovered spontaneously. It's interesting, if a person dies without issue, that is, they don't have a descendant when they die, is it possible that they can reemerge and transpire again, living in another iteration of life? So you come from a family tree, but your family tree came from somewhere. Is it possible that another family tree that has something to do with you could appear again without being connected to your line? That might sound crazy, but if you think about how regenerative the universe itself is, but also the human body, the most beautiful thing you will ever see, to my taste, is the birth of a child, the life of a child and a human being, but especially the birth, the conception, the love, conception, and birth that is a child, and the healing that is a part of their growth. Because you could say that growth is actually healing. That might be the same function, growth and healing. It may be very similar. But if you witness healing take place or conception, that is the most beautiful thing you will see, to my taste. That's what Arthur Avalon said in his book, is that in one of his books, he enunciated a lot of what's called magic is and how that works. That's like organizing and projecting your intention along a concentrated line with and without the employment of an object, which it can be, the thought itself can be rendered forceful, powerful, dynamic, near about transcendent with different practices. Some of the benign of which, the celebrated of which, would be things like yoga and faith and religion. You could actually appreciate religion as a form of magic. I think Arthur Avalon conveyed that in his book, that religion is actually what's called magic. As much as religion speaks out against magic, religion actually is magic. And so we're gonna pray for this, right? So we're affecting something, influencing something invisibly by putting our will and intention together, but we're also we're rendering it to and entering it upon the authority of a celebrated and respected name. That's what religion had been. But magic, what's called magic, it's celebrated, feared, and hated as magic, might be the same thing, but the actual name, the homage, the authority may be different or may be personal. That might be what's so distasteful about magic to a religious body. It's not that the religious body is doing something different than a practitioner of magic, but the practitioner of magic may be doing it in their own right, in their own intention, in their own will, in their own purpose, in their own passion. That might be what's so distasteful about magic, whether or not it's wicked or not. We could say that a lot of the experiences that have happened around churches have been experienced as wicked for different people, especially like children. It's been appreciated like around certain churches or certain denominations. But you could say that things like church have hurt as many people, if not more, as magic, and also the people who are appreciated as magic who have been hurt by the church. So I've said that you could extrapolate like private interest, corporate interest, the experience of pirates under state checking in and adjusting for state power, that state power checking in and adjusting for religious power, that religious power deriving credibility by awesome personages who are awesome for being challenged by what's called the devil. So therefore the devil being profound within all that, but also the church. What manner of mayhem, pain, suffering, torture, loss, deprivation, canceling of lines of lineage has not been experienced by some expression of paternalism first, then from that, before that, a hegemony, before that, state power, religious power, all that as gentrification. That is gentrification and imperialism. Gentrification being the actual practice of imperialism, that is the imposition of self and group interest, that is nepotism, selfishness, self-interest, overlaying in upon other human beings and the earth in an inequitable or preconceived direction. That's imperialism and gentrification both. But then before that is the the chauvinism and the chauvinism and the feudalism, the economic interest that all gets back to the state, then the church, then the great person, then the devil, that is politics. But then but the church had been pivotal and central and validated all that, because you can't say the church is responsible for all that, but the people making the accommodations and the sacrifices and the adjustments and the cooperation that would allow that to sustain, that is people's understanding of the church and participation of the church for better and worse. It has been our experience upon the earth, at least for the last 2,000 years into the Roman Empire, that has been prevailing in that period, has been. And I think that sometimes when you're worshiping Christian faith, what you're actually worshiping is, I think, the Emperor Constantine, according to Tashrik Bey. There's an overlap where if you take the references to what's called the Messiah or what's great in Christian faith, the actual power of the church, the power of Christ. Now, I'm not speaking in terms of the human spiritual sacrifices and loving that people have done in the name of Christ, but as the state has had power over, as private interests and corporate interests and pirates have had power upon the earth and its resources, and had to check in with the state, and the state being validated by the church, and the church being validated by the example of what's called Christ, as the Christian church goes in Western society, which has affected the entire earth. Each time you see the appearance of the name Jesus as an authority, as a point of authority, it can be interswapped and interchanged with what's called the Emperor Constantine. That's somewhat of a loose statement, but I perceive something about that in the words of Tashrik Bey. So if you think about how profound Christianity has been in the last 2,000 years, how much people have feared about that, how much has moved about that name, was there really a person that was so kind, so beautiful, so loving, so sacrificing, that much power came from them being that loving? Because I know very loving people. There's a homeless man that gave me a shawl I used to wear a lot the last few months. He just gave me a shawl for no reason. That you can't actually order something like that online. That shawl is so cool and so beautiful. You know, sometimes you do wonder if you hadn't actually just met an angel. I'm not calling that man an angel, but if you would have told me that had been an angel that engaged me with his attitude and gave me that piece, that article of garment of clothing, that kindly, that freely, like that, and you told me that had been an angel, or you told me that had been Jesus Christ, I wouldn't argue that. I would not argue with that. I would not have a hard time stomaching that or believing that if you would have told me that had been Jesus that gave me that. I'm not saying I meant Jesus, but I met a man who gave me a beautiful shawl off his back when he perceived that I may be getting close to homelessness. So freely, so cool. He was like sitting on the ground with his hands around his knees. So, check this out, man. That type of free giving is, you can tell me there's been people as great as him. That man that did that as smooth as that, as loving as that, but not more so I would say, I'm not saying that I met one. I'm not saying I met one greater than Christ or as great as Christ, but I met one as great as any had been a homeless man, that's not, he's not the only one like that. So if you're saying that this much power and say so and clout and demand and order is coming from the name of Christ because he was so loving and kind like that, I wouldn't argue that or say that that's wrong, but I don't think that's exactly how that manner of power has been expressed or has derived from. According to Todd Street Bay, you're actually we're still within Rome. The real power structure of Rome, the Roman Empire, it actually survived through the church. So it transcended and mutated and transmuted from the overt chauvinism, blunt Roman Empire to the Christian church. And if you look at the experiences that we've had under the Christian church, the different atrocities that have been not too far away from churches or within people that, or perpetrated by people who still attend church and pay homage to church, the different forms of gladiator, like the gladiator stuff we have going on now, the fighting that you also had in times of slavery. Like, can you imagine how heinous that'd be? You're a slave, you have nothing to enjoy, you work day and night, but now they want you to go fight this one and that stud, and one of you is gonna get your face beat in the pulp and beat to death in front of the beautiful women you have a crush on, the beautiful women you love, your little brother, your big brother, your little sister, your big sister, your mom, your dad, your boss, your kids, gonna beat you to death in front of all them, the stud is, while the masters enjoy. And they're probably giving clout. Yeah, man, these guys are tough, man. They're a little bit more special. They're gonna get a little bit more to eat. Man, these guys are cool, man. They're gonna go duke it out, man. Hey, man, get the whole crew, man. Oh, dang, you see that? Oh, dang. Oh, he's going down. All right, man, we're gonna have to do something with him. All right, take his body over there, man. Did he just die? Yeah, we're gonna take. Okay, we're gonna have to get the priest out here. We're gonna have to sing a praise of that. Yep. And you remember what happened? Oh, yeah, he was a sturdy man. He put up a fight too. Yeah, man. I sure miss those sessions. That's how brutal some of the stuff that has happened under and attended by what we have as Christianity. Just for a small example, of a very simple example, that's all been attended under the Christian church and next to the Christian church, within the Christian church, directly or indirectly substantiated, validated, and tolerated by the Christian church, this manner of mayhem. But within all this mayhem and suffering that we've experienced on the earth, the Christian church has still had a lot of power. If you were to swap that out or appreciate that as Rome, nothing changed from the Roman times to now for intensive purposes. No practices, no outcomes, no manners, by and large, has changed. So when you're saying this is the year 2025 of the modern Roman Empire, is what you're saying, 2025. Not necessarily that there was a great person that actually died 2025 years ago and was actually that cool and righteous and divine. We probably likely have had at least one or many people who are divine. We're actually all divine because this experience of reality is simply divine, and all that is with it, as it, a part of it, and associated with it, loved by it, conspired by it, to be conceived by it, is yet divine as is it. I've had a pastor once said that, okay, well, if this and that happened, if God didn't do it and the devil didn't do it, then who did do it? They both did it because they're both the same, and us that exist. So what can exist outside of God is that standpoint. Nothing can. The devil can't exist without outside of God. God can't exist without outside of God, and you and I can't exist outside of God. Therefore, we are all divine. All of us, God and the devil, and all of us are divine because we exist. But from that standpoint, just for someone to actually do different practices or make decisions or statements or gestures or have experiences that would make them experience themselves to concentrate, develop, and strengthen their experience as a divine being, which we all are, but also to be able to articulate that and share that. That's not impossible. So we may and likely have, and still do have, eminent, outstanding, divine people. They're not more or less divine than anyone or anything else, but they may may have more facility with some of their divine capacity. According to Arthur Avalon, that's called a siddhi. So when you undergo sadhana is an all-embracing, all-encompassing quest that tests your mettle to the bone, and again into the bone, into the again, for here and for after. That makes you come to appreciate some of your capacity and facility as a part of its existence. And by you doing so and becoming versed in that, you are now possessed of, possessed with, possessed by, possessed for a dimension and degree of this existence that would make you appear unique and formidable and impressive to some degree, as a person would have the taste to recognize that and appreciate that. That's called a siddhi, and you are now possessed of some of this existence which you already are and had been and will be yet in the first place, but that you have undergone this practice of sadhana. It's now mature in you and can be recognized at times. That might be some of your great people that we have had. And that's actually why I'm continuing this channel, because oratory, expressing ideas, communication is one of those that might actually. Arthur Avalon has expressed what are the outstanding siddhis according to that tradition he's come from. I think the highest one is actually your demeanor. So the demeanor of a kind demeanor that means no harm to anyone or thing. That's actually the highest degree of attainment of maturity, but also facility and strength of a human being, is to not intend to injure anyone and to do right by people and for ourselves and for other people, to do right by ourselves, for other people and for ourselves, in interdependence with right standing with one another, with all people, as we can choose, as we can make prudent decisions to do so. That's the highest degree of attainment according to Arthur Avalon, the possession of a benign or of a kind disposition. But I think that part of that was actually what is expressed by that, can be expressed by that, leads up to that, and it is attended by that and emanates from that. It would be strong communication, would probably be the strongest, the most impressive siddhi. If you see or experience impressive, effective communication, that is speaking truth to a situation that affects you, that is influential and can be appreciated by you and potentially more than you, that is one of the most awesome experiences you may attain. And that's exactly what we're being discouraged from doing at this point in time. And so think about like 20 years ago, right? So you think about the people 20 years ago, and they were doing cool stuff, man. You had some slick talkers, you had some savvy people, you had some drug dealers, you had some gangsters, you had some basketball players. But what were they doing behind closed doors? They were making love, but they were making love in all the kinky ways. They were saying like they were saying nasty stuff to each other. They were mocking one another and one another's lovers in some of their lovemaking gestures. They were doing all kinds of wicked money moves. They were doing all kinds of wicked gestures. They were throwing up different stuff. Now, I'm not saying there's necessarily something wrong for throwing up something if that's what you're a part of, and that's your family and your tribe, and that's I'm not mocking representing something that can harm people. But I'm saying that if you take all of our actions, a lot of it was symbolic, and it was working towards things that were potentially against humble people, that would suggest, that stem from, or that could inspire people to harm ordinary people, get over on ordinary people. All of that has been at play these last 20 years, these last 100 years, these last 2,000 years to the present iteration, where we're still under that much. So a lot of righteous water has went down the river, but a lot of wicked intentions and gestures and symbols and intentions have also went down the water. So now we are where we are after this much frolicking, this much gluttony, this much greed, this much pride, this much envy, this much war, this much conflict, this much stealing, this much dishonesty, this much advertising, this much pharmaceutical medicine, this much detaining of people for medical pretensions or legal pretensions. This much has what's going on. And so now we're to the point where we can communicate a lot of things, we can do a lot of things, we can organize a lot of things, we can express a lot of things, but we're being inspired to shut up and to not become more. We're not, by and large, we're not being inspired to communicate better. And when we are being, we are inspired to communicate better by not communicating. But what that conveys is class. So a lot of times what we're struggling for now to appreciate and to express and to understand and to define is actually class. And so now you don't have a lot of clear indications or metrics for what class is. A lot of, like, during the pandemic, there was a big proliferation of the idea of a high value man. They were talking a lot about that, and they would talk a little bit about high value women. A lot of that's been debunked. Some of that was inspirational because it got me to the point of being a professional, just some of the aesthetics around work ethic that would convey, and that referenced as part of the human experience. that I bought into, and I still stand by. That wasn't all bad, but a lot of that shows you that there was a discrepancy and a struggle to define what is class. That especially in modern times in the United States, but also the world over that's affected by the United States, a lot of that has we are struggling yet to understand what is class in the modern digital space, where a lot of people can apply for anything, perhaps get approved for anything, accepted to anything, achieve anything. A lot of that's on the table. But even when you get to some of that, you get to a professional role, you get to a seat of learning, whatnot, your class is still at question because did you really have the money to get here? Oh, it's not about money anymore. It's about merit. Did you really have the merit to get here? Or you did have the merit to get here, but you didn't always have the money to get here, or you didn't always have the merit to get here, or you didn't always have the mannerisms that was smack, that means taste of class. So the class is still a little bit unclear. So the only thing that you can really base it on now is just your mannerisms and your gestures and your behavior. So there's a strong sense to express class. There's a strong emphasis on class. I would appreciate stark in your face, especially like since the time of the pandemic, maybe like the last 10 years. So the last 10 years, back in the day, a lot of people didn't know actually how to talk to women because you'd never seen it done before. There wasn't before the online, you hadn't seen as many people naked, like making love, pornography. You actually hadn't seen as many people naked. You hadn't seen as many people say cool things to women. You hadn't seen as many people be smooth around women. You hadn't seen people know how to actually engage people socially. So when the internet, so around, I think there was first a book called How to Be a Player by Tariq Nasheed. He's actually influential now, and he speaks more about issues of foundational Black Americans, part of which is redressing economic injustices, like I've referenced on this video. But and commend him for that. But his older book, which I also picked up in the 90s when it came out, because I was more so about women in a wannabe Mac in the 90s. I think it's called The Art of Macking, The Art of Macking. That's what it's called. In that book, it can be extrapolated that book, The Art of Macking, it influenced later a person that book had not been that a book like that had not appeared before that I know of, had not appeared prominently in popular culture to my taste. It was somewhat revolutionary. I'm not saying it was the first, because a lot of things have always been done across time. It wasn't the first, but it was significant when it came out. That how and why, and that Tariq Nasheed would make a book called The Art of Macking was significant, and it was actually filling a space in a vacuum because it was needed. A lot of us were men, or young men, but we didn't know how to talk, or that we could talk, or cool ways to talk to women. A lot of us have always wanted. So back in the day, it used to be like at a bar or something, and there'd be like some girls over there, and you and your friends like, damn it, man, we need to go talk to them. Man, y'all are some punks for not talking. Like we'd all be scared to go talk to some girls, and we also, but a lot of that, it's not that it's that hard to talk to girls, but you don't know how to talk to girls if you haven't seen it done. So you might have some people that had some blessings around that. Like maybe they could. I would say a lot of your smoother people back in the day before the internet, if in that someone was smooth around women, likely they had at least some sisters or some women in their life who would inspire them, but also tolerate them practicing and developing and curating their facility with bantering and socializing with women. You'd likely have to have a woman at some point. That we all have different talent and ability and instincts towards things as human beings that's different, all of us. But to actually get really impressive and smooth with it, you'd likely have to have some graces and some kind of training and training grounds. That would be women in your life that would inspire but also tolerate you talking to them. But back before the internet, it was less known how to do that smoothly. And so it had been difficult back in the day to get up to talk to women. And if you just that you would talk to women at all, you were getting in a lot of doors. Just that you worked up enough nerve, because it would have been unique back then. It was unique. But then Tariq Nasheed, he wrote that book, and then he had said on his channel, which I would imagine, is that Neil Strauss made a book about where he studied similar men that had skill sets like Tariq Nasheed back then, called I think it was called The Game, and there was like some people there, like someone named like Mystery or something, and some people who were really seasoned around like socializing with women. Now I'm gonna sound like a lot of people are gonna it's gonna sound distasteful that I would reference that same book, that latter book, and be familiar with it, because I would start to sound like a pickup artist. But actually that book, I think there was some influential material that proliferated on YouTube, like right around like somewhere between 2010 and 2015. I came aware of it more so towards 2015, but I think some of it was around since like 2010. There was like real social dynamics, but then before that, there was like the 21 convention, and there was particularly one of the most brilliant people at that convention. It was an Asian man, short of stature, and he had like spiked hair, and he was saying that the reason, see, humor is a pattern. So if you can appreciate that human is a pattern, you can learn a pattern like anything, and you can practice it and get better at it. That's what that man said, and that was brilliant. What he said, you can practice with humor. You can practice with talking to men and women and anyone. You can get better at anything if you can practice it. That goes for singing. That goes for dancing. That goes for drawing. That goes for painting. That goes for playing an instrument. You can get better with anything, but a lot of things are daunting and intimidating to pick them up and to sustain them and to stay with them. A lot of times when someone's like, you're at a dance and it's like, bust a move, bust a move. A lot of people are scared as shit because you never actually practiced. You never got around. You've been doing all this and that. You've been thinking about this and that. You this and that. But you never actually practiced any dance moves before. Like you just never practiced any dance moves. So here you go, Cole, bust a move. But you ain't been practicing. So it's not that you're whack, because if you just feel the music, you can do anything if you can feel it. So you can at least have a good time without having practiced dance moves. But you can't be looking like you've practiced dance moves if you haven't practiced dance moves. And that's what scares the shit out of a lot of people. And it's similar with singing too, where it's not that you have I had this cool poster at a music school that I saw. It said, if you can talk, you can sing. So a lot of people would also be scared as shit to sing in front of people or to speak in front of people. But it's not that it's that scary or hard to sing in front of people or sing in front of people. Being that vulnerable, I don't like the word vulnerable as though it's cool, but being that sensual and expressing your feeling like that, it's not actually that difficult or that scary entirely, but you had not practiced it, and that's what's intimidating about it. So it's the same with like some people they would deride people who are pickup artists. Like, and there's actually a large backlash and like a counter culture, counter momentum from pickup artistry. Even within pickup artistry, there's a counter momentum, which is that so a lot of people were not understanding that you could, or having the inclination to practice being better around socializing, just being comfortable around the opposite sex, until that movement proliferated, largely I think based on the book The Game by Neil Strauss, but then before that The Art of Macking by Tariq Nasheed. But then a lot of the content and also the cultural tropes and aesthetics and values and lingo and vernacular that's in the syntax and grammar and lexicon of modern understanding, which a lot of it has actually been affected by YouTube, if you think about it. That a lot of that has proliferated to where it's now there's always supply and demand. So back in the day, like when I was young, there was more of a demand for people that would be comfortable around the opposite sex or just engaging the opposite sex. But then when the understanding of the opposite sex to some degree, as much as, because you actually can't understand an experience that's outside of yourself, but as people have gotten more aware of trends and a grasp and facility around what is appreciated by the opposite sex, with some of this content that has proliferated, a lot of it it actually has changed the dynamic of supply and demand to where now people actually can't stand someone that might be smooth or think themselves smooth around the opposite sex. And even if you are smooth around the opposite sex, it's not entirely impressive just for its sake. What is still significant, had been then and still is now, is class. So class is still significant. So now what's more emphasized now that a lot of stuff has proliferated and the demand is down, is there's still a demand for class, but you can't convey class or understand class by the traditional metrics. A lot of what's changed with the World Wide Web and different opportunities and understanding, and some of which the proliferation of learning and knowledge, which also, because that had been another barrier to class and caste. Also with the recidivism had been the access to learning and understanding. I think learning is not necessarily more sophisticated than reading and writing. If you can read well for your intensive purposes and write well, and by a combination of that express yourself well and understand other people expressing themselves well, that is a lot of what learning had been. But it's difficult to get there without some of the challenges and the venues and the opportunities that you would have like in learning. So back in the day, people used to be really impressed that someone had gone to college. Nowadays, people are still impressed, but not as much impressed that you had gone to college. Back in the day, you would be impressive for going to college because you could read, write, and have access to ideas. Now, you go to college, you're more so appreciated for having access to certain ideas because most people can read and write baseline, but not maybe the fullest extent of which. Because if you really want the full blessing of something, you need to take it to the full extent and get as good as you can get, I think, or work on getting as good as you can get. Because had you gotten as good as you can get, you stop developing. So work towards getting as good as you can get to get the full impact and value and powers, potency of something. And that's with education, also reading, writing, and speaking and listening. But so I think that education, it doesn't have to be more profound than reading, writing, speaking, and listening. If you can do that, you can do next to anything, I think. But even within that, what's significant, that is what gives advantage, standing, stature, is class. And so now what's appreciated as class is your mannerisms, your etiquette. A lot of it, your taciturn, your lack of speaking, your conveying of power in a room, or your conveying of power non-verbally is what's appreciated now. And that might be some of that might be good, but some of that might also be a problem, because if you got 10, 15 people in a room all trying to convey how powerful they are non-verbally, it might be like a mayhem, or you might have like a damn military platoon. So is that what we're being asked to do now? Are we asked to now be part of a platoon? We all shut the hell up and get silent and get on the same board of killing. Is what a platoon is. But that's a lot of what society is. That's what's appreciated. Let's all shut the hell up and get on board and get serious about killing life. That is one another. That is winning. That's what the value is now. But that's not all the way good or all the way bad, I think, or all the way unique. But it's what's just demanded, and what the dynamics of supply and demand favor now. But within all of that, what's significant, even within class, because class is not classy for the sake of class, or good for the sake of class. What's significant is stature. How is my role appreciated in a context? Therefore, what can I say, do, win, offer, lose, based on my understanding and of my role, and other people's understanding of my understanding, and my understanding of other people's understanding of my role. That is significant. A lot of that came in traditional American society. A lot of that was in traditional human societies. I think a lot of that came from class. In America, it came from capital and money, as a part of, but almost independent of class. It's just money for the sake of money. But then when people run with that all the way, they take that to the natural extent. Like in Training Day, where in Training Day, Denzel Washington, he became comfortable with corruption so much that he got in trouble. But he was not necessarily wrong for understanding that corruption operates, or having facility within corruption, because he meted out a little bit of justice to, there had been a person that was victimizing people with narcotics, and he got that person to get his ultimate justice. If you appreciate that, that's what the purpose, that he did something wrong, and that Denzel Washington was employed to met out justice within the corruption and the politics and the in the gaming of roles and dynamics and money that had been portrayed in that movie, but had actually been a lot of Los Angeles before what the real story that movie is based on. So what I was saying is that there had been a commenter on the Star Report that said that in real street culture, there's a little bit of a coalescing overlap and spectrum of law enforcement and street, and they actually play into one another and reinforce and conspire and collaborate and contrast and conflict with one another, is the higher echelon of that. But that's what you see in Training Day. It is portrayed and is actually historical reenactment of real dynamics. But Denzel Washington got so comfortable that he got in trouble like that. But I think the real person he was portraying might have been similar like that. But then so he got so comfortable with the game that he lost the game. But the rookie person believed in the game so much that he didn't understand the game and nearly also lost the game. But then but stature, but then you could say also, so like P. Diddy, if he had been guilty of what he was accused of, that would be like someone where he had stature, privilege, and privilege and stature based on money, but also success that he enjoyed, but he maybe overenjoyed it or overindulged it to the point that it wasn't acceptable. But even just that you can have a system where you can get that far ahead of other people and have that much advantage and sway and privilege over other human beings, that is a form of inequity and violence on par with any other form of violence, up to and including torture and starvation and incarceration. All that, just inequity, it's to that degree. So you could say that the money game, the society, a lot of it is wicked. It's based on wickedness. It was derived and created by wickedness. Uh, Capturing and kidnapping hundreds, millions of people across an ocean, forcing them to work, deriving profit from that. That is stripping them of the equity of their own labor. That is their life force, effort, intention, tears, sweat, and blood, to be enjoyed and relished without having done equitable work to enjoy and relish that value, or being gifted that value. Because some of the value of like this of the slaves, their value is part of the bounty and blessing and heirloom that is to their descendants and themselves. So when you strip Africa of its strongest members, but then also you strip its strongest members of their own labor and equity, you strip Africa, you strip the members, their present offspring, family, and loved ones and friends, but also the descendants of all that. You stripped all of them of the actual labor, effort, value, bounty, blood, sweat, and tears that had been part of Africa, was the people, and was to sustain the life of that people upon the earth. The green part, this is the African solidarity. The black is for the people of Africa, the red is for the blood that unites people, and the green is the bounty of the earth, that is the bounty of Africa, that are Africa and her people and Africa. So in America, they took out the green part and they put that in the bank account, and then they built a whole system that still reverberates. So a lot of times, like, this different like cybersecurity stuff, like kicking people the hell out of stuff that they don't have no business doing in according to the status quo, is because we're trying to keep the green part where it belongs, in the privilege and entitlement. And if normal people, that is like the black, now black doesn't mean darker complexion, but just the people of the earth, the rank and file, the natural humble people of the earth, as the earth would have us be, as they get to getting back to the green part, that is the actual labor, the blessings, the whatever wealth this earth, this earth has, it actually in one way or another belongs to all of us, and it came from all of us. So for one person to have $1 billion worth of it, $10 billion of it, worth it, $150 billion worth of that green stuff that came from the earth, and another person to have nothing, that would have to be some kind of inequity. But that equity is ensured and guaranteed by the different apparatus to mitigate and conserve and preserve and protect privilege and entitlement. That is the status quo, the capital of the status quo, that's respected, honored, created, and sustained by the status quo. And so had anything that had been black, it looks cool, right? The red, black, and green. But if the black gets into the green without being official, or without being sanctioned, that had been a problem. If any one of those colors bleed into the other colors upon a line that's not sanctioned by the private interests, the corporate interests, the pirates that are still about us, which are all of that, the state that they have to adjust for, the church beyond that, and then ostensibly the story that's part of that, and then the wicked thing that would make that story real, or the power structure of Rome that's also the wicked thing, that's also the great thing, that's all that. If there had been any discrepancy with the order of Caesar and how Caesar being Rome, I'm saying that's still the power, according to Tashriq Bey, that's what cannot be tolerated, even if it were 1 cent, even if it were one juice, even if it were one pop. That's not to be tolerated, and that will trip up the system. You try to buy a pop, but if there's something doesn't smack right about a car that you use or something like that, you're gonna draw down the whole system. The whole cybersecurity system is gonna be concerned how a vending machine was accessed potentially at the wrong time of day. It wouldn't seem like the right person that's supposed to have that card would access a pop at that point. That's a problem in the system. But the equity, but the deeper problem had been that the equity was conserved and stripped of a lot of people in the first place, but also conserved and experience and enjoy it over the interest of the people who are related to the people that made the profit. That is real economic injustice, mayhem, bloody murder, violence. And that's actually what created the success that people like P. Diddy were enjoying and came from. And so, but what happened is he may have got a little bit too comfortable where what he did, it challenged the actual structure of stature, that is status, that is stature in the society, and how that's agreed upon. And that is more significant, more atrocious, more egregious, more powerful, more consequential than any degree of capital that he could be associated with. Because you actually can't hold $1 billion, $1 million. You actually can't have $1 billion. You can be associated with it and enjoy the privileges of being associated with, but you actually can't have it because there's only so much you can say, do, and eat. Like according to people like Khabib. Khabib's a accomplished martial artist, but he said as a billionaire, millionaire, there's only so much he can eat. So that's a deep thing he said. But so with Puff Daddy is that if there had been a problem, it's that he overplayed. He already had a favorable hand, a winning hand, a flush, but he overplayed it such that it challenged the table he was on and the person that runs the person that works at a casino that like runs the tables. It challenged the person operating the table and the house so you can have a high roller, right? And a high roller is great in Las Vegas, and a high roller will have largely more favor and esteem than other people. But if the high roller gets to the point that they think that their business that they bring to the casino is more than the business that the casino gets, because if you take Real Social Dynamics Tyler has said that there's different types of success at scales of business, but so you might have like your boutique business or your high end, your high tier, like you take like your high end music or something like that. Both the instrument, so like you take your high end instruments, right? If you take all the money that's made off of musical instruments and musical instrument supplies, the higher tier, the stuff that costs crazy amounts of money, astronomical amounts of money, that earns a lot of money, but nothing like the cheaper stuff, because that cheaper stuff adds up. It's the same with like a restaurant. So the restaurant, or like let's say liquor, like beer, right? So you have like some expensive beer, fine wine, stuff like that, or even tobacco, like fine cigars, Cuban cigars. That stuff is expensive. It costs a lot, and it must be nice if you enjoy that kind of stuff. But even as someone who can afford that and occasionally spends money on that, that's a small amount of the profit, of the real profit that's made off of tobacco and liquor. The real profit would be the rank and file, the 40s, the beers, the wine coolers, the six packs, the shooters, the small bottle of spirits. The cheaper stuff, it makes way more money over the long haul than the expensive stuff. But the expensive stuff, it just gives you the sensation. It gives you actually the value structure. Some of the expensive stuff, it's actually not probably profitable, but it sets up the value structure. So this is what this one's worth because this other one's worth this much. So the big bottle of wine is worth $100, but the little shooter is worth 50 cents. But it can be worth 50 cents because that other one's worth that much. But if you really thought about it and what you're actually paying for, sometimes the expensive stuff is not necessarily worth less than the little stuff, and just in terms of what you're ingesting. Some people could say that, yeah, the higher stuff, it takes more vintage and seasoning and time to procure and labor, and it's more sophisticated and it's more vintage. That may or may not be true, but a lot of that might be advertising. The real reality of the value that you're experiencing procuring, it's not necessarily away from the value, the pricing. It's not. So there is something of value that's represented in pricing, but not as it's represented in pricing. And the adjusting of pricing is part of the presentation of advertisement according to high level business. So the pricing is a beast in itself. But you're at a casino. The regular patrons, the people that are spending their social security, the people coming in off the bus, the person that's messing themselves out of their life to waste to because of their habit gambling, that adds up to way more than a high roller. And so for a high roller to think themselves more important than a regular person, The casino, that would probably piss off a casino, like, but they wouldn't have a problem with it. They cater to it. But in their mind, the actual rank and file is still where the money, where the bread is buttered, and is actually probably more so valued by the casino, even in the high roller, because the high roller might actually be more of a cost. Like, you wouldn't think of a rich person as being a beggar, but if you think about it, a lot of money is really worthless. Like money, it's either paper or it's like a digital representation, a digital ledger. But a lot of, since money's not backed by the gold or by value at all times, sometimes money is a little bit arbitrary and more so like fiat. So if you have somebody coming up with all this fiat, and then they're wanting demands like, oh yeah, so I just bought that car right there. I just gave you $10,000 of fiat. Can you not give me that car? Yeah, but the car kind of has value, man. I mean, that's like a real that's a real chassis that it got in there. Those are some sturdy wheels that it got in there, and you're just giving us this wheelbarrow full of paper that you're calling money. That's a lot of what the attitude is, even with like wealthy people. So you could say that sometimes the wealthy people, they're more of a cost and more of beggars, even to an establishment like a casino. A high roller might actually be more of a cost to a casino. Like if you ever try to do like a Western Union in like a small town or just a regular town, like at a store, like a convenience store or like a drugstore, you try to do a Western Union, even for a small amount, like between like $20 and $50. There's I'm not trying to cite Western Union itself, but I'm just saying you do something that actually makes a business. It's not that business is not a money lending business. They're a regular business, but they have that service because that's what corporate said they have to have that service. You actually go and you fill out, you procure, you cash in a voucher for a money order. Yes, that business, they get credited and they get reimbursed for whatever cash they gave you, but not necessarily right away. So the actual value that they get, the ledger that they get, the credit that they get in that moment is less value than that actual cash that they had on hand, because they needed to use that cash to break different bills, to do different dealings. So you just made their drawer short of cash. They have to wait the whole day to get their drawer back right to where they have the right amount of cash flow, the leeway with cash to make their business stay afloat. So you actually more so just, you did business with them and they essentially get some profit and some value, maybe a small amount, from doing a money order. But they, for practical purposes, they more so lost value with you and your money order. Just like the casino lost value with your expensive high roller stuff, even though you're giving them value credit, but the actual, you're giving them credit because cash money is more so credit, but they're giving you value. Potentially, like you go to buy something, you're giving them more credit, but they're giving you more value. That can be a problem, and people aren't always wanting to honor that. So you take a high roller, and then they get so comfortable in their suite or in their amenities and their privilege that they forget, or they disrespect, or they buck, or they challenge the real meat and potatoes, the real system, because the group is always worth more than an individual in the impact in the times of like hunting and gathering. And even now, the group is what comes first before the individual, howsoever great. And an outstanding great individual is sometimes the perfect foil in contrast to the group, to come to, for the group, for the person to be in the group, effective in the group, comfortable in the group, a problem for the group, overcome by the group. Then that reinforces the group, so we know that the group is more important than the person. So therefore the group still has the power, because it did have the power, but it still needs to have the power. So it's a perfect example of the perfect lynching. It had been a great, maybe someone, I would imagine a lot of the people that got lynched like during the time of slavery, they probably weren't the worst people, the biggest of a jerk, the laziest person. They probably wasn't the one getting lynched. It's probably the outstanding one getting lynched. Maybe some of their stud getting lynched. Your effective people getting lynched, so effective that you start to challenge the overseer. You might actually be better than the overseer. You would have been a better overseer than the overseer, and better at what you do than the overseer. But that you have an overseer that can exert power over someone that actually be more effective, that's the real power structure. And that informs and validates and sustains the other people that are less effective than the outstanding one, but more effective combined than the outstanding one, keeping the group in the right standing and stature and status is more important than the contributions or entitlement or privilege or credit of any outstanding member. So any outstanding member that starts to like the nail that sticks out is the one that gets punished. So I'm not apologizing for Puff Daddy or saying that he's guilty or not guilty, but I'm saying just that he's been cited and accused of this. It's a perfect example, and it did play out. It has played out as the perfect example, and was engaged and capitalized on, as the documentary series goes, to show that status and stature, paternalism, is what's important. So the state, according to King Noble, the master, the state has always said what's sexy, what's not, what flies, what's not, when it's time to make babies, when it's time to raise babies, when it's time to put men in dresses. The master, the status quo has said that. So you take things like prom. Like prom might not be the best thing for human beings, because I'm not. So I started this video joking about porn, and now I'm taking on prom. But it might not always be the best thing for human beings, because if you appreciate what pair bonding is, like you don't always necessarily get to pair bond significantly with people over a lifetime as you want to, especially as females go, because sometimes they say that men and female really do exist differently physically, but also psychologically and emotionally. So men can have more partners than women. It's appreciated that men can experience more partners than women and retain some of their potence and self-esteem. But when women do engage with men, they and it's a significant experience. They respect and admire the man. That's a deeper bond, and it can't be interchanged and swapped and replaced as easily potentially as a man. That might actually have to do with actually the constitution and function of a woman, because a woman can only gestate, care for, invest in so many children at one birthing and at one lifetime of raising a child. A woman can only invest in so much. A man can potentially invest in more, because a man can impregnate more, but also potentially in different iterations support more. If you take the privilege that men have had economically in a lot of societies, it'd be more viable for a man. So it would be I think human beings have never been monogamous. I'm not original to say that or profound to say that. Human beings have likely never been monogamous, males and females. But females have probably been promiscuously differently than males have been promiscuous. If you just look at the capacity, strength, but also the purpose, function, and design, for lack of a better word, of a male and female specimen, it would be different with the bonding. So in high school, if you take a woman and she's supposed to get married, you would want her to bond to her husband and be with him to death do us part, but actually feel inspired and interested in being with one man till death do us part. It may be more congruent or advantageous to wait for that woman to have her first love making that's respected by the society, which is part of the bond, be when she gets married. But in the American society, let's go to prom. So prom night is big, prom is important, and prom is respected, and prom is cool. But you just pair bonded with someone who may not be your real partner. It never intended to be your partner, and you didn't entirely intend to be your partner. Now you get along to being married, and so it's not the same when you had got married. But that's just an example of how the state, the school system, what have you, they say what's cool, what's not, what flies, what's not, what's sexy, what's not, what's hot, what's not. That there might be better and worse with that, but with Puff Daddy, it might be that he human beings are predators. Like a human being is called a omnivore. That means we can exist as a carnivore and we can exist as an herbivore, both. According to a man that I met at a gas station. I actually met a brilliant man at a gas station, and he knows a lot of the people in the community. He says cool stuff, and he's actually met some of the outstanding leadership in our state who has visited, who has patronized his gas station. with security, but also a little bit incognito. He's kind of connected, even as a gas station person. But he knows a lot about life, and he's highly educated. He actually has something. He was an artist, and he did a mural that was worth like $5,000. But the time that he spent doing that mural and the investment that he did in it, he did it, and then they didn't appreciate it, and he wasn't compensated. And just that play right there, it changed his life such that he had to work at a gas station to survive that incongruence and that stealing that happened, that how he got stolen from. But he's still an artist, and he's still highly educated. But that's a lesson, right? That's a test. That's a interesting story. But he was telling me that part of the reason that human beings may be omnivores. He gave me a good reasoning. I can't recall all of what he said, but human beings always had to travel. Like we always been migrating. So when you make a border, right, like the United States, like you say, this is what the border is. You can't go north or south of this. You might be frustrating the actual patterns of the earth and the human beings, which are part of the earth and the seasons and the cycles. The human beings were to always be shifting the earth, because I think a lot of what we're here to do is actually till the earth, engage with the plants, consume the plants, digest the plants, release feces. The feces fertilize the plants, but then also the different things that we can do with our reason, like like animal husbandry, caring for plants, animals, insects, different stuff like that humans will do naturally with their reason. That might be a lot of our function, but also part of that is changing with the patterns of the weather and the other animals, the herds of animals. And that's part of just shifting. Just if you had a garden, you need to shift it all the time. Just like you shift the sprinkling system, the weather, the rain, but also the activity, like the garden. Sometimes you need to prune this one. This one needs to rest. You need to uproot this one. This one needs to replant it, like that. That's what human beings, I think animals and also insects and human beings do upon the earth at all scales, from the very small, teeny bacteria you can't see, the tiny insect, the birds, the dogs, the elephants, all that. It's like you can appreciate it as like an irrigation system on a garden. But the activity that we do is like irrigating a garden or tending a garden, the Garden of Eve, no less. So we are from the garden, right? The Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eve. So we were in a garden. We found out we were naked. We got to fornicating. We probably had a baby. Then we had to take care of the baby. Now you're tasked with toil. So Adam and Eve, they lost their innocence, and then they had to get a job. Doesn't that sound like someone, they go through school and then they get lucky and now they have a kid and now they got to get a job? And it had been the serpent maybe that told them how and when to get lucky. That might not have been in their best favor with however the seasons were about to play. But likely, if they had anything, if they got to have any fun in their life, they would have got to losing their innocence and having a little somebody that looks like them that's more innocent come about, that is a kid. And then that kid do the same thing and grow up and become an adult and lose their innocence and have another innocent kid, and then on like that. So, but from that standpoint, we had been in a garden. We enjoyed the garden. We were blessed in the garden. We were entitled, innocent, like kids. Then we get naked. We're no longer innocent. And then we have the aftermath of getting naked. That is, we have a kid now. Now we got to get to work. But what that work means is, where would you work then? In the garden. So till the garden. So we're still, you could say we're still tilling the garden. We're tasked with toil. We're tasked with tilling the earth. But when you make these arbitrary borders, you're blocking the real migration of the people, because the Native American, a lot of times when you say Native American, you think of Northern America, but actually the Native Americans are the entire Americas, the people of the Americas. And I'm not drawing hard lines of, if you have African and European ancestry combined with the Native ancestry, I'm not saying that makes you more or less Native American, but just anyone who is of the Americas, like has history along the Americas, African, European, Native American, but especially Native American and African, you are part of the Americas. So it would be natural for you to move along the Americas, up and down, north, south, east, and west. Now, some people, they might not have a problem with someone going from the East Coast to the West Coast in the United States, but now you try to go south of Mexico and you have a problem. Or you go east and west in Mexico, and that's okay, but you go north and that's a problem. But that's not nature, because you need all things, all directions, all seasons, all times of days. So you need day, night, up, down, left, right, east, west, north, south, to be congruent and reciprocal with the earth and its demands and its fluctuations and its changes. You need all that. But when you have people put down a border in terms of privilege, like all those different forms I've said of like gentrification, imperialism, privilege, entitlement, corporate piracy, private interest, self-interest that informs and comes from private interest, state power, religious power, and political power. You overlay that on the actual earth, which gave the possibility for all that, but also preceded, attends, supersedes, and transcends all that. You overlay that on the earth and the people that are the earth, and it will be a conflict. But the things that in the system of privilege and deprivation and violence and whatnot, what actually gives us our protection. You have so many wicked, deadly things that are both designed and part of nature that can injure people. What are only protect, but human beings are omnivores. So according to this person, we're omnivores because at sometimes you would be able to survive off of the meat that would be available, like buffalo, whatnot. You could maybe say, you could imagine in the Americas that the Native Americans. I'm not a historian, but I would imagine just by reasoning, the Native Americans, they might have been so hunter gatherer, that is omnivore, that is herbivore carnivore. So we gather the herbs, and that's gatherer, herbivore, and then we hunt, that is carnivore. So hunter gatherer also means omnivore. So herbivore carnivore. So the Native Americans likely in summertime, they would have been gathering. You could say maybe the women and children would have been gathering, and then the men, they would have been hunting and also fighting sometimes, because you probably still had some degree of entitlement and privilege and standing and stature and status that would be contended within a group, but also above and across groups, and the fighting would mitigate that and actually make vivid and real the relations and the power and the stature. So the fighting is part of the stature, and from that standpoint necessary in a social hierarchy. That is, human beings will make a hierarchy wherever you put them on the earth. They're almost like a science experiment. Like when I was a little kid, we used to collect ants. So you put a whole bunch of ants in a jar, and they're gonna make little tunnels. That's what ants are gonna do. They can't help it. That's what they do. That's what they've been doing for this long. And the ants are really cool, but that's what they've been doing, and that's what they will do. Humans are similar, where they will make a hierarchy in a social structure. They will do that. They do that, and they will do that. Human beings. But in order to make the power, the real, because anyone can act like anything. You can even act like you're having class and stature and all that. But at a certain, you get a group for people that are all expressing nonverbal power and confidence. At a certain point, it's going to come to blows, because yeah, you're this power important and you're this cool and you don't say nothing, but so am I. And we just stepped on each other's shoes while we're being so cool. So one of us has to be the real one with power and stature. So what I think, like a lot of times when they're saying like, yeah, man, everybody needs to be so cool, man, and everybody needs to say nothing. Like what they're saying is like everybody needs to be a better fighter, because what that's going to come down to is still conflict at a certain point, whether you talk or don't. It's going to be conflict to establish the boundaries and the standing, that is the stature, that is the expression of protection and privilege that amounts to enjoyment of life upon the earth. The fighting is part of that, so that will be with human beings. But then you can imagine that the men, they would have also been hunting. So then in the summer, you can have a little bit of the herbs. You had a little bit of what you gathered, and a little bit of the meat during the summer. But then in the winter, you could maybe say in the summer, like you could have more of the herbs, because the herbs would be fresh and available in the summer. And back then, I don't know that they could always. The Native Americans could do way more cool things than what we know of generally. So I'm not saying they couldn't preserve or conserve herbs and vegetables and what they would gather. I'm not saying that, but maybe not the same way not to just simply have herbs and fruit and vegetable all winter long. Not likely. But they could probably preserve the meat though. So they would be maybe say having the herbs in the summertime, and then the meat in the wintertime. So human beings, we're somewhat, sometimes we think ourselves profound because we have the capacity to be herbivores. That's actually probably what allows us to have human social relationships, where when I'm engaging with you, if you were just a tiger or a lion that whole time, and you had blood out your mouth right there that whole time when we're talking, yeah, what's up, man? And you got blood right there, I wouldn't actually be able to get humane and have some of that real human emotion with you, because you're a predator, a killer, nothing but a killer. It's hard to, so a lot of people respect and love killers, but it's hard to completely let your guard down around a killer unless they have like an interest in you. But because we're herbivores like that, we have the capacity to not eat meat. So we eat meat, we enjoy meat, but we don't have to eat meat. So we're not all about meat. So sometimes we forget that we have been predators, both predators against animals, but also predators against other human beings in terms of fighting, but also stealing resources from one another, which is a part of fighting. We're still predators like that. So that's a lot of what we are. But because we're omnivores, I think that allows for some of our socializing and also some of the acting that's part of socializing, where sometimes I'm talking to you, but I'm talking to you like, so I'm a man now, I'm a kind man, I'm a good man. So yeah, I eat meat, but I don't always eat meat or only eat meat or have to eat meat. So you can still appreciate me as someone beyond eating meat that is shedding blood, that is killing. So it allows for some of the socializing, but I was saying in this video, I had a thought, which is like, and I had gotten a little bit of hot water, like trying to make a thought, express something like this. But sometimes you'll see people who consider themselves biracial, and they're having difficulty. They're expressing the difficulty that's really can be their difficulty of understanding themselves and their relationship to people who consider themselves white or black. It's difficult for a person who's biracial. The problem might actually be that you're calling yourself biracial, because you might actually more so be triracial. It would be better. A lot of things are like, and even when I was talking about like the Holy Spirit, the Holy Trinity, when that man was pointing out the humor in potentially the Christian God being three personages, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and joking that more than two heads is a monster. That might be humorous, but that actually might be more real, because a lot of things are dynamic. One of the what I've appreciated as a unique triple or trinity, I think a lot of things, a lot of dynamics are really triple if you appreciate it. Is you have so you have creation, destruction, and maintenance. In the Indian tradition, that would be, I think creation is Brahma, destruction would be like Raudra, and so maintenance would be Vishnu. I think Shiva might be able to be interchanged with all of those and all of those, but then but Brahma is also all of those, and those are aspects of Brahma. God, another word is God. I think the truer word for God in that context would be or the solemn word that I know of from India for God is Chidgana, which means consciousness, greatness. That refers to subtle and regular and broad consciousness. There's maybe nothing you're not expressing with that, because all things are and are attended by and experienced only through being conscious. So that might be an outstanding word. This is going to sound crazy. I'm gonna say this, but another word for what we're calling, what we're saying is great. So you have a different aspects of all things, different grades of all things: light and dark, good and bad, great and humble, beautiful, wicked, beautiful, mean, all that. Another word for what you might call great would be the word, the B word, the word bitch. Now, you call someone a bitch, that's fighting. You don't have to know anyone. I don't have to know anything about anyone. Most people, the exception proves the rule, but most people, good, bad, ugly, whatnot, you say, "What's up, bitch?" That's gonna be call for blow right there. But a unique cohort, the exception to the rule, is some people would be like, "Hey, what's up?" Like some people might actually like being called bitch. I had a music teacher who was he was homosexual, and he was talking about songwriting, and he was like, "I'm just a bitch." And there's like some beautiful women in the class. They were impressed that he could be that at ease with himself and laid back, that he could call himself a bitch and feel sexy about being called a bitch and feel empowered calling himself a bitch. That's actually kind of hot if you could say it the way he said it, and how these women appreciated that. That's an example of how. But so what do I mean when I would say what's great could be called a bitch? Because a bitch is like the word F word. The word Osho, the order Osho has said that the F word, like whatever you understand of the parts of speech, the F word can be almost all that. Like it can be a noun, like I mean that was a good fuck, or it can be a verb, like man fuck that fuck that, or it can be like like it can be like an adjective, like so if an adjective describes a noun, so if you're using bitch as a noun, as a person, place, or thing, and you're describing it with the F word, a fucking bitch. So fucking is, so it's a bitch that fucks or just is existing. So the word fuck can actually, it can mean an existing bitch. So that's an existing bitch, but trifling for existing. So that's a fucking bitch. So the F word, it can be used in almost any. It can be used. It's one of the most dynamic words because it can be used at almost any range of emotion, any part of speech, and it can any placeholder and any degree of endearment or conflict or anything in between can be the F word. So you can use the F word like, man, my day was fucked up, man. That's some fucked up stuff, man. It was, so it might sound cool, but it's like a little bit indifferent like that. But if I'm like, fuck you, then now it went from the mid range to antagonistic, or like oh fuck. Like, so it can be very dynamic like that, and it can almost be used for any. It can be used in a lot of different ranges, and that might be why people are so people are so engrossed with the F word to this day. But that hadn't been any different when Osho was speaking, like in the 70s. Right now, as I speak, there's probably one of the main words probably being used, I don't know online, but at least offline. Probably, if you were to make statistics of the main words being used as I speak, the country over, the hemisphere over, the world over, if I had to guess, it may be, I don't know the word, but the F word would be likely being used right now more than almost any other word. Fuck this, fuck that, I don't give a fuck, blah, blah, blah. That's being used a lot right now. But when Osho made statements, there's a video on YouTube where Osho explains how profound the F word is. Since the time he made that video in the late 70s or 80s to this day, each day that has went by since then, each hour, maybe except for holidays and birthdays, but more so holidays, each year, month, week, day, half day, quarter day, hour, half hour, quarter hour, 10 minute, 5 minute, 2 minute, 1 minute, 30 second, 15 second, 1 second. Since Osho made that statement, I would imagine the F word had been prominent among all words being used, and it was used the most forcefully and sincerely and emotionally and earnestly. It had been the F word that whole time. But the word bitch is similar, where it's like you don't, sometimes you don't experience how great, how much you can describe with the word bitch. So if I think about this life, right, I have experienced so much stuff that's really mean stuff, but it's also been tolerated, because for you to experience something mean, somebody somewhere would have had to tolerate that. Like, damn, what'd you just call that fool? Oh man, hey man, such and such called you this and that. Oh, you listened to him say that? I had this one friend in Tennessee where someone was saying like he looked like Martin Luther King, and another person was laughing. He's like, man, fuck you. He's like, man, I didn't say that. He's like, yeah, but you co-signed it. So all the whack, stupid stuff that happened to in your whole life, a lot of people co-signed it, authorized it, supported it, subsidized it, stamped it, repeated it, recorded it, thought about it, shared it, liked it, commented, all the messed up stuff that happened to you. And all those people were loved and conspired to come here and exist by what you're calling God. So God let a lot of stuff ride. What you're calling God let a lot of stuff ride. The heinous stuff that happened in slavery, the present day, which is still slavery, the wars, all that, what you're calling God let a lot of that stuff go down. So but what you're calling God is also beautiful still, and still worth being respected, and still powerful, and still important, and still has say so. Just like a mom that lets the kids duke it out. So if something is very challenging, very hard, very beautiful, very sexy, gives life, cooler than all your male friends, but realer, costlier, painfuler, heartbreakinger, deadlier, sadder, wastefuler, tragicer, beautifuler, redeeminger, sacrificing, loving, all that. Is that not a bitch? So, but also that, but so it's a bitch, man. But we love bitches though. Like if coming up in the day, all my friends, you can be the best friend with someone. You be best friends with someone your whole life. You know all about each other. You went through this and that. You laughed about this and that. You worked hard about this and that. Once in a while, you cooperate about this and that. But what would they say in front of you, do in front of you, walk away from you, do against you about a bitch that they just met? Most of your friends would tell you, go to hell and give me back what had been mine before you go there, about this bitch that you just met. And I'm not trying to be derogatory with that, but I'm just saying that we love bitches. So I'm not saying bitch is bad, but also the word God, if you put it backwards, is dog. So God is God, dog is dog. So most things have a good and bad, up and down, left and right, forward and backward. So as much as we love and revere and worship and revere and love and are loved by and are possible to live by what we call God, if you exactly walk it backward, which a lot of your life is exactly backward. A lot of things that have happened in this life are backward. We learn from it. We get better from it. We get more beautiful by it. We become more of like what we worship by going through it, but it's backward. So it's a dog, and it's so beautiful and loving and awesome and worth fighting for and redeeming and inspirational, that I appreciate as more so female. So from that point, you could say God's a bitch. Also, that's a bitch. But it's not. I'm not being derogatory towards females or dogs, but just that a lot of life is a dog, and it's so beautiful that I appreciate it as more so female when it's that beautiful. So a female dog is also called a bitch. That might be, and if you're comfortable with the word bitch, that's because God has to do dirty work too. So you organize a garden. Some of the stuff is pretty flowers, but some of it you got to get on your hands and knees, and you got to get dirty, and you got to do stuff that's mean to other flowers and uproot other flowers and actually kill other things. You have to do some amount of killing in a garden. You have to kill insects. You have to kill what's called weeds, even though weeds can be great, like as far as medicine. But if you let them get, if they're not checked, like all things have to get checked, they can become a problem also. So from that standpoint, when things are not being favorable or are costly or tragic or are serious, or don't work out, that's a bitch right there. And I'm not saying that's good or bad, but it's like a bitch like that. So so for something to be great and awesome and sublime and righteous and worthy and all love in a reality that has all the pain and suffering and wickedness that our reality yet does have, this reality can be appreciated as unified and dynamic at once, but also unified and dynamic. So if you have good and bad together, they say that bad company corrupts good judgment or good company by and large. So we have good and bad, but bad corrupts good and bad. So we also have bad as much as we have good, if not more bad. But we have as much bad, at least as much bad as good. And most of what's good came from, by, or with something that was bad. So we have a lot of bad. So whatever is great and beautiful, it also has to have a capacity for, and a comfort with, and a facility with, an effectiveness with, and a habit of doing what's called bad. From that standpoint, God can also be dog, that is a bitch, because it's still beautiful. And I think a lot of things, the default of life is actually feminine. The default of a human being, so a human being is XY. Two X's is a female. X plus the germ of Y makes a male. But the human body is essentially female in the first place. The structure of a human is female, but if it has a male germ, it will morph into a male. So from that point, you can almost say that all males are bastards. Is that it's like a bastardization of what a female is. It hadn't been a female though. But likely, if humans are like that, likely a lot of the earth and life is like that. Is that life is a female. So life is female. So you could say that a female is XX. So a female is female and female. A male is XY. So a male is female and male as female, but still female because there's still the X with the male. So Also, I think, but a lot of things can be appreciated as a triple and are dynamic for being triple. Something that's dual is not really dynamic because the one can cancel the other. So black and white in itself, there may not be no such thing as black and white because they say the only real color is actually gray. It's all a degree of gray, but it appears as black and white. But if you have something as simple as black and white, that might be that can be confounded, or that'd be like a stalemate, black and white. But if you have black and white and black and white, that's dynamic. So so according to India, you have like creation, destruction, and maintenance. That's exactly like a building, because to achieve a building, you have to first destroy. That's actually the first step. It's funny. What's the first thing God did? The first thing had not been actually to create light. It might have been to destroy something. You actually may have had to destroy something first, because if you wanted to build something, you have to get it down to the ground. So the universe started as all black, but there might have been something before it got to be all black. That's what there might have actually been destruction before there had been black. According to Arthur Avalon, the universe is an ebb and flow that it's a womb that comes in and out of existence. When you get into like calculus, I think they're talking about the concept of infinity, where it's like almost pure concept past the range and the congruence of the three dimensions that we're used to. So when you're talking in terms of concept of calculus, you're going from beyond dimension through three dimensions to beyond dimensions through three dimensions to beyond dimensions to get the congruence and symmetry of what can be appreciated like in engineering with what can be achieved in engineering with calculus. But it might be the same with the universe, according to Arthur Avalon, is that the universe is manifest and unmanifest, manifest and unmanifest. So for all the things that you can see that like for me to exist now, right? You see my face. I had to consume a lot of food to be my current age, stature, and health. I had to consume a lot of food. Those were beings, plants, animals, minerals, vitamins that had a different form, but then I consumed them and they became me. So as much as you see of me as a form that's expressed, there is a lot that had been a form that still exists both in me but also without me, that is unmanifest, but it came into being manifest as me. One day I will cease to be manifest and I will give expression to something else that is manifest, as I am no longer manifest. That's an example on a personal scale, but the universe may be like that. But actually the first step in creating building, and it might be with the universe, had been destruction first. So like when you're making love, so what came first, the parent or the child? So when you're making love, a lot of times you're breaking yourself down, you're sacrificing yourself, you're destroying yourself. Actually, if you look at people making love, in a lot of ways, they're destroying themselves. The man is destroying his bank account, his stature, his standing, his life, his esteem in the community. But then also, he's getting all that back and more for being able to make love. And now he's respected as having like romantic partners and whatnot. But in the act of making love and some of what it takes to make love, you destroyed a lot and you wasted a lot. Then the female, that's his stature and his associations and coming into contact with a female. But in the act of making love, he more so is in the dominant not prone, but he's in the top position, no pun intended, in making love, the male. And I'm not saying anatomically male, but just the male the leading participant, because to dance you must both lead and follow, and more or less have a lead and a follow. To both lead and follow might be the most beautiful form of dancing, but as I understand, dancing involves leading and following, and it's the same in love making, but likely also fighting, leading and following. But in love making, the man more so leads. But in the act of relationships, the women might lead the relationship, because there's no relationship unless the woman expresses and conveys and extends interest. There's no viable relationship, because at that point you would invoke social rigors and forces and repercussions if the woman is not interested. But the man, he also so the man is prone. The man is actually the bottom in terms of relationship and stature and vulnerability in coming in association with a woman. But in the act of lovemaking, the woman is somewhat being destroyed in the act of lovemaking, both like symbolically, emotionally and physically to different degrees, as is sexy and cool and viable and potent. But so all I meant to say is that in lovemaking, you're destroying yourself, both of you, in different ways. Through that, you are both vitalized, invigorated, inspired, healthier for doing that, balanced for doing that, sober for doing that. But then you also give birth to a new child. And lovemaking doesn't always necessarily have to give birth to a genetic offspring. Coming close enough to actually fall in love and express love and show love to different people, you can be. I think that a man is always, when a man falls in love with a woman, whether or not whether or not she is entirely reciprocal, I think on some level of her, maybe not consciously, but some level of her is reciprocal with him, for him to fall in love or feel feelings of love, whether consciously, unconsciously, or subconsciously, something of who she is, what she represents, what she stands for, what she symbolizes is reciprocal with a man if he has enough feelings to fall in love and appreciate her. But if a man has enough feeling to fall in love and appreciate a woman, there will be a birth from that, because either the man himself will reborn as himself in his present life and be better for the challenge, deprivation, and trauma that is falling in love, but coming through that as he rebuilding himself as he must. His choice is to perish or improve when he falls in love, because it is falling. So you must perish or improve, but you will change and therefore be better if you chose to improve, like a phoenix. So the man will be born from that. Or there'll be a child if he was fortunate enough to come, if she received him and they actually have a relationship and experiences together, there may be a child. That'd be like the greatest form. But I think that whether or not a relationship is successful, consummated, or even experienced, if a man genuinely falls in love with a woman, he will be reborn through that experience, or the thoughts that come to him from that, the torment that comes to him from that, the challenge that comes from that, the learning that comes from that. But then also in the learning that comes from that, his further conduct, behavior, capacities, strengths, contributions, talents that come out of that will give rise to birth in other people who are inspired by that, learned by that, incensed by that, challenged by that, what's the word? Offended by that. There will be different degrees of challenge, learning, growth, blessings, change that will come from any man falling in love with a woman genuinely. But I a little bit digress with that one. But so people are destroyed by falling in love, but also better for that and reborn from that, and different people besides themselves come into being and benefit by someone falling in love. But you actually destroy first, then you create, then you maintain. So the building is leveled to the ground, then you build upon it, then you maintain it. But in maintaining it, you also destroy and build and maintain to maintain. But also with a person, you come into contact, you destroy some of your self-esteem, your stature, your standing, your finance. You become vulnerable to some degree coming into contact with a woman or a female, or someone that identifies that way. The female is similar but less, to different ways, destroyed in that same stature and association, but I'd say maybe has some of the more presently more of the agency and the favor in terms of the risk of associating. The female might currently, but that that wasn't a strong comment, so I could be reasoning about it. Some people in past times, women got a lot of flack for relationships when they didn't work out. Now I say a lot of times men look like that. Like if two people break up, nowadays if a woman cheats on a man, the man looks like the loser. If the man cheats on the woman, the man also looks like the loser. So in a lot of ways, the woman has some of the advantage, I think, currently with our current dynamics, as the risk of associating goes. But in also the risk of physical contact, both the male risking like sexually transmitted disease or pregnancy that he can't afford, and then the woman risking the same of that. They're also destroyed in different ways. But then a child is birthed from that, or they themselves or others are birthed from that. and then that must also be maintained. So you have creation, destruction, and maintenance, according to the thoughts of India, with the great principles and personages of Rudra with destruction, Brahma with creation, and Vishnu with maintenance. But Brahma being all those, and I think also Shiva being all those. But uh, um, but so I think with people, with human beings, with ethnicity, a lot of times you couldn't appreciate a person who you're calling biracial as, or they themselves completely understand how they exist and what their strong suits are, if you think of good and black. So am I white or am I black for a biracial person? What they may be, it's not are you white or are you black, but what you're asking is, are you appreciated as white or black? But even people who are white and black, as generally appreciated as being like fully blooded, they're not appreciated for being white and black the same way necessarily. So you can have some people that are white that are privileged. You can have some people that are white that are called trailer trash, and I don't mean any disrespect with that, but I'm just giving an example that even people who are white can be appreciated as white differently. People who are black can also be appreciated as being black differently. Oh man, there that nigga go, or like, oh man, that guy, that's a nigga right there. That's my nigga, or that's the dude right there. So I'm just saying that'd be like in the street. But all I'm saying is that even people who are appreciated as one ethnicity, they don't necessarily have the same privileges in terms of class and entitlement within that ethnicity, even as they're appreciated as one ethnicity. But that might be challenging to appreciate if you're what's called biracial in the modern context, is that it's not as verbatim and clear, but your understanding of your identity is malleable and also a challenge for you to forge and appreciate and understand whatever your ethnicity is. But I think some of the challenge that's uniquely experienced by people who are called and would allow themselves to be called and think themselves biracial, what may be difficult about that is that you may actually be triracial. Is that because I was in the elements recently, and it brought out some of my real complexion. It's came down a little bit now, but it's still a little bit stronger. So as you look at me, right, so I'm gonna show you my hand. So my hand, I've been in the sun a lot. If you didn't see my face, right, you just see my hand. You might think that's an African. If I didn't see nothing in my face, you just saw my hand right now, having been in the sun. You might say that's just a normal person of African descent, a normal melanated person. You may not know, it may not necessarily be African. I could be Native American, Indian, Aboriginal, from basically Aboriginal on the earth from any continent, including Europe, because you also have people of pigmentation in Europe. I think they might have been called the Picts. But you had melanation on all the continents. But you have your aboriginal melanation: South America, North America, Central America, Europe, Africa, Australia, Asia. There can be a person of this complexion, but you wouldn't call that person white. But you might think I'm full of something. You see that, but then you see my arm. So my arm, I was in the elements, but I had shirts on that whole time. My arm there looks very, so you can see that, right? My arm looks very pale right there. Like if you saw nothing of my face and you just saw my arm, you would say that's a person that's near about Caucasian, or at least their arm could pass for being Caucasian in a random video. But then you see my face, or you see part of my arm that's like in between. So you could appreciate, what I've appreciated is that when your parents make love, the best of them, nothing of love is lost, nothing of life is lost, I don't think. That's why I think it might be possible that we can spontaneously regenerate as some other family tree or iteration of life, even if we die without issue. That means die without child. Just if you appreciate how generative and healing the earth is. You die, you pass away, you're entered into the earth, you're embalmed, you're cremated, you're entered into a river, whatnot. You still flow back into this existence, which is living as living. If you take, I was taking a trip. I was in the elements and like on some rural areas. You pull over your vehicle in the middle of nowhere, a highway, a forest, a desert, a mountain. You just pull over to the side like that for a moment, I don't know as much about a mountain, but probably a mountain too. You look at the earth, there's all kinds of teeming animals, insects, all animals, but also insects, that they are there on that piece of earth, managing that piece of earth, that piece of sand, that piece of grass, that stick, that twig, that seriously, earnestly, carefully, neatly, profoundly. Um, they're managing it like that. You also hear the birds managing the atmosphere like that. The birds are engaged. The birds are somewhat calibrating, I think, the animals in that might actually be your real overseers. Your birds might be something of overseers, just in terms of how they affect the psychosocial atmosphere that plays into the physical conduct and then the physical. I think that our physical conduct of our animals are we're the earth is magnetic, and our feet are very I think our feet are grounding, they ground us, but from that standpoint they have some type of effect on the magnetism of the earth, our actual, wherever we choose. They say the footsteps of the righteous are ordered by the Lord, but I think that in the Christian faith, but I think that wherever your feet are at any point in time, it has to do with, there's a lot that would have your feet in any place at a time, and there's a lot that's affected by your feet being at any place in time. And one of the things that I diverged on at the beginning of this video is that I was saying that whatever you wear of of clothing, like colors, that you could say on one sense is very deep, that how and why, when and where you would have any garment on your body. It's deeply implicated in sophisticated cycles of cause and effect, to where you may wonder if anyone has a choice what they wear. But like for me, my family member had purchased a shirt. I grew up around a lot of gangsterism. When she purchased that shirt, she's not from the background that I'm from, even though we grew up in the same household. I would never put such a shirt on my body, even as this was like the latter 2000, the last 10 or 15 years. I wouldn't put a shirt like that on my body with my appearance. That would not be my choice, even though she gave me that gift. So I put that shirt that she gave me exactly in the back of my closet, never intending to wear it in public. Then I got out of laundry. I ran low on laundry quarters, and I also had a problem with the vehicle. So I had to get up on a train to get to a bank to get quarters to do laundry. I had nothing clean whatsoever, and a lot of my clothes, like, it had been in the hamper so long that I was worried about I could get a sore wearing the clothes that hadn't been cleaned in the laundry like that. So all that was left in my closet was this shirt that I would never choose to wear. And it was like a Friday, because you leave everything to last minute. You get till Friday wearing the exact last thing you would ever choose to wear outside. So I put the damn thing on and went outside, and I got some really, really bad attention, the type of attention I would expect to get in the 90s, in the 2000s, wearing that shirt. So that's not an excuse, but all I'm saying is that a lot of people, they could appreciate what you're about, or they would think themselves to appreciate what you're about by what you're wearing. But you can also choose to wear anything and also conceal and put up, like when a business owner or police personnel, or maybe even a street person or a military person puts on a disguise, like a civilian attire that doesn't show their true allegiance stature, that's called moffat. So I think that you can put on moffat and conceal your colors, but what you can't conceal is where your feet are at any given point in time. Wherever you find your feet, like even as my feet are sitting right here while I'm making this video, all that I have thought, done, said, and a lot of what has thought, done, and been said about me, around me, for me, also through me and by me, to me, with me, as me, beyond me, from me, next to me, before me, maybe soon after me, all that, my interests, my love, my sacrificing, my saving, my wasting, my spendthrifting, my hoarding, my reckless decisions, my best decisions, my all that, you cannot take that away from where my feet are right now. So you might see anywhere, like, say, so you see someone that's an undercover police officer, right? They have on clothing, and the clothing would suggest one thing, but you get a certain sense about them that is different than what the clothing are saying. Some of what you're sensing is that there's nothing that's incongruent about their appearance. Their appearance it's spot on. It's almost too spot on. For it conveys exactly what would give them the advantage they're looking for by what they're expressing. They're making conscious communication with their clothing. That's a lot of the difference between a civilian and a military personnel, a street person, and law enforcement, they all are more conscious and intentional about what they can communicate with their clothing, because likely they've had experiences or training that was attended by experiences that are some of the outcomes and reverberations of very vivid, salient, clear, sometimes graphic, tragic, horrible, horrific outcomes that are an exact correlation to what someone was expressing with their appearance. So people of a real background understand what appearance is, not because they're smarter or more prudent, but just because they felt certain things. So when you felt certain things, you can't help but respond to what you felt. So, but even if you had a person that had enough experience and or training to consciously curate their appearance, what they can't fault, you're always communicating consciously, unconsciously, and subconsciously. That's like, so I'm speaking right now out of my mouth, but before it gets to being broadcast, I'm thinking it first. And it's sometimes like, even when you're not talking out loud, like let's say someone's in here and they're just saying reckless stuff out their mouth that doesn't, I'm already actually arguing with them because I can't help but communicate when they're saying something that doesn't rub, that doesn't sound right. You can see on my face that I'm having a problem, but I'm biting my tongue. I'm holding my tongue. But some people would say that's not healthy, and that's a lot of what we're being expressed. We're being encouraged to do now. Like, we're being encouraged to be more quiet, more cool, more suave, more potent for not speaking. But I listened to a video on YouTube that said that there's some psychological detriments that happen when you stop communicating, and it affects socializing, but also your health. When you're not communicating, there's like a blockage in your energy. So that's actually a form of blockage. So a lot of us were being communicated. It's not that very different than back in the day when they're like just be a man. Like they would say a little bit cooler, like around. I think the film Training Day, it proliferated that saying man up. I hadn't heard man up before Training Day. Maybe certain other regions they would say man up like that, but nowadays like people would say man up and that sounds cool. But another time they'd be like just be a man. Or like if it was like time of war and like somebody didn't go to war, they'd be looked at as less of a man. But it's like just be a man. Just so what they're saying is just take it. Just be just suck it up. Like I remember I had this friend, my friend's big brother. He's like, yeah man, you gotta suck that shit up, man. Like we'd be playing basketball. He'd be like, yeah man, you gotta suck that shit up, man. But he was saying it cool, but it's also a little bit abrasive and offensive and brutal. Like, man, just suck that shit up. It sounds cool, right? Like, yeah, I'm tougher for sucking it up, and I'm tougher for hearing people say stuff like that. Suck it up. But as you hear that, man, just suck that shit up. There's a little bit of a denial in that. There's like a little bit of there's a violence that happens in that because there was something you wanted to say, you could have said, you felt like saying. So when when something is making you act against your will, whatever you understand of health, there's actually no such thing as health, because what is a challenge to health is also what vitalizes health. So if a child grows up and they never got chicken pox, that's actually troubling because they yet may likely get chicken pox as an adult, but the virus is much more serious if it hits an adult, because if it hits a child, that's what you want, because the immune system is learning from that, and you learn a lot of things better and deeper as a child. So the immune system is stronger for experiencing chickenpox as a child. If the child gets to be an adult, they may be a weaker adult for not having experienced chickenpox, and then that virus is more serious and deadly as an adult. But still, so that's an example of how some illness, virus, it actually informs health. So like good and bad and crime, a lot of things are a paradox, and so is also health. Because like, so you have the perfect health, right? You never put yourself at risk socially or in terms of like sexually transmitted diseases. Perfect health, and you're not trying to deal with anything like unprotected sex or anything. That's cool, that's great, but you didn't get to experience how much fun sex can be, and you also maybe passed away without having a child. Now you're having a life that some people would call reckless. You're sowing your oats. You're taking risks. You're rolling the dice. You're having fun. You're having real experiences that are making you develop, and maybe you have a child that comes from that. So, one, you avoided risk. but you lost opportunity. One, you accept the risk, but you gained the opportunity. It's not better or worse, but it just shows that things, even things like health and sickness, sexually transmitted disease, and chastity, there's a good and bad with all things, and there's a opportunity and a lack and a thriving with all things. But the single most, and according to Osho, you more so what health is you're not aware. So you know, all day long you're not aware of your head. That's healthy. You get a headache, now you're aware of your head, and that doesn't feel good, so it's not healthy. But what the experience of health, when you were healthy and you're not feeling your head, all of what could give you a headache was with you and part of you, and potent and maybe latent. So from that standpoint, you already were not well, even though it wasn't expressed. But then you get the sensation of a headache, and now you're experiencing a lack of health. So the actual lack of health is with, we always have both health and lack of health at all times, and that gives the buoyancy that makes life possible. Like you need a certain amount of bacteria in your gut and stuff like that, but the kind that works for you, and maybe also a little bit of the kind that works against you, whatever buoyancy that creates. But then uh, um, and so it's like that, like with good and bad, risk and reward. All things have good and bad, and you can't say what's ultimately good or bad. The deepest thing that would speak to what health is just simply what your will is that the closer you are to your authentic will, is the closer to your experience of joy, and therefore happiness, and therefore health, to my taste. I've known people that were accomplished. They had professional roles, they had cool they had professional roles, they had savvy living situations, they had children, and they regretted some of their life because they didn't get to travel or something like that, or they didn't get to do something that they still wish they could do, and they lost some of that for, even for something as beautiful and great as having a child or having a profession or having something like that. So all I meant to say is that the closer that you are to your authentic will, is the closer you are to happiness, and therefore health. But I think part of being close to your authentic will is actually speaking, because if I look at where I'm at now, right? So where I'm at now, I'm in a challenging situation, but yet a viable situation for my deepest passions, which are, a lot of them are like learning and like creativity, like just as far as like content creation, especially like around music. I'm in a position that's somewhat viable, and something of a decent footing compared to different situations I could have been in and have been in. Part of that is how other things worked out, but also didn't work out, partly based on my communication. So in different roles I've been in, I've communicated myself, but I say that each time that I communicated myself congruent to my true thoughts, feelings, intentions, aspirations, and judgment, and I don't mean judgment in a chauvinistic way, but my true understanding of cause and effect, and how that might affect myself and others. The things that I've done, you could say that all of what I've communicated near about equally has opened doors and got me kicked the hell out of doors, or at least have a reason to want to walk out of doors faster than would be smooth. The communication gets you in and out of good and bad situations a lot. But if it's really you, and you're being authentic, and I think you're being genuine in what you mean towards others, and what you mean to be for yourself and for others, to more congruent and humane and equitable you can be within that. And the things that you say as they come to your mind, both humor, serious. There's a book called Crucial Conversation. A lot of us, you can be as shut up it as you want, as quiet as you want, but if you choose to have a livelihood, that is, make an income where you support yourself, you will have to come into contact with other human beings and different families, whether that's your own family that you create, or your work family, your professional family, your clients, your family of clients. You will have to come into association with other people to have agency, because I think that none of us are, I think independence may be an ideal, which is why we have fought over but not achieved or experienced independence. Codependence is detrimental and antithetical to health and life, but interdependence is necessary, viable, and potent, and we thrive with interdependence. So we will not have any agency, that is the ability to make decisions that affect ourselves first and then others significantly, without achieving interdependence, which requires cooperation but also association with other people. To achieve cooperation and to associate with other people at all amounts to a form of politics, and therefore there will be conflict. The conflict is inevitable and guaranteed when before, during, and after associating with other people. Conflict is imminent, guaranteed, and already at play. Whatever conflict I'm going to get in the rest of my life, the seeds of that, the traces of that, the patterns of that, the recidivism of that, all that is already active and at play and engaged, likely. Um, so you could say that. You will have serious conversations and exchanges where you have consequences of livelihood first, but then life and death may be on the table, and then because you get in an argument with your family, you're out of doors, you're in danger now. You just had whatever conversation you had with your family was actually a matter of life and death based on the position it was going to put you in, whether or not there were weapons or crime involved. But these serious, significant conversations can and will and are already on the way and imminent and at play and coming into expression for all of us. But to meet them, be articulate within them, humane, equitable, convincing, and influential within these conversations that will take place and have real consequences and weight and bearing. To manage that is a skill, and expressing ourselves generally as we have the inspiration to express ourselves makes us better communicators, but also taking these conversations head on and engaging with them and getting practice and facility within crucial conversations is a skill in itself. So the communication is a skill, but the practice of communication where there are stakes at play is also, and also identities at play, is also significant. And there's a book called Crucial Conversations that recognizes that, and it's a skill set. But I think that, but expressing ourselves, and then even in those crucial conversations, the fun conversations, the humor, the banter, the technical, the serious, the heated, the friend, all that different, the subtle, the passive aggressive, the communication within all that amounts to you, even your silence too, and your cool moves in your class too, all that, it amounts to who you are and where you are at any given time. So where my feet are right now, I can do different things with my appearance and what I adorn and what I choose. That will play into, that's a part of where my feet are at any given time, of who I am, what I seem like, what I am like, what I appear like, what I mean to be, what I am perceived to be. All that amounts to different experiences indoors, being open and closed. But what cannot be falsified about any of that is where my feet are at any given time. So if you were to meet someone that their appearance was one way, but you're meeting them at a certain place at a certain time, that you're seeing someone at a certain place at a certain time, wherever on the earth their feet happen to be, it's part of their entire story. Wherever their ancestors, whatever the experiences of their ancestors were, that put their ancestors were when they met each other and had children and had them and raised them, and where they were able to go from all that puts them right where they are at a given time. Their feet can't lie about that. They say actions speak louder than words, but feet speak louder than actions, because actions amount to and are part of footwork. So this is one thing I can't entirely express this within without making this really, really long. But I was saying a lot of people have had a problem with things like oppression. But the last thing I want to say, so with biracial, I think that what I think I'm an example of, if you look at my hand from being in the sun, my arm from not being in the sun, and then my face from being in the sun but also having a hat, I would say that I am, and you are, whatever your ancestors are, you are all the best of your parents, respectively and collectively. You and more is what you are. So if you have a parent who is what's called, what you appreciate as white and what you appreciate as black, and you have you who are their offspring, you are all the best of your white parent. You are all the best of your black parent. You are all the best of both of them for being brilliant, beautiful, sexy, and enlightened enough to come together. And then you're all of you're all of that and more. You're all that. So if you're white, you're all that. If you're black, you're all that. if you're biracial, you're all that. Anything that you are, who you are, what you are, you're all that. But I had some things about and more, because no one has had your experience before, not even you. So so I've had all my experiences that I've had in life, but in another 5-10 minutes, I'm gonna have experience that even I haven't had before. So I'm all of my parents, I'm all of myself, and I'm all of what I had been, am, and will yet be, which I have not been yet and am not yet. I'm all that. So that might be a deeper way to appreciate who we are, who you are, any person. And any person you are, whatever ethnicity you are, you would have had ancestors of different ethnicities somewhere along your heritage. So all of us are multi-ethnic. I think that's actually what makes us healthy, viable, dynamic, and sustainable as humans. But also, if you appreciate who you, like, a lot of people, they regret certain things about their background, right? Like, so one of the coldest things I have heard before is Michael Jordan was being interviewed, and Michael Jordan is he says some really brilliant things. He has for a long time. Like, I watched a documentary about him in the 90s, like right around shortly after he had lost his father, and when he was first coming back to being a NBA player the second time, but also getting ready to be great again. And they asked him. He always says just like really deep things, the type of things that my mom and grandma would say. I think he's from the South. He's from North Carolina, and he would have had those parents from the South like that. And he says some just real no nonsense wisdom, like not wisdom as far as savvy, but just real life, how it goes type of thing. And they're saying like, what do you regret in life? And he's like, I really can't answer that, because he was that much of a man. He is that much of a man that he would not swap out or interchange who he is now for any deprivation, loss, or mistake he has made, because he appreciates that it takes all of what he has been through, good, bad, and ugly, and different, to make him who he is, and like I'm saying, like where he is, and he appreciates that. That's a real man. So like, how people say, how do you know if you're a real man? How do you know if you're a real woman? How do you know if you're a real adult? You're a real man, you're a real woman, you're a real adult if you're grateful for being a real man, a real woman, and a real adult. Because if you're grateful for it, you know how difficult it is, how arduous it is, how precarious it is, how you know what it is to be, you know what. So we're all born human, but we don't know what it is to be human until we're thankful for what it is to be human. Because if you're thankful, that means you likely, or maybe at times, have lost some of your sensation of your humanity. So you could say that maybe a real man at times has felt like a man, like less than a man, like more than a man, and they understand that they will further at times feel like less of a man, as much of a man, and more than a man, and that will not stop. But just the times in there where they're able to feel like a man, probably more so at just being as much of a man, not less or more, as much of a man, as a man. That sensation of being a man is what I read a book somewhere. I can't remember what book it was, but this person was saying like he had something experienced, and he thanked God. He got on his knees and he thanked God or the stars for being born a man. That's what it is to be a man, because just the type of experience, pain, but also joy, fun, pleasure, thrill that it would take to have the sensation of being a man, such as you're thankful for it. You're a lot of times so if you think about something that you're thankful for, you're thankful because you near about barely got it or almost didn't get it, and that's why you're thankful. So I had a lot of difficulty turning my phone back on after I got into I needed some support, some medical services, and it was very difficult with some of these actual famous leading phone companies. Some of them, they contract with different businesses, so the venue you engage that's being contracted, it's not the same as a corporate venue, and they have a little bit different etiquette protocol to where they can be not accommodating and almost nearby as nasty as pirates. But and they can kill you with that technical stuff. Yeah, I didn't mean to do it. It's just with the tech. It's just technically I got it. So it's like you got some executioner. Hey man, I like you, man. I know you've been in the cell all this time, man. But technically I gotta cut your head off, man. It's just the technicality of it. And it seemed like you were innocent too, because I was at the trial, and I that was some bullshit, man. I believe you too, man. That was messed up. But technically I gotta cut your head off right now. That's what it's like a lot going up in these venues like that. But when I finally did get my phone turned back on with a grace and mercy and accommodation and support of my family's strong and loving support, I was very thankful for that. But I was thankful because I near about didn't get it, and I was in the process of not getting it before I got it. When I finally had got it, because there had been a sturdy person, at least decent person within the structure that gave me the bare minimum decent accommodation that someone coming out of medical services would need to get their phone turned back on after an injury, or still actually sustaining and recovering from an injury. That makes a person thankful for that, because you know what it means now. And I think that'd be the same for a man, a woman, and an adult. Is that, have you been through enough that you now? So you imagine a person that's been incarcerated this many years, and now they're actually having liberty to make decisions for themselves, to earn and suffer and enjoy according to their own merits, but also with equity and liberty and leisure at times, and probably fun, but also challenge. That's now a real adult, because they know what it is to feel like less than an adult, more an adult, and a lot of less than an adult, and still again an adult. That, from that standpoint, you can actually enjoy more of being an adult once you're thankful for it. So it's like you have the presents on Christmas. Your presents arrive to you from Santa. Did you get coal or did you get presents? I don't know anyone that actually got coal, but your presents can be coal to you if you're not thankful for them. I guess I actually even got to be thankful for that piece of clothing that my parent got me, that got me the wrong kind of attention, because I think I'm a better person and I'm a better dresser now for having worn something that I should have been washing my clothes, and I should have been having cooler stuff to wear than something that is not for the times that someone bought for me. But we actually don't get to really appreciate. We don't get to really enjoy anything. So what makes you a man? What makes you a woman, an adult? You enjoy being a man. You enjoy being a woman. You enjoy being an adult. To get to that point, I think you have to be thankful, because when you're thankful for something, just the attitude of being thankful, it makes you much better, but also you enjoy better being thankful. Like a lot of us, at some point, we stopped praying over our meals. A lot of us, I used to do that a lot, and I felt good about it. But then there were places where it's like, it seemed like it's not called for to pray in public over food, and then that gets you out of the habit of praying over food. But I think that praying over food makes the experience of food a lot better and a lot more enjoyable, because if this food is without you, it's different than you, but it's getting ready to be with you and as you, and you should enjoy that experience of it, of taking it onto yourself and into yourself, because it's now yourself. There should be joy and bonding. You should actually be bonding with the food, because it's bonding with you and sustaining you, and grateful. But to be grateful for it makes it more pleasurable, but also more valuable. But I think that's the same with our stature and identity. But what I met, some things about identity can be very very confounding, because the actual the protocol, the attitudes, and the sensibilities around identity are like a little bit they're arbitrary, because they're preconceived. So if something's preconceived, it's not entirely congruent with reality, because reality is always reconceiving, unconceiving, reconceiving itself. That's what is reality, dynamic, always improving, learning, growing, changing, endless change, ceaseless change, beautiful change, horrible change, traumatic change, but change, and it's beautiful for being changed. And it's a bitch, but it's beautiful. But if you have like something that's preconceived, this is what a white person is, this is what a black person is, but you have not been here before. Whenever people were having, a lot of the attitudes people are having about what's white, what's black, what a white person can do, may do, what a black person can do, may do, a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with you. It was existing into what became you, those attitudes were, but you had not been here before you had been here. So how can anyone say what you are according to something that they can see before you became here and were being as you? That's for anyone. So like the order King Noble has said that. So if it's like an example of that is like what it means to be African American. Like I think according to Dr. Umar Johnson, the politician Jesse Jackson and leader, he coined the term African American, and it caught wind, and it stuck, and it lodged in the human condition around the time of the 80s when he was seeking political office. I think the presidency of the United States. That might have been politically expedient or advantageous or inspirational to him at that time, but according to Dr. Umar Johnson, that concept of being African American, just those words, that concept doesn't necessarily suit the people it's referring to. But some people would say like foundational Black American, or ADOS, like African descendant of slave, or just American African. But even however you appreciate that, if you just simply say like the general prevailing attitudes and bias, bigotry, but maybe also the coolness, the swagger of what's called African American. So you have a child whose parents were African descendants of slaves in the Americas, foundational Black America in the Americas, but then they travel to Africa, a country in Africa, say Nigeria, and they're descendants of slaves in the Americas. They were raised in the Americas until adulthood in the Americas, and then I don't know if they necessarily fell in love in America or in Africa, but they migrated to Africa and conceived a child in Africa. That or maybe actually for the sake of this, for what he's expressing, it may be more sophisticated if you said they conceived a child in America, but when that child was in the womb or barely an infant, they moved to Nigeria. Now, is that child? No. So let's say they were. This is according to King Noble, and when he's showing how sophisticated and arbitrary our racial constructs can be. So you have two parents who are foundational Black American, African descendants of slaves from the Americas, and reared and enjoyed and steeped in foundational Black American culture, versed in it, cultured. They move to Nigeria. They conceive a child. That child is born on Nigerian soil. So the child's genetic heritage is actually from Africa, not necessarily all Nigeria, but at least from the continent of Africa, as these are full-blooded. I don't mean to say that in an arbitrary word, but the entire lineage of these two adults, male and female, foundational Black American, African descendant of slaves, born in the United States with ancestry upon the United States, but originally from Africa. They have migrated to Africa and conceived a child in Africa. That child's genetic heritage is actually, in fact, African as any African. But their cultural lineage, as their parents go, their parents had relocated and expatriated. I don't know if you'd call that expatriate if it's going back to where your ancestors are from, but they had expatriated from the United States, where they were forced to be, to Africa, where they choose to be, where they also came from. Is that child now, upon birth, a foundational Black American, American African, African American, or are they a Nigerian? Then, if that child is educated and cultured and enjoyed living within Nigerian society upon near about or the point that they become an adult, I don't know if it's at 18 years in Africa, but in the Americas, to 18 years, and then they migrate back to the United States. Is that child now foundational Black American, African descendant of slave, African American, American African? Are they Nigerian? Are they Nigerian American? Are they Nigerian? Are they American Nigerian? American Nigerian American? You can see how that can confound the preconceived, overlaid lines of race and ethnicity and nationality. I'm a little bit similar where so you say Native American. Native means born. America refers to the geographical region of the United States. I think that's an Italian name, like Amerigo Vesputi or something. But the Americas, what's called the Americas, according to Tashrik Bay, the Americas can also be called like Omecum or Omexum. I think that's where the word Mexico comes from, like Omecum. And then a lot of, with the history, what we understand of as, So Africa, according to Tashri Bey, is also part of the landmass of Asia, and so Africa can be referred to as Asia Minor in older texts. And some of your older texts are more accurate because there's been deletions, bastardizations, and watering down of different profound texts. The Bible is an example of that. Is that the iterations we have now of the books that are collectively called the Bible are different than they were originally rendered. Most people could appreciate that, and a lot of people would appreciate that they're less potent for being so if you appreciate how profound some of the truths and sayings and solemn oaths of the Holy Bible are. But then a lot of books, also history books, political books, legal books, according to Tashri Bey, the older iterations before some of the political and social engineering that have affected learning resources, the older iterations are more potent and they speak more to the truer history. A lot of history, whatever you appreciate of history, I don't know that anyone watching this video would be so bold as to appreciate that they have a complete, true, and accurate understanding of human history, both recent and far past. The geography, the human, the ethnicity, the migration, the landmass, the earth mass, the animals, the technology, the civilizations. I don't know anyone would be so bold as to think that you have a true command or grasp or appreciation of the authentic history. One is just because there's at least about 3 sides to any story. The truth, the lie, and then the experience would be like 3 sides of a story. That's the same with history, but then also a lot of our history is written by the victors. So a lot of our history, whatever standpoint you get it from, it's somewhat biased from. It somewhat favors the intention or the sensibilities, the taste, and the frankly the bias of wherever. Even if you open your eyes, you're already biased, because where I'm making this video from, there's certain parts of this room that I can't perceive, but I perceive that I can perceive the room, but I actually can't perceive a lot of the room. So whatever I can actually perceive, it limits, and it does not factor for or give full sway to what's actually existing. So from that standpoint, I'm biased. As soon as I open my eyes, I'm already biased. I'm telling the difference between different grades of color, different shadows, different angles, different lengths, width and height, 3 dimensions. That's 3 different forms of bias, whatever your 3 dimensions you're looking at. But it gives us a workable sensation of our environment, but it's limited in the first place. Whatever we perceive is limited on the first place based on our perspective and standpoint. You create a work of art by employing perspective. That is, you create a work of art by employing bias. If you've ever looked at artwork before and said, like, dang, is art a little bit biased? Like, is art a little bit like racist, like chauvinistic, like Eurocentric, Afrocentric, whatnot? Is art a little bit biased? It actually kind of is, because most art employs and is playing upon a sensation of perspective, is what gives us like a lot of, like, even as I exist on the screen is completely flat, 2-dimensional, but the actual the shading and the grades of the shading in the contours, it suggests perspective, which suggests depth. But the actual the depth, the perspective, and therefore the depth is actually it's almost like it's an effect more than a reality. And according to Osho, part of the way that we have 2 eyes like that, it gives a sensation of self and other that is bias, that is perspective, that is depth, that allows us to manage to be viable in this reality that's based on 3 dimensions as we experience it. But actually, if you actually had monocular vision, 1 eye, you would appreciate that this existence is unified differently than it appears to your bifocal, your binocular vision. That's also that might be, according to Osho, blind people can perceive things in other people. Blind people can conceal a secret better than people with vision, and they can also perceive different things about people's attitudes and intentions differently, because they're actually not as limited. It's funny, you would think that people that are blind are limited for being blind, but you're also somewhat limited for employing and relying and believing in perspective, the perspective of binocular vision, which a blind person may be free of and actually transcendent of, that would actually give them certain social graces. You could maybe say that some of Stevie Wonder's musical and emotional talent with what he's able to render creatively it might actually stem from and be a byproduct of him being blind simply because he doesn't have the exact same biases that we do based on perspective. But some of artwork is actually biased if you appreciate that it's based on perspective, which perspective is limiting in the first place. It's not limiting in that we can do things with it and understand and enjoy things with it, but it's limiting in that it presents an experience differently than that experience completely congruently transpires. But history is a lot like that, which is that anything that would be offered in terms of a statement about history, a fact about history, as it is emanating from a human being, is emanating from a perspective, a vantage point, a perspective that is a bias. But then also you have different interests within that, self-interest and group interests, political interests, social interests, religious interests, medical interests, legal interests, that skews it. So a lot of times putting together history is almost like putting together a story where you got a whole bunch of liars that are trying to tell you a little bit of what happened, and you're trying to figure out what the hell actually happened from some liars, but you're also still biased because you have your own perspective. So that's a lot of like what history is like, I appreciate. But I a little bit digress with that one, and I'm probably about to wrap this. But so I apologize if I didn't. But me, I'm a little bit similar where Native American means born to, and then America, which the word America may be arbitrary, but what we're referring to is the geographical landmass of the United States. When you say Native American, you're saying a person that was, maybe the Native American is not limited to the United States, but when you say Native American, you would say someone native to, that is born to the landmass that is considered the Americas, South America, Central America, North America, Canada, Alaska, is what you're saying with Native American. But what you're referencing with that is people of like a Manchurian, or we appreciate that the Native Americans migrated from Asia. That's what we're handed in the modern lexicon, and from that standpoint, they have like a Mongol Manchurian ancestry upon the Americas, but emanating from like Russia, the Bering Strait originally. So you're referring to someone with that Russian, Mongolian, Manchurian and Mongolian, Russian ancestry upon the United States, or upon the geographical region of the Americas when you say Native American. But actually what you said verbatim was a person born upon the Americas, North, South, Central America, and the islands, and in Canada. But for me, my mother's parents were from Europe, Irish, German, and my grandmother was half Irish and half German. My grandfather was fully Irish, and one of them had a little bit of Welsh. That's who my mother is, and their descendants came into the United States more so between like maybe 1830 to 1870. Most of their descendants, and there's actually, I had a family member, someone who married into my family. One of my grandmother's sisters had a husband who was very intelligent. He was like he was a chemist and a pharmacist, a highly trained chemist and also pharmacist, who did research he enjoyed research as a hobby, similar to like Arthur Avalon. And what he was saying is that he actually he spelled out our family lineage, so he could actually trace I think they went all the way back to Ireland at some points, and maybe Germany too, but at least Ireland. And they actually had some of the churches where some of our family members had been born in Europe, so they can trace our family back to the Americas in the 1830s through 70s, and then to a little bit of Europe before that, because some of the churches, they kept accurate records, and they still do like the like census records and stuff like that, and birth and death records. But so that's as recent as the 1830s to 70s, which is not a long time in human terms, in evolutionary terms, in ethnic terms, in national terms, because even the Americas being 400 years old, that's relatively young as nations go, especially since most of the like you go to any nation in the earth, like especially in Europe, so that nation itself would likely be older than the Americas, but also the people that would comprise that nation, they may have been in those areas for many years back. Same thing with like Africa or Asia or any other place. And also the Americas, as the Americas go, as Native Americans Manchurian, and a Mongolian, Russian ancestors upon the Bering Strait had been in the Americas longer than the nation of America, and had been like within those regions migrating, but still within those same regions longer. But America itself is such as a nation of so many immigrants of recent immigration. If you go back 1, 2, 3, 400 years at the most, that's recent. So it's unique in that way, in that you have people here who can be called Native Americans, and that you have many people who were born to the Americas of all different ethnicities, and from that standpoint, they're of the Americas because all the air that they've breathed. A lot of the I think that we have deeper connections to the land than we can normally appreciate, especially in our connection with females and women. Like whatever women you've loved, your mother, your lover, your sister, your child, your friend, your cousin, your crush, the person that broke your heart, the person you can't stand. A lot of us, I think, as people, but especially as men, we have a certain connection to women, and they somehow tie us to the land. Where you go past your old neighborhood, yeah, you miss a lot of your friends, your male friends too, but something about the actual women within those experiences, even of your male friends, their mothers, their sisters, their daughters, their girlfriends, all that. Something I think that the women really tie us to a land. The people tie us to a land. So like when I drive through different areas that I've served in different jobs that I've had medically, but especially like transportation, I drive through the area and I feel a different way in different areas that I drive through based on the people that I serve there and my memories of those people and my care for those people. Where I love all the people all the people I've served in my life, food service, retail service, transportation, paramedical. I love all those people that I've cared for, that I've come in contact with, coworkers, clients, patients, pupils, bosses. Maybe not quite. I probably sound like I'm like that. Some people might call cap when I say my bosses, but like leadership. A lot of the people I've experienced that I've served in one way or another, I love them, but I have different experiences of them, so I have a different memories of them. So when I go to these different places I've served, I feel connected to it, but it's a different connection based on the actual experiences that I had with people there. So, but you could say that we're deeply tied to the land if we've been born somewhere and lived there and had experiences there, bled, sweat, cried on that land based on the people that were on that land. Howsoever we got there, or what our different back ancestry upon or coming into a land is, just that we've experienced life on the land. We're connected to that land, especially as we're born there. So from that standpoint, you could say that I myself, the most concise way you could express my identity as a person, the most basic would just be to say Native American, because I was born in the country that's called America, so I'm Native American. But I don't mean that to take away from people who actually have a deep history and lineage upon the earth, upon the Americas, as though I had that same background or connection to the land as they do. I do not. But I have some connection to the land, and also some experiences with them and other people upon the land that are significant to me, that I've loved. I've loved people who are what's called traditionally Native American. I've learned from them. And also people who have immigrated to the Americas. I've loved from them and learned from them and fought with these different people on the Americas. So from that standpoint, I'm saying I'm as American, I'm as Native American as a person can be, being born on a land that's called America, that is native to America. But I'm no way more so, or maybe as much or more so than someone that has a real pedigree upon the land. I don't mean to be flippant about that. But the most concise way to describe me, just verbatim, would just be to say Native American, because I was born here. But my mother's family is of recent immigration, but they were also citizens when I was born here. So I was born to an American citizen. My mother is an American citizen, and I was born to my mother. But my father immigrated from Africa. He's from African. He immigrated from Africa. He was not a citizen when I was born, but he was naturalized when I was a child. It was difficult for him to be naturalized, but he finally got the opportunity to be naturalized when we were in the Southwest by a Native American board of citizenship. It had been, we were in a city where you have a lot of immigration there, some of which from the actual educational venues, but also just its proximity to. I have appreciated that some places in the United States, especially like New Mexico, your opportunity zones in New Mexico, like Santa Fe, Las Cruces, Albuquerque, especially Albuquerque and Santa Fe, they may be somewhat hubs for recent immigrants to America. Because you think if you went through as much hell to cross that border of the United States, which people have done in the last 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20, 100, 200 years, as that's been authorized and not as the state sanctioned powers go, different people have died to do that, but different people have also succeeded in doing that. But if you were to do that, the logical place you would go is to where the jobs are. So like your closest, nearest major cities. So that's going to be like Las Cruces, Albuquerque, Santa Fe. So from that standpoint, Albuquerque, I think, is almost like a little bit of a hub for a lot of immigration. I think some of the opportunities there, but also its proximity to Mexico. But there, you also have a presence and influence and eminence and excellence of a lot of outstanding Native Americans in New Mexico, in Albuquerque. So my father got naturalized there by Native Americans, and for him that was very significant that he, the people that I know that are from, as much as I appreciate and love Africa, the people I've known who were African, had experience in Africa, but also chose to and were naturalized in America. They were very proud, thankful, and grateful to be American, and therefore very American, because I said that to be thankful for something is the standpoint to enjoy it and thrive in it and be a lot of it. So the people, my father, and then some people that I met through my father, they were a lot of times they actually don't express how proud and thankful and grateful they were to be naturalized, I think. But and I just wanted to point that out. But he was, for him, it was impressive to him. It was significant to him that he had went through a lot of struggle to get naturalized, like in the North, where I think he came into like some boards of immigration that were a little bit more racist or to his taste, or they were scrutinizing him more carefully. My dad has different ways of reasoning right and wrong than a lot of people, so they would have different reasons for scrutinizing his eligibility that would be different than him, just simply who he is and who a person would have to be on a naturalization board. But he didn't win there. But then when he got to the Southwest, the Native American board, they actually gave him his citizenship, and to him that meant more or said something because they had actually been the people of the land. So these recent immigrants, the European immigration boards, who are recent immigrants to my dad's taste, they may have had experiences with their ancestors doing some of what fashioned this country, but not the same as the Native Americans. And so that's significant for my father. But my father was born in Africa and conceived me before being an American citizen. And then, so I have the lineage of my mother, who's European Caucasian, but American, at least politically, that's her nationality. But recently, like the last few 200 years. And then my father was African immigrant, expatriate. You could near about say refugee. He probably wouldn't appreciate it that way, but he was fleeing economic and educational deprivation where he came from, and also some political and social unrest based on his allegiances in Africa and his participation in social organizations, that he, for intensive purposes, fled to the United States, but had the opportunity in landing to do so smoothly with a scholarship from the Lutheran Church. And then I think the original intention wasn't for him to stay in the United States as long as he did, with that, based on that scholarship, but he chose to, and I think that had been his intention more so than just education, was that he wanted to migrate to where he appreciated the opportunities. Where my father's from, they have a lot of appreciation for American things. He grew up like that. They enjoyed American Coca-Cola, American cars, American women. So it makes sense that he'd want to relocate here if he wasn't having opportunities where he came from. But so I was born here, but I have my father's genetic history from Africa. A lot of his training and experience of him, because a man is very influential. They say that if you introduce a man into a person's life, any person, but especially like a child, that things are going to change in that person's life, and then identity, and then destiny, by the presence of a man. So if you're up under the same roof as a man, like you imagine how impressionable you are as a baby, infant, a child, and you have a big old grown man that you're sharing a roof with, that man's gonna impress you, influence you, scare you, intimidate you, challenge you, enlighten you, help you, encourage you, in profound ways just simply as a man. So I think I can't discount the influence that my father has had on me, just being up under his roof that long, and him being African. Even though I'm native to America, have American, European, American, European American heritage, culture, background, experiences with that family, but then also my father's African genetic heritage, me being a little bit of a paradox for or enigma for someone to appreciate visually or even intellectually and socially, ethnically, to really run down my background. But then also maybe but also being African, being actually genetically African to a large degree, to much, but then totally African and totally European and totally both, and not and that and more is my experience of being a human being. But then also having the cultural experience of being under my father's roof. He had a very thick accent my whole life. Even though he's educated, he has a very strong accent. And some of his communication with me, I would have not had some of the same swag and seasoning and acculturation as I would have if I had an African American, traditionally foundational Black American father that would suit my development in the context of America. I wouldn't have that, but then I would have the contrast of that, which is my father's Afrocentric and African African emanating identity and experience and disposition and proclivities and style. Some of that, it may have served me as well and worse as an African American parent in the Americas. It's just that we have all different advantages and setbacks based on our background. But what I really wanted to say is that, but it would be difficult to completely isolate. Am I African? Am I American? Am I American African? Am I biracial American? Am I biracial African? Am I biracial African American? American African American? Also, am I European? Am I less than European? Am I half European? Am I entirely European and more and different? A lot of that is as much as you say bull, I say shit. That's what it amounts to. But all I meant to say is that the different things that would make any one of us here, a lot of things had to conspire and also conflict and coalesce and cease and begin and continue and cease for any of us to have an experience of living such that whatever experiences I've had that have fashioned my learning and my experience of life and also my personality, because a lot of our personality is handed to us according to Osho, doesn't necessarily work for us or against us, but it's not entirely ours. It's somewhat given to us. A lot of that, you can't take that away from the footwork, that is the choices, statements, decisions, sacrifices, prudence, foolishness of many people would have to conspire for me to have the exact experience to have the opportunity to experience life, but then also the experience of life that I am. So you could say that who you are, how you find yourself, what you are born as, any ethnicity, you could not be you without this existence being all that it is and isn't. And this existence could not be all that it is and isn't without being you, being exactly you, and all the things that have been and are yet, were, and will yet exist for you to experience yourself as you. None of that is viable without the other. What came first, the parent or the child? I don't know, but the parent wouldn't be possible without the child, and the child wouldn't be possible without the parent. And none of our ethnicity, race, background, heritage, experience, suffering, joy, learning that is us personally and collectively would be possible, feasible, or experienced without things being exactly as they are. So you are exactly who you could be, would be, and should be. It's who you are, and that's exactly who I am, who we are. And I couldn't be who I am without you being who you are. I couldn't be the best or the worst or exactly what I am without you being who you are. Neither could you be who you are without me and all the people who have made me being who I am and what they are and what you therefore are and what I am and they are for you being who you are. So I think we can be thankful for who we are and therefore enjoy who we are and be more of and better as who we are, for just being thankful that this existence couldn't be itself without us being us, and we couldn't be ourselves without this existence being this existence. So in a strange way, it couldn't be any better than it is. I think as hard is, as much of a bitch as life is, it couldn't be any better if you're really honest about it. And a lot of people and things and beings, people, plants, animals, fish, insects, and maybe things we can't perceive, bacteria, have died for you to be you. If you really think about that, that's for all of us, and we will also die for some of them to exist in the future. That's really kind of beautiful if you think about it. So from that standpoint, you are loved, and you love. That'd be the best way to describe anyone. So anyone watching this video, whatever your ethnicity, background, it's one is that it's yours to. I met a really cool brother like that also when I was doing delivery last year, and he was similar, where he was one of his parents was foundational Black American, and one of his other parents was African and migrated to America. So he has like full African ancestry, but he also has a African and African American identity and heritage and pedigree. And we had a similar conversation about, like, I talked to him a little bit about my background, but he was really comfortable with who he is, and he was saying that the cool thing about it is that nobody can say if you are African European American or African European, African American, African. Nobody can say any of that except you. It's your prerogative and enjoy to experience life and find your experience of yourself and choose you can choose your experiences, and then also appreciate your experiences and feel your experiences to be what you would like to be, and that's congruent. If it's congruent to you, if it's real to you, then it's real. If you say rock, I say roll. It had been his standpoint, and I think that's true for all of us. But it changes because none of us are limited, stuck, or entitled to be one thing once and always. We are always flowing and changing, because that's what this existence is, and we are therefore. So we are flowing and changing. So as much as I'm talking like this and that, I might fall in love with this one and that one, have a child that's this one and that child is all of me, all of my partner, all of itself, and more than itself, and not that, because it will be more than it presently or it at one point will be. So from that point, and it's still me at that point if it's my child, that so nobody can say anything is anything. And it's a tree one day, it's a deck another day, it's dust another day, it's a beautiful sunset another day. This whole life is flowing and refurbishing and refabricating itself. Creation, destruction, creation, maintenance, destruction, and like that, and any combination of that. That's true for any structure, any principle of manifestation, and including us ourselves, which are a structure and a principle of manifestation and an experience of manifestation, which is now manifest and will yet be unmanifest and potentially again be manifest, whether or not we have a direct line or not. Just as regenerative and creative as this experience of life is, we will likely exist as something else, even if it were just like good compost. Like that's like that really rich dirt that you make like to grow things. You can say that, we're not necessarily guaranteed another life as a human. According to the thoughts of India, a human life is a great blessing, and it represents a lot of endless migration and transversing of different planes of existence. Even if you were to appreciate the ancestry of the meals you've consumed in one life, that's a lot of traversing and experience of different planes and grades and iterations and forms of reality that converge to make you a human being. So a human being is an outstanding blessing, one of the, if not the greatest blessings according to the Indian standpoint, simply because it's our prerogative to reason and to choose to act and to think and create. Sometimes I think that there's no creation because So people say, well, how come people can't figure out creation? I think there's a couple reasons people may not be able to figure out creation. Is that one is that you may not be able to create anything. If you think about the most creative thing you've ever said or did, likely you either added different things or subtracted something, or some combination of adding and subtracting is what you're calling creation. But what it is to create already existed, or you could say never existed, because a lot of life it's consciousness. And from that standpoint, if all of life is either experienced through consciousness and therefore just consciousness, you could say that consciousness is not necessarily material. If you're experiencing the sensation of consciousness, but there is really no material and you are not material, because you can reason that we have this sensation of physics, of physical material, but it's actually a sensation and a perception. But if you really were to break down and define and isolate what you're calling physical, you likely would bring that all the way back to consciousness, according to the standpoint of Arthur Avalon, is that you have mind and matter. No mind without matter, but no matter without mind. What do you experience of matter without having a mind? From that standpoint, if it's consciousness, but it doesn't necessarily exist as or correspond with what we know of as physical matter, it's a dream. So you could really say life is a dream. And that in a dream, the most beautiful thing is to create and fashion and pay for and enjoy and suffer your own experience that you have fashioned. But a lot of creating might be adding and subtracting, or a combination. And then I think that, like, if you think of the World Wide Web, like a lot of it is appreciated as just ones and zeros. So the entire what's conveying through this video as a message and as a picture is just ones and zeros. But I think that what life is, it's attraction and repulsion and indifference. That something of those three combinations, it gives all the dynamics of chemistry first, then physics, then life. Life being organic chemistry, and actually physics and chemistry is actually the same thing, I think, if you break it down to the finest part, because whatever you're appreciating as physical is made up of chemicals. So from that standpoint, it had been chemistry, and chemistry is all about attraction and repulsion and indifference and the combinations of that. But a lot of, if you think about the deepest experiences of your life, I would imagine that some of the deepest experiences of your life would have been like your first times falling in love. So like that experience of puppy love, like in high school, your first crush in high school, but even before that, like your first crush like in elementary or when you were way small, like that little girl at the park when you were a kid. That's some of your deepest feelings of sensations of what it is to be alive. For me, it was, I can remember I would have these crushes so deep. Like I was talking about, I felt about loving like people who were Native American. There's this girl named April in the apartment complex where I lived. They'd have like free lunch in the morning. So every morning we wake up very early for kids to go and eat breakfast that was free, because a lot of us were on budgets, like student families. But that girl was so beautiful that I could not wait to go to sleep at night, because I could not wait to wake up to go to the park to see how beautiful that girl is. That sensation, that is such a, it's almost deeper than like what we call like spiritual. Like spiritual sounds like a little bit like woo woo and arbitrary, but it's a deep experience of what it means to exist. The only thing I can think about what deep it means to exist like that is like to eat an apple or fruit, like when you're really truly hungry and you worked up an appetite. That sensation of interest and affinity and appreciation for another person, even at the small age of a child, which you likely, or at least for me, I was never going to have any kind of relationship, association, or contact with her as a boy. That was not the case, and it was not going to be the case, I don't think, conceivably at that time. Just that degree of feeling. In India, they would call that bhava. Like, I think that means feeling, like for the sake of feeling, like bhava. That amount of bhava, I think that's Sanskrit for another person, whether or not you consummate that or not, it's one of the deepest, it's one of the most beautiful sensations of life. One of the things that I really cherish about my my opportunity to experience this life. But what that amounts to is attraction, repulsion, and indifference. I was attracted to her. She was somewhat repulsive and or indifferent and or attracted to me, which made me more so attracted. Maybe a little bit, maybe I would have had to have a little bit of the sensation of thinking myself indifferent or repulsed, but more so being attracted to her. But whatever the chemistry the organic chemistry that would make us exist would be upon attraction, repulsion, and indifference. But also that experience, that deep experience, is attraction, repulsion, and indifference. So when it comes to things like dating, things being comfortable engaging the opposite sex, not engaging the opposite sex, being mysterious, being appreciated for being mysterious, not saying nothing and being appreciated for not saying nothing, but somehow getting on to having contact in a relationship, whether being attracted by power and a woman being more forward because she's attracted to the power, or what have you, whether that's savvy or effective or not or whatnot, what it amounts to is attraction, repulsion, and indifference. And it makes the dynamic and the push-pull that is life and vitality. And it's not the same for any one of us anyhow, but it's I think it's what's difficult to, you can't actually isolate. A lot of people, they want to put things in a bottle. So they want to put dating, bantering, game, work, faith, anything you can think of, they want to put it in a bottle so it can be marketed and capitalized on, because we're in capitalism. But nothing necessarily is the same from one day to the next. It's still what it is from one day to the next, but it's different from one day to the next. Like if you're in a desert region, it can be hot all day long, and at a certain point in the evening, click, and now it's cold. Coldness has come over the entire region in one moment, 1 degree of the sun, 1 degree of the earth. That's viable and balanced with the desert. That's some of the sophistication of the changing of weather patterns that amounts to the changing of migration patterns of human beings based on food source and opportunities for shelter. That's the natural migrations that's interfered with by some of our overlaying of things like borders. That's how actually exact and profound this reality is, like with things like where you can have hot all day, click, now it's cold now. And that's like the desert, but that's balanced and that's health. And so, but it's the same like that from one day to day. So what was cool, what was work in 1997 is not the same as 2005, 15, 25, the first month of 25, the last month of 25, the last week, the last day, the last hour. Things are always changing, but it near about amounts to attraction, repulsion, and indifference, I think. And that's the terror, the beauty, and the joy of what it is to exist. And as that works, as we bond with people over that, from that, out of that, into that, and challenge one another, and love one another, and conflict with one another, and the different bounties and blessings and change that amounts to life that comes from that. It's all along the lines of attraction and repulsion and indifference. So it's always, but it's ours to choose at all times. What's yours? The only thing, what's really you? What is really you? What are you really? What's your real identity? What you choose. So choice is what you are. You are choice.